9:04 on that clock. Supervisor Hernandez, will you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
Also move.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 All right. Let's go ahead and go to presentations and recognitions. So Sherry Stevens is not available today, so we're going to just put that for a later calendar. Let's go ahead and go to the second item, which would be the National Library Week. So Supervisor Kosmicki. Nora, did you want to come up and join him at the podium? Whichever you prefer.
Thank you, Nora Conti, for being here. So today we are presenting a proclamation recognizing April 3rd through the 9th, 2022 as National Library Week in San Benito County. And so whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of connection and build community. Libraries connect people to technology, providing access to broadband internet, computers, and training that are critical for accessing education and employment opportunities. Libraries offer opportunities for everyone to connect with new ideas and become their best selves through access to multimedia content programs and classes in addition to books. Today's libraries and their services extend far beyond the four walls of a building, and everyone is welcome to use their resources. In times of crisis, libraries and library professionals play an invaluable role in supporting their communities both in person and virtually. Libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access for all. Libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions for all members of the community, regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, gender, or socioeconomic status. Libraries are the cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers are joining library supporters and advocates across the nation to celebrate National Library Week. Be it proclaimed that we, the San Benito County Board, proclaim April 3rd to the 9th as National Library Week. We encourage all residents to connect with their San Benito County Free Library by visiting online or in person to access its invaluable resources and services. So today we have our head librarian, Nora Conti, here. I welcome you here and appreciate everything our library staff and volunteers do for this community. And I know that our residents very much value the library, and I and the rest of the board, I believe, value the library very much, and so I'm really looking forward to our library growing in the hopefully near future and expanding so that we can continue to serve our residents. Thank you, Nora.
Thank you, Nora.
I know that you are extremely busy during your board meetings, but I would like to ask for 60 seconds. I'd like to say thank you so much for the proclamation and certainly what the library means to each and every one of you and each and every member of the community. I'd like to take my hat off. I'd like to thank my staff. Libraries are buildings with content, but it is the people that work within those walls that give it life, give it air, give it that step toward equity and access to the collection. I want to thank my staff for every day working very hard and very diligently to make our library what it is today. I also want to commend all library staff all over the country for stepping up to the plate during the pandemic and reaching out to people against so many odds. So during National Library Week, I want to thank all staff, all library staff all over the world for being the depth and breadth of providing services to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. As Supervisor Kosmicki said, we appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Does the board want to take a formal vote on that for the proclamation? Do you want to just,
Can you put your, I can't hear what you're saying.
Mike.
do you want to formal vote on the proclamation?
Oh, yes, if we need to. So, all in favor, support of the proclamation, say aye.
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 Okay, 5-0 on that. Okay, all right. So, department head announcements, do we have any?
Yeah, we do have some announcements, Madam Chair. Thank you. I want to invite up Abraham Prado. He is a new county employee. He comes in as the Assistant Planning Director of RMA, and he'll be reporting directly to me. So we are thrilled to have him on board. He comes with many years of experience in planning and governance, so we really are excited to have him on board. I wanted to introduce him to your board as well as to the public, and wanted him to say a few words. Welcome aboard.
Thank you so much, Ray. Thank you. Hi, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, County of San Benito members. My name is Abraham Prado, as CAO Ray Espinosa said. Very excited and thrilled to be here. As Ray indicated, I was with the City of Hollister for 15 years, including 15 months as in the capacity of Interim Development Services Director. Born and raised here in San Benito County, love this community. My children, my 4 children, we live here with my wife, and they go to school here in this community. Very excited, and I wouldn't want to raise them anywhere else but here. And I'm looking forward to serve this community as the Assistant Director of Planning and Building. Looking forward to working with all of you here. So thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham. Welcome aboard.
Madam Chair, I just want to also say welcome to Abraham. When I heard that Abraham was going to be coming to work for the county, I was very excited just knowing Abraham for so long, and for once the county stole somebody from the city. And so just really looking forward to Abraham. And I do miss our seeing you at Mars Hill for those morning coffee visits too. Yeah.
Me too, me
Thank
too.
you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kuzmicki. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd like to just add, for many years I've been watching you go up in front of the council, and you are always very professional, and it's really great to have you. This is a great hire. I've jokingly said this to Abraham before. You're coming over from the dark side, so thank you. So congratulations, Abraham. Great to have you.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'd like to welcome you as well, and I really look forward to working with you in the future. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much, Supervisor. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have a few other announcements, Madam Chair. We'd like to ask that your board recess a little bit early today at 11:30 for a closed session item. We have an interview as well at noon, so there's kind of a lot of activities in closed session. So we'd ask that of your board. Also, additionally, we have a few items on the horizon. At the March 22nd board meeting, I did announce out that we'd be discussing the SNP bus, so that'll be heard on April the 19th at our special budget board meeting. So just wanted you to be aware of that. There's also, I had mentioned as well at a prior board meeting that we would be listening or having a Fundamentals of Effective Governance by Babs Cavanaugh and Davies. Originally, we were looking at June the 7th and the 21st. Unfortunately, with the elections occurring on the 7th, we think that it's best to have it to June 8th and the 21st. So if you can reserve those dates, please. As well as there's one other item. There was a request to move item number 7, the homelessness item, up prior to lunch. I know we have a lot going on, so if that's a possibility, Madam Chair, we can try to squeeze it in before the 11:30 break. So
Okay.
We'll see how it plays out. We have the public hearings, and then maybe the first item we can hear, and then maybe that item being heard second, possibly on regular agenda.
Okay, so then you're asking for item number 7 to be heard as the number 3 item, basically? Because we have the public hearing, well, sorry, number 5, because we have the public hearing 1 and 2, and so you want item number 7 to be heard third?
Yeah, if we can hear it, maybe either first on regular agenda, if it's okay with your board, or the second item on regular agenda. It just
Okay.
depends on how things are playing out, but yes.
Okay.
And then we do have another announcement out of our library.
Uh-oh, I love to talk, sorry. Okay, so I wanted to report back to the board that we had submitted a grant to the Monterey Peninsula Foundation grant in the amount of $115,000. We were awarded that grant. It did come in. Also from the, we wanted to do this for a long time, but we just had not been able to. But we applied to the State Library for English as a Second Language grant, and that came in at $30,800. And this will help people to strengthen their language skills, English language skills. And those that may want to learn another language, they're welcome to come as well. California State Library Career for High School. We have long wanted to do this. We got a grant in the amount of $4,000, which will be matched by another $4,000 by our friends of the library, and this will allow 6 students to work really diligently and hard to acquire their high school equivalency, plus a certificate of whatever career they're going to be pursuing. So that's exciting. The Envisionware 24-hour kiosk, I'm so glad to report that came in $15,000 less than originally thought because of the negotiations and back and forth. And I want to acknowledge Barbara Thompson for her work that she did with us in trying to get this coming to accord in her guidance. So thank you, Barbara. Also, in the final analysis, after sales tax is added, it really came even $7,000 less, even with a sales tax included in there. And I want to also acknowledge our CAO because he's always been an example of getting the best bang that you can for your buck. He watches out for the county money, so thank you, Ray, for always being that example to all of us. Also, I just have some real brief information. This is in regards to the Emergency Connectivity Fund in the amount of $13 million. It's looking good for us. It's really looking good. We've had support from Pineda and our Rivas, and also Ana Caballero have supported this greatly. And so it is looking good. They're asking really finite questions, which encourages. So let's see about that. I have some brief information for you regarding the $10 million that you submitted to the State Library from San Benito County. Thank you, Supervisor B, for being available and getting that going, and everybody in the team working together from admin to planning to the library to make this happen. It's going to be evaluated by 10 board member from various parts of the country and California. We should be hearing something back in June or early July. And those are my announcements. Thank you, board.
Thank you, Nora.
And I believe that's all the announcements we have.
All right, let's go ahead and go to item F, so board announcements, informational only. Let's start with Supervisor Kozmicki, work to Supervisor Hernandez, go to Supervisor Dirks, and then Tiffany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I attended the Senior Center Forum in San Juan Bautista. There's efforts to look at developing a senior center, which is to me is a great effort, and I appreciate everything from the organizers, Mary Edge, Shirley Trevino, and Mickey Luna, who got that together. So let's look out for more soon, and we'll see if there's anything that the county can potentially do there. And then I attended the Cesar Chavez walk with my family. Really enjoyed being out there on a Sunday morning with everybody celebrating Cesar Chavez. And I was glad to see the state recognizing Dolores Huerta as well for Dolores Huerta Day on her birthday, which was wonderful. And then attended the Aromas Grange. They reopened their monthly breakfasts. It was the first since the pandemic. If people aren't aware, the breakfasts at the Grange are a really important tradition in Aromas. It's really one of those throwback small town sort of get-togethers where people just come together and talk and see each other every month. And so it was really wonderful to be there. Went to the Vietnam Veterans Day ceremony. Again, just want to publicly thank Vietnam veterans in particular, and also just all veterans for all their service that they have given to this country. And the Homeless Service Providers Retreat last Friday, attended the part of the morning session, so it was nice to have all the stakeholders together talking about potential solutions for homelessness and how to help the homeless community, and really identifying what the what the issues are, and then coming up with some solutions going forward. And I attended yesterday the swearing in of our new judge, Patrick Palacios. He was appointed by the governor's office. Just want to congratulate again Judge Patrick Palacios, and I've just always had great respect for Judge Palacios, just seeing him in my prior career in the media, just seeing him in the courtroom and how he interacted and how professional and how passionate he was as a prosecutor, and I know he'll be a great judge. And then last night I attended a session of the Poppy Jasper International Film Festival. It was in San Juan Bautista this year, among other areas, and so congratulations to our El Teatro Campesino fixture, Cristal Gonzalez, and also Ray Rios, who was the star of her short film that showed yesterday. Really enjoyed that with my son, and also just enjoyed a couple of the other movies yesterday on Mexico Day for the International Film Festival. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Dirks?
Okay, I'm going to try to be quick. I also attended the Cesar Chavez Walk. It's really important for us to recognize those people, especially local people who've done a lot for the migrant community. I too was happy to see about Dolores Huerta. I had the opportunity to teach U.S. history last year. And I was really surprised at how many of the local students in Gilroy didn't even know about her. So it was a great opportunity to let them know again about somebody in our local area who helped with Cesar's work. I went to the Cattlemen's Dinner on April 26th. It was great. It was the first time they were able to have the event since the pandemic. I also attended the Voters' Choice Act event that our elections office did on April 2nd. Y'all did an amazing job. I'm really proud to be a part of this process and see how you all have put this together to move the county forward and making sure that people have the opportunity and access to vote. I went to Wine and Roses, a PTO fundraiser for Spring Grove. I have a student out there. I just really want to take this opportunity to encourage everybody in the community who has a child to make sure you're volunteering and participating at your child's school. It's a really great opportunity to make sure you're connected to your child and to other children as well. We had the last scheduled tour of the landfill for March, where about 5 members from the Don't Dump on San Benito group came out. They were able to get some information and ask questions. I can still help coordinate tours through Waste Solutions if those of you who are willing and able and would like to get firsthand information. We can still coordinate those in the future as well. I really appreciated, I attend all of those tours as well. I didn't just help coordinate them because it's important to me to hear what the different constituents have to say about the landfill and the landfill expansion and what some of their concerns are. So it's a great opportunity as an elected official for me to hear that as well. YAI had their open house in my district, and I attended that last week. In my district, there are a couple of state-sponsored group homes for mentally challenged adults, and YAI is a new company running one of those homes, and so I think it was really great for all the neighbors to learn and hear as well, and so I appreciate that community involvement at that level. On Friday, I attended the latter part of the Homeless Service Providers work session, and I'm excited to see all the different people of our community come together to really start to address our homeless situation in the county. And on Sunday, I participated in the Girls Inc. luncheon. I was able to attend. I learned a lot about how this program is empowering young women, not only on the high school level, but the middle school level. If you know a young lady in this community, ages 11 to 18, I really encourage you to look at all of our middle schools in this, in Hollister participate. And so I really encourage you to encourage the young women in your life to take part in this. And that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, just quickly, a few things specifically in my district. First of all, I was very happy to see a letter that came from our Congressman Jimmy Panetta, as well as fellow Congressman David Valadao, to the Bureau of Land Management in Sacramento, encouraging us moving forward, them moving forward, along with the federal government in opening up Clear Creek. This was very early on last year when I first joined the board. I participated in a meeting with all the stakeholders down at Clear Creek. It was real eye-opener. And at any rate, there is I think an opportunity. It's complicated, of course, because the federal government's involved and the EPA is involved, but it's great to see a push from Jimmy, and I'm going to be working closely with his office and the local BLM office to see if we can finally get Clear Creek opened up to a certain extent again. Also, and I know this is true for all 5 of us up here, within my district, I've spent a lot of time looking closer at some of the roads, and we're all coming up with our priorities for dealing with roads, and the hope is that we will take advantage of a potential county bonding. Again, this is not a bond measure, but something that a way to finance additional monies for dealing with some of the roads in San Benito County. So spent quite a bit of time looking at that. And then lastly, a number of CSAs in my county, my district. I have a lot of them. Been working on a number of things, including an item coming up later today on dealing with Stonegate water again. And that's about all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I have nothing to report either. So let's go ahead and go to public comment. Madam Clerk.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. And in chambers, we have Sandy Patterson-Jamart.
Good morning, board members, people in the audience. My first is this vaccine mandate that you're going to force on the firefighters and sheriffs by the health officer. As of January 13, 2022, the U.S. Supreme Court has stayed the OSHA mandate for vaccines and tests. You're still testing people in the county twice a week. Why is that still happening? You're not above the U.S. Supreme Court. You're not above the U.S. Constitution. You cannot mandate stuff like that. These people were out there in the height of the pandemic, carrying hoses and with weapons on their hips, protecting and serving this community. And now you're going to force them and threaten them with their jobs? This is ridiculous, and it's unconstitutional for you to do that. You need to support your firefighters. You need to support your law enforcement. Stop trying to force this down our throats. It's a choice. Don't do this. And it's not the unvaccinated that are spreading. It's the vaccinated that shed the variant, if you knew your facts. Number 2 is the blue water in District 1 that goes all the way down to District 4. Why? They're chained off. These people in these districts have no water for their crops, no water for their animals. How are they supposed to survive? But yet, Ridgemark's still getting blue water to water their golf course. Which is more important? What feeds us or what's to play golf on? Come on. That needs to be looked into. And the last item is, I would like the literature that Bea Gonzalez and Betsy Dirks got from this women's thing that they want to bring the UN and do a resolution. You're wasting taxpayer money and the employees' time. That has nothing to do with us. We have more rights as a woman in the United States of America than any third world country. You're trying to force us backwards. You're wasting time and you're wasting money. Stop this. And I'm requesting that literature today, and I want it before I leave. Otherwise, you're not being transparent and you're trying to hide something. Thank you.
Josefina Leon.
Thank you.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Josefina León. Trabajo para HC.
Good morning. My name is Josefina León and I work for HSS.
Hoy estamos aquí pidiendo a ustedes seguro médico.
We're here today asking for health insurance.
Creo que para todos nosotros es muy importante seguro médico.
We all need, I think it's very important that we all have health insurance.
Nosotros que no tenemos seguro médico, no tenemos un doctor, so nosotros acudimos a las clínicas comunitarias, lo cual son muy buena ayuda.
When we don't have health insurance, we attend the community clinics, which are helpful.
Pero no tenemos un doctor particular, el que tenga nuestro récord médico, so nosotros miramos a diferentes doctores.
But since we don't have our own physician, we cannot, we see different doctors every time we go to a clinic.
Nosotros tenemos que pagar la consulta médica, tenemos que pagar medicamento, tenemos que pagar análisis de sangre o cualquier otra cosa.
So, and we pay the medical consultation, we pay for the labs, we pay for the medication, we pay for all the expenses.
Pero esto no termina ahí. Nosotros, si nuestra condición médica requiere a un especialista, nosotros tenemos que esperar a que encuentren quién nos pueda atender porque no tenemos seguro médico. No tenemos acceso a un especialista.
But it doesn't end there. If we have a condition where we require a specialist, we need to wait until the clinic will find us one, and that's usually hard, and we really don't have access to specialists.
Cuando por fin nos pueden referir a un especialista que nos pueda atender, aunque no tengamos seguro médico, esto pasa, ya transcurren unos 3 meses, y cuando por fin nos van a dar una cita van a ser otros 3 o 4 meses más. So, cuando nosotros tenemos una cita con un especialista, ya transcurrieron de 6 a 7 meses. So, nuestra condición médica ya pudo empeorar. Para nosotros es muy importante, como para todos los que estamos aquí, tener un seguro médico. Todos tenemos derecho a un seguro médico.
So it usually takes maybe 3 months for a clinic to find us a specialist, and maybe another 3 months once they do to give us an appointment. So in all that time we're waiting, and our condition may have gotten worse. I believe, as I hope you all believe, that everybody has the right to health insurance.
Les pedimos que por favor consideren esto. En verdad lo necesitamos. Ustedes saben que trabajamos para las personas que más lo necesitan, y nosotros también, para poder atender a estas personas bien, nosotros también necesitamos estar bien.
So I'm here today asking you to consider this, to help us with getting us health insurance. And as you know, we work with people who need a lot of help, who need a lot of assistance. But in order to help them and for them to be healthy, we ourselves need to be healthy.
Gracias por su atención.
Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Belén Martínez.
Hola y muy buenos días, supervisores. Mi nombre es Belén Martínez, soy una proveedora de atención domiciliaria en este condado, y hoy estoy aquí nuevamente porque para nosotros esto es algo muy urgente. Para los trabajadores de IHSS hemos estado negociando con el condado desde el año pasado, y una y otra vez el condado continúa negándose a brindar seguranza médica a los trabajadores de cuidado en casa. Hay tantos proveedores que brindan una atención excelente a sus clientes y se aseguran de que sus clientes puedan permanecer seguros y saludables en sus propios hogares. Esto ayuda a ahorrar al Estado millones y millones de dólares cada año, y nuestro trabajo ha sido etiquetado como trabajo esencial. Durante la pandemia hacemos este trabajo y todo lo que pedimos es salarios justos y seguridad médica para que podamos cuidarnos nosotros mismos como cuidamos a nuestra comunidad de ancianos y de capacitados. No todos los proveedores califican por medical y encontrar nuestro propio seguro de salud puede ser muy costoso. La mayoría de los proveedores de atención domiciliaria de IHSS son mujeres de color y es más probable que este grupo demográfico no tenga seguro. Usted, como Junta de Supervisores del Condado, tiene el poder de cambiar esto. Así que, por favor, cuando volvamos a la mesa de negociaciones, le pedimos a que piense en nosotros, a los más vulnerables de nuestras comunidades. Gracias.
Okay. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Belen Martinez, and I'm a provider, an IHSS provider in this county. And I'm here again to ask you I'm here to ask you to help us, the IHSS workers. We've been negotiating with the county. This happened last year, and one time and again we asked for you to get us health insurance for all of the AHSS workers. There's so many providers that bring an excellent attention to their clients who they work with, and for them to stay healthy in their own homes, they also need to be healthy. This service the service that we provide helps the state save so many millions of dollars a year, and our work has been labeled as essential work during the pandemic. We do this job and all we ask for is just or fair wages as well as medical insurance so that we can ourselves be healthy in this community and be able to take care of the elderly and people with disabilities. Not all the providers in IHSS community are able to get medical, and many times have to find their own health insurance. And finding your own health insurance can be very expensive. Most of us who go and work, who provide help at home, are women of color. And this demographic group does not have insurance. You as the Board of Supervisors have the power to help us change this. So we are asking you, again, when we go back to the negotiating table, to keep us in mind, because we are one of the most vulnerable communities in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marina Gordon.
Hi everyone. I have been rescuing cats and doing trap neuter return for over 8 years. I spent a lot of my money and time to help animals. I started out in Gilroy doing TNR at Home Depot, and then I discovered my own town, San Juan Bautista, needs help. I have seen some horrible things. I have seen skeletons, kitten bones, mummified cats, had very sick and dying cats and kittens. I saw half-eaten kittens because wild animals killed them. I had cats and kittens that needed to be euthanized, and I stayed with them until the end so they weren't alone. Believe me, it's hard and emotionally It's hard emotionally and physically, but I simply can't ignore cats that are suffering. Even this morning, I dropped off an adult cat from Hollister to a vet for her eye surgery in Prundale. And after this meeting, I have to go to VCA and Salinas with one of the kittens that recently came to me from Hollister. So many people ask for help because they can't afford to fix cats. For example, I've helped an older sickly lady that lives in Mission Vineyard Road in San Juan Bautista with her 85 feral cats. She told me that her neighbors were very angry at her because of those cats, but she couldn't afford to fix them. Many of those cats were dying and suffering. When we were done fixing them, the lady was crying and hugging me because she finally got help. We also got another older couple in San Juan Bautista Canyon who had more than 40 Siamese cats that were dying from mange and inbreeding, but again, they couldn't afford to fix them all. I see many people with cat colonies like this, and I want to ask you for more funds for the SNP bus before our already large feral cat problem gets even bigger. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Biscaborn.
Good morning. I'm also speaking to advocate for funds for our SNP bus. We recently did a spay and neuter. Over 80 cats were fixed in the county. Many kittens, about 22 kittens that came to us. There's a great need for the ranchers, for the homeowners, and people in the county to have these services. We have the people to collect the cats to help with the sick, help with the injured, but to have them spay and neutered is not affordable for the general public. I also want to talk briefly about it's not only a benefit to the cats, which you know what the consequences are for them there, but it's also a benefit for the neighbors. It's something that benefits everyone in the community. So you don't have sick, injured cats coming onto your property from someone else who has perhaps dumped them, doesn't want them anymore. You don't have kittens that you're finding in your sheds and under your house and your roof sometimes. So it benefits, I just wanted to make that point, that it benefits not only the people trying to do the spay and neuter, but the neighbors who don't have to have these sick and injured animals on their property and have to find and complain and be angry and perhaps take them for drives somewhere. So thank you, that's my point.
Thank you.
Kelly Sousa.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. My name is Kelly Souza, and I live just outside your county in neighboring Monterey County in the town of Aromas, which, as you know, has a distinct honor of perhaps being the world's smallest town within 3 counties. One of those counties is yours, as you know. The single most important thing we can do as pet owners is spay or neuter our animals. When people don't have affordable or accessible means, the animals go without. In the case of cats, when spay or neuter isn't affordable or accessible, one of the unfortunate outcomes is an increase in community cats. At just 4 months of age, cats can get pregnant, and they can have up to 3 litters a year in our mild climate. This becomes a huge problem quite quickly if not addressed through means that include TNR, trap, neuter, release, or return as we prefer these days. We cat advocates are grateful that organizations like SNP exist to bring high-volume, affordable spay and neuter to rural and low-income communities where services are lacking or even non-existent. San Benito County is lucky to have a group of these advocates, those women right there, willing to spend their own time reining these community cat colonies in to provide basic humane services through TNR that will ultimately lead in the prevention of needless suffering. Fixing our own personal cats and telling everyone we know to do the same is the way we don't add to the problem. Fixing the ferals through TNR is the only effective, humane way to prevent suffering in overpopulation of established colonies. Combined, we make a difference. We owe it to the animals to make up for where humans have let them down and fund such TNR endeavors. We owe it to our kids to teach them compassion and responsibility through proper animal care and advocacy. We owe it to our communities to not have sick, out-of-control feral cat colonies because no one has stepped up. It all goes hand in hand. Thank you for considering being the ones who stepped up. I hope April 19th goes well. And please remember, spay and neuter your animals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Elisa Martinez.
Good morning. I'm here to also talk about the issue of animal overpopulation in this county. I've been a resident of San Benito County for most of my life, and I'm also here to specifically talk about the feral cat problem as well. And the feral cat problem wouldn't be a problem if people had access to low-cost spay and neuter. And we can't expect people not to own animals if they can't afford to spay and neuter them, because we know that just doesn't happen. People want animals. And we can't expect people not to feed feral cats, because people are compassionate and they care about these animals. They don't want them to suffer. And spay and neuter ordinances, while great in intention, they don't really work if they're not enforced, and also if people don't have access to low-cost spay and neuter. And I just want to acknowledge the community of rescuers and trappers who do the TNR work that we have here. We have just a few of the people here today. And just share a little bit about what's involved with TNR and trapping. So there are situations where we have trappers who go out and maybe trap 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cats. But a lot of the work that we do is trapping and trying to take care of these really big colonies. So these can be 20 cats, 10 cats. We recently did a colony with over 80 cats. This can be a multi-day effort. We stay until we get every last cat, because if we have 2 cats in a colony that are left unfixed, the problem is just going to keep repeating. It requires a lot of specialized equipment that we use and that we own. We spend a lot of our own money to do this. And also there's a certain skill level involved to learn how to do this. Anyone can learn how to do it, but there is technique. So we have the team. We have people here in this community who want to learn how to trap. We have people in this community who know how to do this and know how to do it well. Our team, I think, does better TNR than most animal control agencies in many municipalities. But we need the funding. We need our community members to have access to low-cost spay and neuter so this doesn't become a problem in the first place. It costs several $100s to fix a cat or a dog, especially a female who's in heat or pregnant. And we also need funding to help our rescuers and trappers get to these large colonies. Let's nip this in the bud. So we're ready to do the work. We just need the funding. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Natalie Day.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Natalie Day, and I'm going to be here until we're on the agenda. This past, since we last met, we did a huge colony on Thomas Road. I believe I mentioned that the last meeting, that I had come across this, and they had said that there was probably well over 100 cats, and there probably were. We have much more work to do out there. In 10 days, when I discovered that colony, I fundraised, I gathered equipment, I scoped out the site, I talked with all the property owners, I arranged all the trappers, I got the bus, I got the funds, and I'm tired. I don't want to do it by myself anymore. This is a county problem, this is a people problem, it's not an animal problem. We have failed them. In 84 cats we trapped over a course of Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and early Monday morning. We trapped at 2 in the morning, we trapped at 4 in the morning. I stayed on site in an RV so that we could trap overnight and leave the traps open overnight so that it was safe. Someone on site was there. We found 37 females, 13 lactating moms in that group. That means we had 13 litters of kittens somewhere with no moms. We searched the grounds, found moms. Found kittens. We found 5 litters. We had 13 nursing moms. We're trying, let's go to this one, this goes to this one. We didn't know what we were doing. It was crazy. 22 kittens we found. The next day we found 3 more. So we have 25 kittens in foster care right now. I have 3 nursing moms in my home. 2 of them want to kill me every time I open the door to try to touch their kittens. And that's okay, because I have a glove, right? I mean, we need to pet these cats. We need to get these cats. We need to make them friendly so that they don't have to live a life out there on the streets. We have some bottle-fed babies, some deformed babies that Marina took home. The next day she was at VCA with those babies, her own money. It's ridiculous. We need help. You guys can solve this. You 5 people. And I'm asking you to please. Next time will be pictures. Just saying. Thanks.
Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. First, I'd like to thank you for bringing back the 3 minutes. Number 2, I know you guys in December, the chambers were to be cleaned, and I'm requesting that you please steam clean the seats. They did not get cleaned, so please do that. I'm requesting that you consider 3 monthly Board of Supervisors meetings. I request that you consider taking more items off the consent agenda item for transparency purposes, specifically when there's, you should decide on a certain amount of money should be the trigger, where it should be on a regular agenda instead of a consent agenda. I suggest that when you're going to be appointing people to different committees, it would be nice for them to be present when they're appointed so that the public can see who it is that they are, who they are. And then lastly, I would like to talk about, I've been complaining for years about the signs that keep, advertising signs that keep getting coming up on different county properties. People pay to get advertised on that. I don't know whether there's some type of a sales tax on that there's a revenue to the county or not. And then lastly, there were some signs that have been placed along the road on county roads, and in my opinion, it's littering. These are signs posted against a specific supervisor, and just by reading the signs, it's by an individual who's purposely or actually doesn't know what the process is. I don't know if they think they're campaign signs, but they are littering out there on the county roads, and it's $1,000 fine if the person gets fined for littering. And I think that the county enforcement or somebody, I don't know that there's a way to trace who these people are, but I think that there should be something coming from the Board of Supervisors that this will not be tolerated. It's political, and at the same time they're littering, and it shouldn't be tolerated by anybody. It doesn't matter who the person is. It doesn't matter who the subject of the matter is. They're littering, and there should be consequences to it if we can find out who they are. Otherwise, they need to go through the proper process. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Oh. You've been unmuted. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. State your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Chair Gonzalez. This is Rob Bernowski, District 4. And I just wanted to make a quick comment that when one is trying to access this meeting via audio only and following the instructions and putting in the webinar passcode, which is 093298, it does not work. I figured out how to get in by bypassing that webinar code that is specified. but I believe it's because the meeting begins with 0. For some reason, the Zoom system is not allowing one to enter in that webinar passcode. Putting that aside, I wanted to further the comment that signs placed on anything that the county has control over that are not properly permitted or allowed because of its election season or whatever, that I ask that the county take the efforts to take those down, just as a matter of principle. But more to the point is we do not want San Benito to become what the signs in question that caused these comments to come about. This is not who we want to be. I mean, pretty soon, if we don't push back on this stuff, then any public official that somebody has a gripe about, they're going to start putting signs like that out there. And to the extent that they are on county property, I'm asking you to spend the time and resources to have them removed as litter. This is not the San Benito County that I want to live in. I doubt it's the San Benito County that any of you want to live in. What I do appreciate is, certain individuals called me and say, Rob, do you know anything about this? Do you know who put them up? So on and so forth. And we have very polite dialogue about it. But I believe that everybody that I've talked to, which has been several people there in the audience and stuff, are in agreement that this is not where we want San Benito to go. So thank you very much. Enjoy your the rest of your meeting, and that concludes my comments.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to item number 1 then, to the first public hearing. Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Ariel Goodspeed with the Planning Department. Really glad to finally bring back our final version of the home occupation rural home enterprise. I really appreciate all of the input from the public and the supervisors to get us to this point. So I just want to quickly recap what the final version included per our series of discussions. The limited retail under home occupation, code enforcement, cottage food operations, and the business license requirements. So for home occupation, what was decided that home occupation shall be limited to only 1 client or customer visit to the site and shall normally be limited not more than 3 per day and 10 per week. Basically, if a home occupation or rural home enterprise is working outside of the ordinance, they're going to be subject to Title I code enforcement procedures. All businesses are going to be subject to the business license tax under Title V. And my slide on cottage food operations is missing, but essentially it's going to be considered home occupation with additionally subject to state and county public health requirements that we've discussed in the past and is included in the ordinance. So I recommend that the board conduct a public hearing and adoption of the proposed ordinance amendments, adopt the proposed attached ordinance provisions, deleting the ordinance in entirety and replacing with sections 25-29-090 through 25-39-108 related to home occupations and rural home enterprise within San Benito County, and direct staff to publish a post-adoption summary of the ordinance and file a notice of exemption with the county clerk and Sequoia Clearinghouse. Thank you.
Okay. So let's go ahead and open it up to the public, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
We'll bring it back to the supervisors then. Any questions or comments regarding this item? We've heard from it multiple times, and it sounds like we might all be in the same place now, and so go ahead.
Madam Chair, I do have a question. Hopefully this doesn't create any issues. I think it's probably been addressed, but it's been over a period of time that we've been doing this, and I may have forgotten. In looking through the ordinance, specifically on the rural home enterprise, it talks about hours, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. weekdays. And the 9 p.m. is what caught my attention, and I've got to believe that we asked that question before, but can you, I have a bit of a concern with 9 p.m. It seems very late, and, you know, for any kind of business being operated, and raise a concern, and maybe that was being addressed. I know that individually things can be addressed on a, you know, when they get their use permit, but I had a question about that. And I think it's specifically on that because I believe under the home occupation there are no hours specifically mentioned, if I recall.
Yeah, so the home occupation, we don't list hours because essentially you're not going to know that there's generally a home occupation going on because it's inside the home. It's operating like a home would. So we didn't get into hours in that. It's something we could include, so it's the same. I know we had gone back and forth on hours, and I think at one point there have been discussions to limit it to maybe 6 p.m., and so we could tailor it back again. I think what's in there was what we had landed on, but I'm happy to adopt the ordinance with the revision to go to 6 p.m.
Would we be allowed to adopt it today with that revision?
Yes.
Because I don't want to see this keep coming back, but I, for one, would feel more comfortable if it was, let's say, 6 p.m. I don't know what the thoughts are of the other supervisors, but 9 p.m. seems pretty late to me.
Okay. Yeah, we could adopt with that
I
modification.
don't know. That would be, you know, depending on, I'm just one supervisor, so that's a question I have.
Go ahead.
Is there a reason for the 9 p.m.?
I think it's in our current ordinance.
Okay, just meant, are there businesses that would require that 9 p.m. time frame that you can think of off the top of your head?
I personally can't, but I don't run a home business. I work for the county. I think that, I mean, the goal is to, be respectful to, neighbors and such, and so limiting time seems appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
The only comment where I'm coming from is when we have the change of the seasons and the clock, and sometime at 6 p.m., people are just running around doing their errands and eating at 8 or 9 o'clock in the summertime. So if we arbitrarily cut it at 6, we might be leaving that opportunity for people, the late eaters, because again, they're ordering food of some sort. I mean, I don't have a home business, so I don't have a stake in it, but I just think 6 o'clock might be maybe too early.
Well, my only response to that, obviously I was in business for a long time. I don't see any reason why these kind of businesses would be any different than any other business. Most businesses that are, have a storefront are, unless it's a restaurant or something, are closed by 6 p.m., if not earlier. I'm just concerned about, again, these are among neighbors, and so that's, my concern. Someone, in theory, they could have a sheetrock business, and they're working, 8 o'clock at night next to neighbors. So anyway, that's my.
But this is a home kitchen for food, so
No,
there's not really a comparison to sheetrock. I'm just thinking about.
This is not just home kitchen though.
Okay.
Yeah, other things as well.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Okay. Yes.
May I suggest a compromise of perhaps 7 o'clock then? It's maybe to accommodate people that are commuters who are coming home from San Jose and maybe get back at 6:30, and they still have some time to do business at that point. Just a thought. Thank you.
Okay. 7? We okay with 7? Okay, so then to 7 p.m. as opposed to 9?
Excellent. And would you like me to also include the time limitation within home occupation?
Make it apply across the board, I would think.
Perfect.
Right? across the board?
My only concern with that is, I mean, are we enforcing that? Are we, how are we gonna walk into someone's house and be like,
Therein lies the
you're
million-dollar
working,
question.
right?
Can't,
I don't know. I mean, I'm okay with it because it's pretty clear in the ordinance that it's outside, for the rural home business, and so then the other one's the inside. I'm really not interested in trying to, control someone's time within their house. So, but I'll do whatever the will of the board is.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just had comments. I didn't have a question. I mean, I love the theory sounds well-intentioned. I've made my concerns pretty clear. I just see nuisance issues. To me, this is a square peg in a round hole. We're going to be dealing with opportunities for issues and disturbances, and I think with the planning that really doesn't allow business in a residential area, I think it's kind of ultimately my biggest concern is it's going to overcomplicate our county resources to try to address nuisance issues. So I don't see it really functioning very well. So I support business, but I don't support this idea because of the zoning issue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So obviously there's some concerns. So then what is the will of the board regarding this item? There are enumerated items that we need to.
I know she did comment, but
Number
could I
3
read
and
the
4.
title? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'll just read the title of the ordinance for the record, too.
Thank you.
An ordinance of the Board of Supervisors on the County of San Benito, to delete Chapter 25.29, Article 4, Businesses in the Home, Sections 25.29.9, 0902, 25.29.104 of the San Benito County Code in their entirety, and to adopt Chapter 25.29, Article 4, Home Occupations and Rural Home Enterprises.
Okay. And then the 4th bullet point says to direct staff to publish a post-adoption summary of the ordinance and file a notice of exemption with the county clerk and CEQA clearinghouse. So can we do that in one motion?
Yes. You
Okay.
could,
So what
as
is the,
per staff recommendation would be fine.
go ahead, Supervisor Tiffany.
Madam Chair.
With the change that, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve as just read by County Council with the change for rural home enterprise, that the hours be 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. weekdays.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 4-1 with Supervisor Hernandez being the no.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we got item number 2. Again, this is another public hearing, starting at 10:07 a.m.
Oh, I don't know why I bothered to fix my hair when it's just a mask on. Good morning, board. Good morning, members at large. Reed Sanders, San Benito County Resource Management Agency. I manage and run the county service areas and Mellow Roost districts and other special districts of that nature. Here before you for item number 2, conduct a public hearing to adopt a resolution making CEQA findings, finding the adoption of ordinance exempt from CEQA, and adopt an ordinance establishing amended water allotments within county service area or CSA number 31 for their water year, which runs March to March of this year to March of 2023. So simply put, this ordinance would make enforceable these water allocations that are derived from blue valve allotments that service both health and safety as well as fire protection and other vital health services for County Service Area 31. Included within your packets are exhibits that detail their exact limits as such. Primarily, we're here to create this ordinance as per last year to make these these allocations enforceable by my department. So essentially, we are looking to give them 49,200 ag gallons allotment per parcel, and on an average daily consumption of 300 average gallons a day for their domestic use and consumption in accordance with health and suggestions and CDPH guidelines. And I'm open for questions at this point.
Okay. Well, we're going to go ahead and go to the public for any kind of public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board. Go ahead,
Madam-
Supervisor.
Madam Chair, since this is my district, I just make a couple quick comments. The CSA, this is Stonegate, and this came before us a couple of times last year, and it's come before this board a number of times over the years because they, for a variety of reasons, they are fairly heavily reliant on blue valve water for their, in certain cases for drinking water, but also for their ag water. So this is a situation where the county works very closely with the Stonegate Water Committee to put these ordinances in place so that we can control the amount of consumption, so they don't run out of water, put it bluntly. So anyway, this has the support of the Stonegate Water Committee, and the county actively works closely with them to try to, enforce these requirements. And in fact, we have another meeting with them this coming Wednesday. So anyway, I just wanted to give a little bit further background on this. Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I read the title of the ordinance for the record?
Yes, please.
An ordinance of the County of San Benito establishing a water conservation program for the area served by County Service Area Number 31 for the 2022-2023 water year. Thank you.
Great. If there aren't any other concerns from the board, then what is the will of the board regarding item number 2?
Just to clarify, staff recommends an adoption. We've conducted the public hearing. Staff recommends the adoption of said resolution and ordinance attached wherein ordinance number 2022 TAC 42 and ordinance number 1041.
Per staff recommendation.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we adopt resolution 2022-42. And what was the other one? 2021?
1041.
1041. Short memory. And per staff recommendation.
Okay, can I get a second? Okay, I have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, those opposed? So we have a 5-0 on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So that will take us to the regular agenda. So what we will do then is we'll do item number 3, because I see there are people in the audience that would like to address that. And then provided there's time before the lunch, then we'll go to item number 7, and we'll take that in the fourth item. Okay, so item number 3.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Joel Ellenwood, Assistant County Counsel. The County of San Benito is obligated to engage in tribal consultation when there's a general plan amendment or it's undertaking a CEQA review of a discretionary project. And we have 2 projects that are prominent in public attention that are currently being processed that program of tribal consultation is required. One is the Strata Verde Innovation Park, and the other is the Betabel Commercial Conditional Use Permit. And so we've engaged a very well-qualified consultant to provide this board with an overview of the tribal consultation process. And we also asked this board to designate the Assistant Director of Planning and Building and the Principal Planner as the county's representatives for engaging in the tribal consultation for these 2 projects. So without further, I'd like to introduce Ethan Lawton, who's logged in remotely, and he's been allocated 20 minutes to give a brief overview of the tribal consultation process to the board and to the public. Mr. Lawton should be logged on and hopefully has been admitted as a participant, and I'll let him take it away. Thank you.
Before he starts, I know that there was one public speaker that mentioned about the Zoom. It has been tested and the public has access to it. So if there is any public comment, the Zoom link is working. So that was just.
And I believe there will be at least one person making public comment on this that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Lawton.
Heyang Amalia, Ahoyet, Tisdale, Tueto Anotet. Hello, friends and family. Thank you for allowing me time to meet with you. Thank you, Madam Chair and board members and staff and public members as well as tribal members. I'll share my screen real quick of my presentation. And it'll be a very quick overview, so it'll be a lot of information coming your way, and I'd be more than happy to go over any additional information at a later time. This will just be an overview of AB 52 and SB 18 in regards to tribal consultation. A little bit of a background. I know I look young, but it's the native genes. I've been working quite a while with all different cultures, and then specifically tribal cultures for a while. I'm new to the planning realm, coming up on 6 years. Worked quite a lot with tribal governments throughout the United States, and have personally been to over 100 reservations myself. I'm originally from Alaska. My native name is Red Eagle. I'm a descendant of 4 nations. I'm a quarter Inupiaq up in Alaska, a quarter Sioux, a quarter Navajo, and a quarter Tohono of which I am a member of. I met Joel through quite a few different tribal presentations and trainings. I speak at different universities, state conferences. I do trainings for other counties and do a lot of different speaking engagements, primarily on these topics of cross-cultural etiquette and ethics, speaking to tribal sovereignty and government, tribal consultation, which I'll be covering today, AB 52 and SB 18. I won't be covering section 106, but I may mention it here and there. I speak to tribal lands on the difference between fee and trust and reservations and off reservations, rancherias. I also speak to tribal cultural resources and mitigations and tribal confidentiality. A few disclaimers. I'm not speaking on behalf of all the tribes. Each tribe is independent and unique and different. This also isn't legal advice. It's only for educational purposes. And everything I mentioned here is just a brief overview. And I'll be addressing, kind of what is in existence, as well as speaking to what is not in existence when it comes to the law of AB 52 and SB 18. Here's a brief outline. I just covered the introductions and disclaimers. I'll be speaking briefly to the consultation types, then going over the AB 52 process, the SB 18 process, and then I really want to focus on the difference between the two, and then consultation process in general, and then I'll close out with best practices. So when it comes to consultation types, there are lots of different types, and there's a lot of confusion around consultation, just like there's confusion around confidentiality and so many different other things, because there's so many different venues of it. There's formal and informal consultation. Formal is laid out by the law, and the minimum requirements like Section 106, which is federal, and AB 52, which is state and private, and SB 18, which would be local governments like city and county. And a lot of times these get grouped together, and they think, both sides tend to think that it's the same through and through, but they're actually quite different. And then there's informal consultation, which happens outside of the minimum legal requirements by law. And oftentimes these are agreed upon outside of what is required. This could look like a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement. So there's formal and informal consultation, and it's important to clarify the difference of these entering into the discussions. Also, with the different types, there is government to government and non-government to government, which is typically staff to staff. Government to government is under Section 106 and SB 18. However, staff to staff is AB 52. And this is the way it's written under law because they're focused on different things. They involve different components and are focused on different people that are involved. For instance, government to government involves tribal council members directly, and then the staff focus more on the tribal historic preservation officer, maybe the cultural department director, and maybe other people that are focused on this realm. And within both of these, both government to government and staff to staff, it can shift to a designee. So even though it involves a government to government, it could be still designated to someone else. And then the tribal consultation types, when it comes to government consultation, tribes are viewed as equal. They're not over or under, whether it be the federal government, the state, county, local agency, or city. They're viewed as equals because they're sovereign nations that predate the founding of the United States. And these are honored in the treaties. And anyways, I just wanted to mention that. Now, as we dive into AB 52, this one was created in September, and it was, approved in September of 2014 as Assembly Bill 52, commonly known as AB 52. And within this purpose was to address identifying and addressing potential impacts on historical resources, unique architectural resources, and tribal cultural resources. It created a whole new subset within CEQA, and it's part of the CEQA analyzation of the project impact. I'll briefly cover the steps, and then I'll dive into SB 18, and then I'll show the difference and similarities between the two. So within the AB 52 process, a California tribe requests to be on the agency's notification list. So we see that the proactive side is on the tribal side to initiate this process. And then the agency decides to take on a project, deeming the application complete. And within 14 days, the lead agency provides the tribes on the list with a formal notice, and it needs to include the project description, location, and a minimum of 30-day response time, unless agreed upon with the tribe of a lesser time date. Then we move on to step 4. And within 30 days, the tribe writes back to the lead agency requesting formal consultation on that specific project. And then within 30 days of receiving that letter from the tribe, the lead agency begins consultation with the tribe. There is no time frame of when consultation is supposed to end, and I'll touch on that in the consultation process later on. But the consultation ends by agreeing or disagreeing according to the AB 52 code, and then the release of the environmental document. And this tribal consultation is, there's a lot of confidentiality in regards to what is discussed on the impact to cultural resources and tribal cultural resources. Now, shifting gears to SB 18, this one goes further back to September 2004, Senate Bill 18, commonly known as SB 18. And this one focuses primarily on providing tribes an opportunity to participate in local land use decisions earlier on in the planning decisions. So this is part of the Planning and Zoning General plan process when a lead agency decides to create or amend or adopt a general plan or a specific plan. So this process looks a little bit different. A local government, again, decides to adopt or amend a general plan or specific plan. The local government, whether it be the city or the county, reaches out to the Native American Heritage Commission, and the Native American Heritage Commission keeps and maintains a list of tribes, and they look at that realm of impact, and then they generate a list and send it back within 30 days of the tribes and the contact person to whom to contact within that tribe. So then the local government must contact those tribes on the list generated by the Native American Heritage Commission for presenting a formal consultation opportunity. And this notification includes much more than AB 52. It includes a clear statement, the description, maps, deadline, government representation, contact information, and contact information for the project proponent or applicant if applicable. And best practice is to confirm by the phone call or email or fax that it was received by the tribe, because according to the way SB 18 is written, is that the tribe has 90 days to respond upon receiving the notification. So it's different than AB 52. The clock doesn't start when it's sent, it starts when it was received. And then the tribe responds whether they want to engage in formal consultation. Then consultation begins if requested by the tribe, and then the local government continues on with the normal process of adopting or amending a general plan or specific plan. And then there is additional notifications that are sent to tribes when it comes to SB 18. And this happens 45 days prior to the adoption. The local government sends a referral to the tribes. And also 10 days prior to the adoption. We see this in SEP 18, 10 days prior to the adoption. And then the public hearing, anything announced at the public hearing is public information, but anything mentioned in the consultation itself there's confidentiality protections around cultural impacts and cultural concerns that are expressed, that are outlined in SB 18. Then the meeting happens, and then the process is concluded. Again, flying through all this information, I know it's a lot to take in, but I want to compare these side by side just to emphasize the difference between these. We see that AB 52 on this side, SB 18, and kind of the different categories. The agencies involved for AB 52 is state and local, like local agencies. And then SB 18 is local government bodies, cities and counties. The tribes are the same, California Native American tribes. There's a distinguished difference when it comes to Section 106, whether they're federally recognized or not, but that doesn't make a difference here for either of these two. And the applications are different. AB 52 is for CEQA, SB 18 is for general plan and specific plan or special plan. And the initiating party also changes. For AB 52, it's the responsibilities on the tribe to initiate, to be on the list, and SB 18, it's a local agency that's supposed to reach out to Native American Heritage Commission. And both of these are proactive as opposed to reactive, like in Section 106. Some additional differences, the California Native American tribes list is to be maintained by the local agency when it comes to AB 52. But with SB 18, that list is maintained by the Native American Heritage Commission. So again, we see the difference. The initiation happens differently, 14 days within receiving of a complete application, for AB 52 or for when the decision is made for SB 18. The response window is vastly different between the two, 30 days versus 90 days for AB 52 and SB 18. Consultation timeframe for both, there's no minimum requirement to meet. In other words, consultation could happen in a week and be completed, or it could happen in a span of a few months. And I'll touch on that in a moment, but noticing is also different. No noticing for public hearing or anything like that for AB 52, however, 45 days and 10 days for SB 18 for the tribes. And then the discussion area for AB 52 is focused primarily on the project area. SB 18 is focused on the planning area, so much more broader. And then the consultation type, AB 52 is staff to staff, SB 18 is government to government. The purpose of these consultations are also different. For AB 52, the purpose of the consultation itself is to focus on cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, discussing the impacts and agreeing on mitigations. SB 18 is to discuss policy and the impacts of that and to agree on potential alternatives. So we see that the purpose and the outcome are different for both. Again, because of time, I have to fly through all this, but tribal consultation process looks something like this. I grouped them into 4 different parts. The pre-consultation meeting focuses on discussing on what the consultation actually looks like, the timing, the financing, the locations, whether it's formal, informal, different things like that. And then part 1 focuses primarily on the lead agency presenting information to the tribe. Here's what's being proposed, kind of giving the tribe time to ask questions. And this could be 1 meeting or a series of meetings. And then it shifts to part 2. This is heavily focused on the tribe. So the tribe, now knowing the scope of everything, can now share the potential impacts on the tribe's concerns, whether it be cultural resources, tribal cultural resources, trust assets, etc. And this could be 1 meeting, it could be a series of meetings, but this is kind of the next part. And then part 3 is where you discuss the mitigations or alternatives. And this could be 1 meeting or a series of meetings, and you agree on how to move forward. And then a consultation ends when a party agrees, both parties agree, or if both parties in good faith, after reasonable effort, conclude that mutual agreement cannot be reached. And these are according to the law. So the consultation process looks something like this. The light green is the lead agency, and the dark green is the tribes. As you move from the concept, you shift from the lead agency, and then the description and the impact is more heavy on the tribes. And then mitigation is where you both discuss and agree. And ultimately, the lead agency decides on the mitigation and alternatives, and they have to reinforce that decision in that document and approval. Closing out with best practices, there's so much to say. Communication is so important. A lot can get lost in miscommunication or under communication or misunderstandings. So there's a lot revolving around how to best do communication. One I want to highlight is early effort is good. Consistent contact people and multiple contacts. Having a tribal liaison is so important as well. Meetings, a best practice for meetings is shifting venues. Maybe as through the process, through those different parts, maybe having a meeting at the lead agency's kind of facility, maybe having a meeting at the tribe facility, maybe having a meeting at the field or some kind of third party. So shifting, kind of alternating venues and facilitators, both working on the agendas, keeping in mind confidentiality and keeping in mind the Browns Act. My last slide is conflict management. when you're discussing where you're coming from, it's important to also understand that there's a good conflict and bad conflict. You want to avoid the bad conflict while managing the good conflict, and listening and understanding and working together on a path forward. But with that, that's all the time I have. I wish I had more time. And my contact information is there. And I thank Joel for presenting me the opportunity to present. And with that, I'll hand it over to Joel, and I'll be around to answer any questions if needed. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'd be happy to address any questions, but I think public comment would be appropriate to be taken at this time.
Thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak and for including this important topic on your agenda today. My name is Holly Roberson. I'm a tribal cultural resources expert and attorney for the Bedabel Road Project. I'm also a partner at Chronic Moskowitz Law Firm out of Sacramento. My practice focuses on helping lead agencies, developers, and tribal governments to collaborate and consult effectively on identifying, avoiding, preserving in place, and mitigating impacts to tribal cultural resources from sustainable development projects like the Bedabel Road Project. I was previously appointed Land Use Counsel by Governor Brown, and I led the AB 52 process at the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. So as your consultant mentioned, there are CEQA guidelines, which are the regulations which implement the statute. I wrote those guidelines. I've consulted with tribal governments statewide and developed numerous publicly available technical advisories and other guidance documents that are publicly available. Joel has copies of a few of them if you would like additional resources in addition to the good overview your consultant provided. I'm really here on behalf of Ryder McDowell and the Bedabel Road Project, and also his new attorney, Peter Prowse, who has been actively engaged in tribal cultural resources preservation litigation in the Bay Area, because we understand the importance of tribal cultural resources issues. We understand there are serious community concerns about this project's potential impact on tribal cultural resources, and we are committed to fully engaging in the consultation process, both formally, if allowed, and informally with tribal governments like the Amon Motsin and the other traditionally and culturally affiliated tribes with the project, as well as working actively with the county staff to achieve a equitable and just resolution to any concerns for identified tribal cultural resources on this project site. And I look forward to working with all of you. I'm available if anybody would like to have a further discussion on this topic.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Again, Mr. Lawton and myself are available to respond to any questions from the board. If there are none, then I would ask the board to entertain a motion to appoint Abraham Prado and Ariel Goodspeed as the primary representatives of the county to engage in the tribal consultation process.
Okay.
Madam Chair, quick question. Joe, I see in our packet, it looks like there was a letter that was sent or an email with a request that there be consultation. So where are we in the process? Just at the very early stages, I gather. And this would be, we would very soon have our first meetings with Ariel and Abraham?
Yes, we are at the very beginning of the process. notice of completion for the application for the Betterbell project hasn't been issued yet, so that timeline hasn't begun. But at the same time, the request from this particular Native American tribe has been received, and so that's acknowledged, and we will proceed with that process again as soon as we have designated representatives. But we also will be sending letters out to the other traditionally affiliated tribal groups that are associated with the project area, and we may receive separate requests to consult with those representatives also, and they would those processes would happen either in parallel or with agreement among the parties. They could be consolidated.
And this also applies to Strata Verde as well.
That's correct. And the difference between the Betterbell project and the Strata Verde project is only AB 52, or the CEQA consultation process, applies to Betterbell, whereas the Strata Verde project includes a general plan amendment. And so both the SB 18 and the AB 52 processes will be combined for the tribal consultation in that instance.
And my last question, will Mr. Lawton be, is he going to be retained as a consultant as we go through this process as necessary, or was he here just today for this presentation?
So far, he's here today for this presentation, and again, that may be something that as we move forward to develop protocols for consulting with the tribes, it may be appropriate to retain his services to assist with that, and in which case we may proceed with that, but that could happen on the staff level within the authority of a department director or of the CAO's office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So what is the will of the board regarding this item?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Abraham and Ariel for being involved in the consultation.
As a designated representative.
Designated representatives.
Can I get a second on that?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? That's a 5-0 vote on that.
Thank you very much. That concludes this item.
Thank you. So then, looking at the time, we still have time. So let's go ahead and fast forward to item number 7. We'll skip through the others, come back to them. And item number 7 is the homeless discussion on the agenda. And that was per recommendation to do this.
Good morning, board. I'm going to go through kind of a brief, going back a year of kind of what activities we've done with homelessness. So kind of as a reminder, on April 2nd of 2021, there was a fire under San Juan Bridge. Shortly thereafter, the board passed a resolution to respond to homelessness effectively. On June 8th of 2021, there was an ordinance that's in the back and also was placed on your desk, but it was an ordinance that was for the San Benito River, and it prohibited encampment on both public and private property. It set an enforcement where there was citation, but it included a 3-step process. It was more of an educational. So first it was a notification that the activity was prohibited. Then we would share available resources, and then third, provide them a voucher or space to move to a shelter and help with transportation. So since then, January 7th, there was staff put a legislative request to do the Build Tiny Homes project, and kind of fast forward to February of this year, the board approved an obligated ARPA funding for homelessness. for the abatement and a program manager. So since then, there has been meetings with the ad hoc and various stakeholders, specifically with concerns on San Juan Hollister Road and vehicles and motor homes, an increased number of them parked on this side. Staff has reached out to various towing companies to see what the process would be if we were to move the vehicles, and that we reached out to 3, and the majority stated that if they were to move the vehicles, they would request law enforcement present with a 180 report, and vehicles range from anywhere from $75 to $250 to tow. Per day at the yard would be $110. And usually they stay at the yard for 5 days. After 5 days, there's a lien where they then can sell the vehicles after, I think, 40 days. Motor homes are a bigger challenge for them. Out of the 3, only 2 were willing to move motor homes, and there's a huge cost for them to recycle them, ranging. So one quote was $100 per foot to dismantle, and then another one was at least a minimum $1,500 to recycle. There's a willingness if the county were to take that on, they'd be willing to move them. One of their biggest challenge is getting stuck with these huge vehicles, motor homes, and not being able to get rid of them because of the condition they're in. So that's my update, but I do have Enrique here today, and he's going to share some of the outreach that was done just this past weekend.
Thank you very much, Dulce, and good morning, members of the board and the public. My name is Enrique Arriola, Deputy Director, Health and Human Service Agency. Yes, we had a team that went out yesterday, as a matter of fact, yesterday morning, and the team comprised of members of Behavioral Health, Health and Human Service Agency, the Sheriff's Office, and Community Homeless Solutions. We visited the area of San Juan Road and Highway 156. There was a total of about 8 RVs, and they made contact at least with half of them. And they're going to be going back for a follow-up outreach this Friday. And the main goal is really to provide information on resources, but also transition them into the shelter for those that are willing. And that's kind of the voice going out to them. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention a couple other updates of what's going on with the homeless situation and services being provided. As first of all, thank you, Supervisor Dirks, Councilman for attending the Homeless Providers Retreat that was facilitated by the Community Action Association, CalCAPA. And it was a good retreat. We had about 20 partners, organizations that participated. And one of the takeaways is really reducing homelessness within the next 5 years, at least by 50%. And increasing our housing outcomes. And there's a lot of work ahead of us, but there was other items that we discussed, but that was one of the things I wanted to mention. A couple other quick updates. We concluded our winter shelter program. We served 16 homeless families for a total of about 50 or so individuals. And we still are operating the Home Resource Center. That's the shelter operated by Community Homeless Solutions. That's going strong. It's still being operated as a 24/7 shelter. And we're managing the Helping Hands Permanent Supportive Housing Program. We currently have about 11 units that are being leased throughout the county, and about 20 total clients that are staying there, and they've been there for years. It's a really, really good program. And our Project Room Key is ending in June. This is the program that provides emergency shelter, non-congregate shelter, and local hotels. It's been a really good resource. And we've been really active in fund development. And I just want to outline a couple of grants that we've been applying to. One is the Community Development Block Grant, Coronavirus Round 2 and 3. We received an award of $1.15 million for the rehab of the shelter, including the roof the parking and the floors, interior floors and interior painting. This is a partnership actually with San Juan Bautista, San Benito County, and the city of Hollister. And we also submitted the home key application in the amount of $2.75 million for transitional housing targeting homeless families to build 11 units. That'll be part of phase 2. Phase 1 is 5 units, which we're almost done building them, in full support with RMA. The Homeless Housing Assistance Program, we're in the process of submitting the state application that is due in June of $310,000 or so to provide services and housing support to homeless individuals or families. The Permanent Local Housing Allocation is another grant that we're looking at recently. This will bring us about $1 million over the next 3 to 5 years of funding, and this is supposed to be permanent revenue for the county. And the last one here is the Youth Homeless Demonstration Program. The Coalition of Homeless Service Provider, as the lead for the region COC, Continuum of Care to End Homelessness, received an allocation funding of $5.7 million. They're going to be releasing an RFP very soon, of which we will be applying. This is targeting homeless youth. So I wanted to mention that and to thank you for approving the funding, ARPA funding, for the manager of homeless services, which we actually have interview tomorrow. So I wanted to thank you. Any questions?
So yeah, with that, we're just going to pass it back. This was a board requested item, so we wanted to have the board discuss this among yourself.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and go to the public first, and then we'll bring it back to the board, because I know there's questions and concerns, and I imagine this topic's gonna run for a bit. Yes.
On Zoom, if you want to make a public comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, please provide a speaker card. First, we have Larry Willis.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam Chair and other supervisors. The reason I'm here is I operate a business right across the street from the group of motorhomes and travel trailers on San Juan Hollister Road. We operate a concrete manufacturing company. We employ about 100 people. We have 3 families residing on site, and I'm here because our employees came to me and said, these people are coming over onto our property. We feel threatened. They're playing music after midnight. They're dealing drugs. They're defecating and urinating in front of our families. And can't you get rid of them? Well, I thought that that would be a pretty simple thing. I got a hold of Anthony, our former supervisor, who's my neighbor, and Colin, Supervisor Comiskey. I found out it's not really that simple. I've done some research and provided documents here that cite about 10 laws that are being broken every day by these people. I was referred to Sheriff Taylor. We've had numerous communications, and it seems like he feels his hands are tied. I hope that's not true. I hear repeatedly about the Martin versus Boise. I think we have county council here. I did look it up, and the Harvard Law Review states, under Martin, cities can clear homeless camps, arrest those who refuse to leave, and force those arrested to show that shelters are full. Put simply, the panel left cities ample power to police and punish homeless people, as well as regulate their access to public space. So I don't encourage punishing homeless people, but I certainly would like for my employees to feel safe and their families. When we were putting this little document together, our office administrator said, oh, I dropped our paychecks off over at the Hollister plant last Wednesday, and a guy pulled down his pants and defecated right in front of me. One of our unwanted neighbors. So I would be happy to pay the $1,500 per mobile home to get rid of them. We would be happy to buy that property so that they can't be there. We would be happy to lease the property. But I would think that our employees and their families would have at least as many rights as the people across the street. We typically employ 200 people in the county, pay about $300,000 in property taxes, and do about $50 million worth of work, and my time's up. Do I get more time?
Can we give him additional more time? Okay, I would love to hear from you, and I thank you
Well,
very
this
much.
is frustrating for me because
It's frustrating
my
for us
employees
too.
come to me and say, do we really have to live with that every day? And I know Supervisor Comiskey's frustrated, I'm frustrated, and Eric Taylor's frustrated. You know, in the olden days, I would have just taken my forklift over there and moved them because we can move them really easily. But that wouldn't be productive. So, solutions. I'd pay the money to get rid of the units. We'd buy the property, release the property, but I don't think it's acceptable to leave them there. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for the report, too. Very informative, yes. You did a lot of homework that we've done independently, and you've put it all in one volume, so thank you.
Next, we have Elia Salinas.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. In February of 2020, I came before the board and I didn't want a specific company to raise rate increases because at the time I said, and it still stands true, people are literally 2 paychecks from being homeless. The pandemic hit, and had it not been for the eviction stays, a lot of people would have lost their homes, and we would have more and more people homeless right now. And we want to help them, but we don't want them in our neighborhood. It's like they have leprosy, and we want to put them somewhere where we don't see them. They're not unsightly people. They just happen to be in a situation that we don't know how they got there. And the gentleman speaking before me, offering to pay to have them towed or have them demolished or whatever, he could pay to have a toilet out there for these people because that's what he's complaining about. I'm not disrespecting what his problem, but if there's a problem that these people are defecating out there, and he can afford it, then get a porta potty out there. If you do something about them, that you are going to move them from one place, they're going to go to another. You must be careful, and you realize you have to be careful, that the county cannot afford a lawsuit, because that's exactly what it's going to do. There's case law out there after case law out there. You guys have said you've done your research, then you know that it's true. The municipalities are the ones that lose, not the homeless. We have millions and millions of dollars coming in over the years, and we still have the issue. I am a big proponent of the tiny homes. There's got to be something where we can help them, but not move them from one place to another because we don't want to see them there. And we don't want them down the block, and we don't want them across the street. The county has property. If you put them there, it could be a solution, but it also places the county in liability because if somebody gets hurt, now they're hurt on county property. I don't know what the answer is, but the answer must be done in a humane way, and it must be done. You can't force these people. They have to seek the help for either mental, alcohol, or drugs. But it's a big issue, and it's just not happening in our county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Via Zoom, we have no comment.
Thank you. bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Kosmicki, did you want to start?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I asked for this to be on the agenda. Thanks Supervisor Dirks for supporting bringing this to the agenda. And first off, I just want to emphasize that we do have to do more to address homelessness. I think we all know that, and I know that this board is very serious about it. We put significant funds into reducing homelessness, addressing homelessness in the community. We're exploring a homeless shelter expansion. We have progress with the tiny homes, as mentioned, transitional housing, self-help homes. We have a goal of strengthening our affordable housing ordinance, which could help. And I would like to see us also look at some long-term options for other areas like senior housing and farm worker housing. But that said, there has to be a balance with this issue when it comes to what we allow from the homeless population who refuse services and shelter that's being offered. We had the riverbed situation last year, and and then now we have this situation on San Juan Hollister Road. And it seems to me we basically have two questions and issues to consider. One is the broader issue of Martin versus Boise case. This was the case in the Court of Appeals that's affecting cities and counties throughout the western United States. And the second question is wholly separate from this, in my opinion, and that is how we can enforce violations of the law. And so first, with regard to the Boise case, I believe we can and should set some limits on where and when homeless residents can establish what become permanent residences or encampments, such as on public streets like San Juan Hollister Road and sensitive habitats like the riverbed. And so, don't get me wrong we do have to work within the confines of Boise, but I do want to make it clear that I believe it's inherently flawed. I just think that some interpret the ruling to say a jurisdiction can't enforce anti-camping ordinances if there aren't enough indoor shelter beds in the community to accommodate the entire homeless population. So in 2019, our last point in time survey showed 283 homeless residents, and that number is actually believed to be well below the actual number. It's, I think at the homeless providers retreat, the kind of general consensus, it's probably somewhere around 500. So just from a practical perspective, and again, I'm not a judge, but it makes absolutely no sense that we would need 300, 400, or 500 shelter units when the vast majority of the homeless refuse to go to the shelter. So the good news is that in my strong feelings on the interpretation of the Boise ruling, it did leave undecided the question of which public properties and during what hours camping and sleeping can be prohibited. For instance, there's a precedent from jurisdictions that some jurisdictions that allow sleeping on certain public properties and during certain times, and this is allowed. Second, and again, wholly separate from the Boise ruling, is the question of whether we can ticket residents for violating no overnight parking laws and ultimately tow the vehicles if they refuse to comply. Yes, it's clear to me that we can and we should. There is this argument that you can't criminalize homelessness. I agree with that, but in my view, we're not criminalizing homelessness by enforcing laws. By enforcing laws, we're criminalizing basic crimes like parking overnight where it's not allowed, drug possession, excessive noise, excessive litter, and so on. So I am very frustrated, as Mr. Willis mentioned. It's been just spending the last 3 weeks on this issue. Like he said, you'd think it would be pretty simple to, clear off a public street where people, in my view, have just taken over the street, right across from businesses, right across from residences. I went out and toured the area with Mr. Willis, and former Supervisor Botello came, and I appreciate that. And he asked for assistance toward a resolution. I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Willis and other businesses and residences there. To me, it's just unacceptable and unsafe to allow anyone to take over a public street or someone's neighborhood. It's really unacceptable for residents in the area having to worry about trespassing, which has occurred there, or the inherently escalated risk of criminal behavior. And it made me think about the prior debate we had last summer when the riverbed situation occurred. And we talked about setting up particular areas potentially where we could put the homeless. We talked about Buena Vista. We talked about the airport. Ultimately, we passed on that as a board because of concerns about the impact on businesses in particular. And, I've openly questioned with staff in my many conversations in the last few weeks, if this were happening, for instance, on San Benito Street in the middle of downtown, if it were happening in more urbanized areas in Southeast Hollister, in Tres Pinos, in Ridgemark, along Fairview Road, I just have to ask, would we even be having this discussion at this point? And I just truly believe that we would have addressed this already. And so for me, part of this comes down to picking and choosing which areas of town maybe deserve priority for how we deal with the homelessness. And so I just have to ask myself and ask others to ask yourselves, how would we react if this were occurring on our own blocks? And again, in the long term, we have to work hard on addressing homelessness. I'm certainly sympathetic to homeless residents offering shelter, offering services, and we have to stay on that. I'm a firm believer in that. We have to offer more affordable housing and, most importantly, better treatment services. But today I do want to ask my fellow board members to consider a few potential solutions to this issue. One, looking at potentially moving ahead on a towing contract so that once these residents are cited, we have the ability to move those vehicles. Again, you can't just park on a public street. There's no overnight parking signs posted there. The rules are the rules, and I just don't understand why certain rules don't apply to certain people. So I believe we should move ahead on looking at a towing contract. I believe we should move ahead on setting aside a county property strictly for the storage. If we have issues with towing companies that don't want to take the vehicles and we have no other choice, then another option is to set aside a county property to look at for storage of those vehicles until the residents can come and get them. We have properties, at the jail site. We have property on Buena Vista Road. We have Rosa Morada and so on. And I would like to see us, if we have to look at that. And then beyond those potential solutions, I'd like to bring back a discussion at some point. It's less imminent on potentially amending our anti-camping ordinance again to expressly prohibit sleeping for extended period of time along public roadways due to the safety issues involved with that. Thank you very much.
You raised a lot of concerns, and so I don't know how we're going to address them all, but thank you for that. So, Supervisor Dirk, did you want to go next?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Kosmicki, for outlining all and trying to address all of those things. Enrique, thank you very much for the work you're doing. It was really important at the Homeless Service Providers session to see how many community organizations are committed to trying to help solve this issue and resolve this issue. Can you confirm the number of estimated homeless we have? Was Supervisor Kosmicki correct with the 500 number? I just want a confirmation.
So the last count, the official count that we had, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, is 283. I could say that when we took that count, it was raining for the last week, and it was harder to locate them. So I do believe that is an undercount, and I do believe is between 350, 450, a little bit more or so. We had our point-in-time count again this past January. The report will not be ready, I would say, later next month. So we're looking forward to that, and we'll see what the numbers show.
And I'm just a couple more questions. How many of those are in the shelter currently?
So the shelter has 44 beds available right now, and of which there's 21 that are not being used presently.
And how many do we have in the traditional and helping hands programs? And so how many, and are those considered in that 283 number as well, or 350 to 450
those from
number?
the shelter, anyone that is in an emergency shelter are part of the count, so they are considered homeless.
Okay.
And that also includes the winter shelter program that we concluded. The permanent supportive housing program are counted, but under a different category because they are housed.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that, just to kind of see where those numbers were and maybe what people were utilizing, what services. And when you said you went out yesterday, or the team went out, and you have another team going out again on Friday, what was your response like from those individuals? And then what solutions and options did you specifically share with them, if you don't mind?
So what the team shared with me is, first of all, they were surprised to see the team out there, also with the deputy sheriff joining us. They also said that they were receptive to talking to them. They found that a few had been at the shelter before and no longer there. And they seem to be cooperative, and things that they requested is also assistance for vehicle repairs and food. But I think part of the process is to establish rapport and trust, and again, the goal is to have them go to the shelter instead and clean up this area.
Thank you. I appreciate that extra information. Were you there specifically?
No, I was not. It was for team members that went.
Okay. No, I was just curious because how would, I'm just wondering, was there any report back on how they might have interpreted, because a lot of these people view their motorhomes and things like that as their home. Would they be open to a storage idea? Was that anything that was talked about maybe, or?
I did not receive that type of feedback.
Okay.
We are going back again this Friday. We could certainly inquire.
Okay, because Supervisor Kosmicki, the storage idea sounds like a good idea to me. I think if I was in that particular position, I would be, reluctant to let go of the one thing I did own. And so I like having a solution around that, and maybe a no-fee option, but still have, some sort of accountability to get the vehicle back. Like, this is my plan. This is where I plan to go from here, that kind of thing. And then we might have to put in something for repeat offenders per se. But as the gentleman who spoke earlier, who owns the business, said, Mr. Willis, I think he's not here to punish, people who are homeless, and I don't think that's the goal of any of us here either. So if we can find humane ways, as another speaker brought up, to address the situation, and, I think it's great. And we are committed to trying to help solve this issue, as realized at the meeting that we had last week. And I really do appreciate and commend your efforts to go out and take a look at what's happening out there. And I know a lot of that was because of the work that Supervisor Kosmicki has been doing as well.
Hernandez or Tiffany, do you have any comments to add to that?
Sure. Yes, Madam Chair. First of all, we've been talking about this homeless issue for a long time, and obviously it's a huge problem in our county and throughout the state, throughout the country. And I do think we need to be sensitive. We need to be deal with this in a humane manner, but at the same time, I just don't think we can, continue to, run scared of the laws that, the Boise ruling. I think some of this is just common sense, and I appreciate, the comments heard from Mr. Willis. We just simply, as a county, I don't think we can allow these motorhomes, to be where they are, impacting, a business to the point where people are afraid. And there's, issues about, whether it be defecation or dealing drugs. And I have to agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. If this was on Sam Neal Street, it would have been dealt with. So I think it has to be dealt with, and I think the time is now to deal with it. We need to come up with an immediate plan to deal with it. I do think that we have to have a place where these motorhomes can go. In my business, I used to be in the, the towing business, among other things, and I can understand, why private businesses aren't going to want to take these motorhomes, because really, then what do they do with them? The people that obviously have them don't have the wherewithal to pay storage fees or to get them back, and it's going to become a huge problem for these private businesses. So I think it's going to have to be dealt with. The county's going to have to come up with a plan for, where they would go. But I do think we have to deal with them. I also think that, this just puts a point on the urgency of us moving forward with purchasing the property and the building near the existing homeless shelter. I know that's going to be discussed coming up in our closed session. But I think as a board, we have to, and staff, we have to really do everything possible to get that done so that we can really move forward with that and have a place for the homeless people to go. And then when that is done, I think we also need to move forward with giving the authority, if he feels it's necessary, to the sheriff to start dealing with the homeless situation on the private properties along the riverbed. It's been going on way too long. I think all of us have been, constituents have reached out to us. And again, we just shouldn't have people out there that are afraid. They can't go on walks because of the people that are out there. So we need to have a place for them to go. Again, I don't want to sound as though I'm not sensitive to the homeless situation. I think we need to continue to make sure there's outreach, as Enrique said. Make sure people know where there are beds and where there are places they can go, where they can get food, whether it be through community outreach or the homeless solutions. We need to work with these people, but we just can't continue to ignore this situation. We need to deal with it. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Yeah, all these things the county has been doing for a while. We have the home center. There's a lot of resources. Enrique has been excellent at working with the homeless population. We need to help those that want to help themselves, right? So we want to make sure that there's opportunities for them to get help. But just the same, this can't keep going on forever. I definitely recommend to support what Supervisor Kosmicki had mentioned. I think, honestly, this is another element of what needs to be addressed through our agenda process that highlights the unfunded mandate of the state that sets requirements on us to address the issue and gives us very little money to address the issue. This is one of those things. I just think, I foresee in the future it's only going to compound. It's going to get harder and harder, more expensive. Resources are going to be hard to manage. And I think there needs to be a stronger statement to the state. If they're not willing to help us, then we need to be able to set our own local policies that basically address the issue in a humane way, but just the same, that it addresses the issue. It's only going to get worse if we don't do something. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. This isn't just happening on San Juan Hollister Road, and it is actually happening on San Benito Street, behind the Quick Stop and Taco Bell there on San Benito, which is actually the railroad tracks. I've been trying to bring this situation to the attention of the city of Hollister and the railroad, Pacific Railroad. It's just, it's an issue that it's everywhere. It's not just here. And prior to the RVs being located at the San Juan Hollister Road, they were encamped there at Gateway Drive there by your former business. And so I'm looking at the ordinance that we passed on June 8th, 2021, ordinance number 100025. And we did have a 3-step process. So have we been following the 3-step process with this encampment and these individuals? Have we gone through, and maybe this ordinance doesn't have enough teeth in terms of enforcement where there's actual articulated what we will do. And so maybe we need to go back and revamp the ordinance. So there is a towing process, there is a procedure, but it's clearly enumerated. So I would like to see this come back as a properly agendized item so that we can look at the options that were suggested by the supervisors here today. And then the public can see what we're going to be doing rather than just saying in general. Can we bring it back with direction? Okay. Does that sound fair? I mean, today's just a discussion. We cannot act on
I
it.
think we
but-
can give direction, though, can we not?
Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's, we can do that, yeah. And I think we got a clear direction. I mean, I think a majority of you spoke, we've taken notes.
Mhm.
Can I add one more other thing, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Mr. Willis had suggested I think separate from, I think it's an urgent, I think it's a very urgent matter, and everything I said, but I also think we should explore the option of leasing the property to Mr. Willis, if that's at all an option as well. That's just, whether there's.
In the
support for
agenda
that.
item to discuss that?
Yeah, that
We
could be a
can-
further
we can look into it.
agenda
We can look
item
into that and bring
as
it
well
back at a future.
for
Or
consideration.
if I
Okay, now
can
we-
clarify,
when-
there's an expedited procedure already in our county code that requires it to be noticed in the paper and posted, I believe, with dollar amounts for property that is like low value dollar amounts of property that can be leased. So we'll look into that.
Okay. And so can we look at this as an urgency item as opposed to just
Yeah.
a future item?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Madam Chair, for clarification, can we get a little bit, can we get repeated back what the direction is so we make sure this item is agendized properly?
Thank you.
And not that it wouldn't be, but just so that
To
for
be
clarity.
clear. Thank you.
Yeah, and so just for clarity purposes, the ordinance which you have before us is really regarding the riverbed location, and that's something that we did talk about months, years ago, possibly, to come back for a countywide, ordinance. So I think that's something that we'll address and look at countywide.
And Madam Chair,
That was the direction?
No, but I'm just saying that was something that the board gave us direction on a long time ago. And that's something that we can bring back as a part of this if the board's willing to do that. That's what I was referring to.
A countywide ordinance might be premature until we acquire property, or if the board, as a policy matter, might want to wish to reconsider its prior conversation of a location that can be established as a safe camping location until we acquire property, in which can be a further expansion of our homeless shelters before we do a countywide ordinance. But if the board wanted to consider location-specific ordinances, that would be acceptable as well. And I also wanted to clarify if the board wouldn't have any objection, if any lease or license of the county property is within the CAO's authority, does the board have any direction about whether they would like it to come back to the board, or anything that's within the CAO's authority, whether he has authorization to act on that, which has already been delegated?
And for clarification's sake, what is his dollar limit then for?
I believe it's $10,000 per month.
Yeah.
Which we have done grazing leases in the past at minimal dollar amounts per acre, if it has no value besides grazing, for example.
Madam Chair, just for this, I asked for repeat back. So just for clarity, as much as I respect county council, I disagree. I think if we don't set a goal, then we're never going to lead to it, right? And I feel like county council is going to this is going to derail the intention of what's trying to be done right here, right? The goal is urgency, and to address the issue, we set a goal, then we walk it backwards. That's my honest recommendation. That's why I asked for the CAO, if you can kind of give us clarity on what the request of the board is, and make sure the board is consistent with that statement.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and go down the list. So possibly looking at county property. We have 3 properties that were listed earlier by Supervisor Kosmicki. Rosa Murata, the county jail site, as well as Buena Vista. So we'll take a look at those properties, along with a few other ones that we have as well in other districts. We've already evaluated towing the vehicles, but we'll put a plan together, look at that a little bit. We'll draft that and probably get some documentation from the towing vehicles company. The companies will also, and I wrote down in my notes, amending the company ordinance. I think we still need to look at that, not to say we're going to come back with it. I just think it's important that we at least bring it to the board, because obviously this is an issue that we have to look at. So I would also, it also drafted here to do this all in a humane way, making sure that we have that as part, kind of the essence of it. Addressing the Martin versus Boise case, I think we need to evaluate that and come back with your board. I know I've asked county council to give us some guidance and to draft what we can and cannot do with the we have an outreach program that your board did approve. So we need to know from legal counsel where we stand. So that needs to be brought back to us, as well as bringing it back to your board as well.
And Madam Chair, if I may add the exploration of a potential lease with Mr. Willis.
And I have that in my last one, but yeah, anyways. So I have that. I think that's.
I don't know if it was on your list, but I would also like to address the riverbed again. And I don't know whether,
I think you mentioned that.
did you mention that? I don't know whether Sheriff Taylor, you want to comment on that? Yeah. Why don't you comment on the, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I actually want to comment on a little bit more than just that. Our office has been thrown around quite a bit today, but I didn't think I was going to be able to get an opportunity to talk to you. So let me just preface with this. You're trying to apply logic to this situation, and you're going to be eternally frustrated with that, because what we're dealing with the California legislature and the Ninth Circuit District Court of Appeals. If you think that you're going to be able to logically think your way through this, it's going to drive you nuts. So we have been having a series of emails going back and forth. I've engaged with Mr. Willis, and I empathize with him 1,000,000%. We've also heard some talk from Dulce this morning that this has gone on for over a year, this conversation that we've had. We're in the exact same place we were a year ago. So it looks like we have an unfilled homeless services manager coordinator position, and you're going to need somebody to coordinate this, and it's not going to be the sheriff's office. It's not the appropriate place for it. But there has to be a coordinator. Someone has to be in charge. We have to be in charge with Health and Human Services, behavioral health, code enforcement. It's a huge undertaking, county council, and thinking the sheriff's going to be the tip of the spear is irrational. So I know I already apologized to Mr. Willis, and I had a conversation with him before this meeting. I kept going back and forth and writing these lengthy explanations, and we've gone back and forth a little bit, and some of it's a little hard to interpret, and I don't like email or text for the reason that I don't like the tone that sometimes comes across. But I wanted to just read a little bit of some excerpts of what I had written and some notes that I have down. So, and normally you all know I don't script stuff out, but I think that there's a lot of important stuff that I don't want to leave out. So I do appreciate the response in looking into the complex landmark decision, Ninth Circuit, Martin versus Boise decision. Trust me, we in law enforcement have been dealing with it, reading it, analyzing it, and figuring out solutions to best address concerns while adhering to the law since 2018. It's not an easy road to navigate, especially for the law enforcement officials under the Ninth Circuit, which is 9 states, not just ours. My team and county council are looking at all options without jeopardizing the county and causing a lawsuit. Recently, what we're not talking about today, and we also want to loosely applied Martin versus Boise, and another jurisdiction in California did just that. They loosely applied Martin versus Boise, and now there's a new Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals case because they just got sued, and it's making its way through the Ninth Circuit right now. It's the city of Lacey, because Lacey, there's an unconstitutional, there's a challenge of them not acting under the 8th Amendment of the Constitution because they created an ordinance that restricted how long recreational vehicles can park in the city. Now the city of Lacey is in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals because the Ninth Circuit is using Martin versus Boise as the foundation of the case against that city. Having said that, I've told the community this many times with many different problems. I don't care if it's drug problems, gang problems. The easiest way for the sheriff's office to fix a situation is to arrest everybody. Any situation that we go into, whether it be a house party, domestic violence, loud music, if we just walk down to the property and put everybody in handcuffs and shove them in jail, problem's over. But we can't legally do that. But that is the easiest thing. Sometimes it's misconstrued that when the sheriff's office is not taking enforcement action, we're being lazy, we're making excuses, we're not doing our job. We are exactly doing our job because that's what the law says we can and can't do. My attorney for the county and my attorney for the Cal State Sheriff's Association, and trust me, I'm one of 58 people dealing with this exact same thing, have all given me the exact same legal advice. We simply cannot take action on camping, parking, standing, sleeping, or any other thing that has the root cause of homelessness. Anything where the root cause is homelessness. Fortunately and unfortunately, now it's on public record that the only reason we're looking at San Juan Hollister Road and the only reason we're looking at the riverbed is because there's homeless people there. And that puts my office in a huge liability now to go enforce laws that we've all identified. It's only because of homelessness. And I get it. I get it 100%. There's fires, there's defecation. I 1,000,000% get it. I'm on your side, but my hands, literally, we talked earlier today, the sheriff's hands are handcuffed at this point. So nobody is saying that there's any gray area to get around Boise. No legal counsel that I've ever had. We just went through a pandemic where this board, some of you were here, some of you weren't, we were urged to listen to the experts. Listen to the experts. And I feel like now that we have legal counsel and legal opinions, we're not listening to the experts because it doesn't feel right, because we're upset about a problem that we're having trouble fixing. It doesn't matter what the exact situation was in Boise. The case clearly states, this is language from the case, our holding is a narrow one. Like the Jones panel, we in no way dictate to the city that it must provide sufficient shelter for the homeless or allow anyone who wishes to sit, lie, or sleep on the streets at any time and at any place. That's the language that everybody grabs onto. They're saying Boise says that we don't have to allow this to happen, but they fail to tell you the second part of this ruling and the second part of the paragraph, which reads, quote, we hold only that so long as there is a greater number of homeless individuals in the jurisdiction than the number of available beds and shelters, the jurisdiction cannot prosecute homeless individuals for involuntarily sitting, lying, and sleeping in public. That is, as long as there is no option of sleeping indoors, the government cannot criminalize indigent homeless people for sleeping outdoors on public property on the false premise that they actually had a choice in the matter. I empathize with Mr. Willis and with Supervisor Kosmicki, because I wouldn't want to come out of my business and deal with that. I wouldn't want to come out of my house and deal with that. But I also wouldn't want to be in the situation that those people find themselves in that are having to live on the street. So I'm the sheriff for everybody, not just the businesses, and I'm the sheriff for the homeless people. They're residents of Mr. Kosmicki's district as well, although unwanted, but it's a difficult situation. If we do take enforcement action, we risk an Eighth Amendment violation claim. I lose my protection for qualified immunity, and the deputy sheriffs that work with me lose their protection of qualified immunity. And qualified immunity is something the state of California is trying to take away from us anyway in all aspects of our job, especially in deadly force situations. So we lose our qualified immunity in this too, which means my house, their house, that's all up for grabs when we get sued because the county can't protect us because we're asked to do something illegal. I have done the following to this point in the year plus that we've talked about this. I offered space next to our jail for an encampment, which is unheard of from a sheriff. Sheriffs don't offer homeless encampments next to their correctional facilities. It's a huge risk. It's a huge risk for security. But being part of the solution and being a person that likes to solve problems, I don't have to give the authorization. It's the county property. But I was totally on board with doing that. And we figured out ways to mitigate the security concerns so that we can have that. Unfortunately, that failed to get approved. So that space wasn't approved. I know we talked about that today. I've expressed to the county that we need a towing contract to compel tow companies to remove the RVs and cars after 72 hours. We can put stickers on cars all day long. As a matter of fact, in the last year, we've done it 30 times on that one stretch of road. We call a tow company and they refuse to take it. We don't have any legal authority to make them take it away. But if we had a contract and it's expensive, they want to go and tow a Honda Accord because the catalytic converter alone is worth $5,000. So they'll tow the Accord, they put it on their lot for a few days, and they can lien sale it and they make money. That's why we don't get charged for any tows that we do. But when we ask them to take an RV or a broken down car or something without an engine in it or something that's a hazmat problem, they're not touching it. We have no legal authority to make them take it, though we've tried. And I think that that's been lost here, that we have been trying. I was on the homeless outreach and the HEART team where the city and county where I watched as city and county officials couldn't get along and couldn't figure out a solution to the problem. We had law enforcement in the room, and nobody could agree of who was going to take the lead and who was going to pay for it. And it takes more than one supervisor, and it takes more than one city council person to make these things come together. Everyone has to figure it out together. But we've been working on this for years, and we're still here today. I shared Martin versus Boise with everybody in the county more than once since 2018. We've done nothing to increase bed space. We've talked about it. We haven't increased any bed space, which I think is it's at the base of what Martin versus Boise is. Yes, you can do all these things if you have a place for people to go. And I agree, and I know that Supervisor Kosmicki and I have talked about it. It doesn't make any sense that we're dealing with a group of 12 people and we have 20 beds open. And I've asked the attorneys, is there wiggle room there? Nope. The case says the greater number of homeless people than the number of beds available in the entire jurisdiction. Doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what the Ninth Circuit made sense of them. I apologize to everybody that in the time of need, it feels like the sheriff needs to do something and you're being told the sheriff's not doing his job. In this case, I don't feel that's accurate. It's easy to direct activity when you don't have any exposure, if it's contrary to law. Unfortunately, it would be my head on a stick and the deputy sheriff's personally liable if we walk out of bounds of the law. I would assume the Board of Supervisors and our community want a sheriff who follows the law and doesn't try to skirt the edges of it. Prop 47 and AB 109 were voted into law by our legislature and the voters. I now have to manage the fallout of that. Drugs have been decriminalized. Felonies are now misdemeanors that we cannot put people in jail for. Bail reform has made it so we cannot hold people who are indigent. I can go on and on. Parking citations are not going to make people go away, and they're not going to make people get into housing. I urge you to coordinate, speak in a unified voice, and take action. We can only do what we're legally allowed to do. I must make decisions that protect my office and my staff. I agree that we all deserve better than the encampment down there, the people that live there and the people that do business there. All of us deserve better than what's going on down there. We will still investigate crimes such as theft, trespassing, vandalism, and any other statute that's not barred by Martin versus Boise. There's been some rhetoric about that, so can we not do trespassing because they're homeless? Yes, we can do trespassing. We can do every other crime that the root cause is not homelessness. I've been asked to compile available bed space numbers. That's not in my office. I'd have to direct people to the county staff to get those numbers. The sheriff's office doesn't get a daily bed count of what's available. I can imagine that this only makes everybody's level of frustration go higher. I empathize with everybody in that. Sometimes it feels like that we in the sheriff's office are making excuses for not doing our job. Unfortunately, lawmakers and the voters of California have stripped our options away and are continuing to try to take away more. I think that as far as parking is concerned, it makes perfect sense. Someone's parked in a red zone, we write them a ticket. Here's my issue though. And I disagree with this, by the way, and I've said this publicly and I'll say it in front of my staff. When I came to the sheriff's office, I disagreed that, we don't do traffic. We don't do DUIs. CHP is responsible for that. And in some ways they are, that's accurate. It doesn't mean we can't do it. The problem for me now is, since we've had a homeless problem, we've erected no parking signs, and we're asking the sheriff's office, who's never even printed a book of parking tickets that I've ever known outside the city of San Juan Bautista. We don't have parking tickets because that's a function of code enforcement in this county. So now the sheriff's office is going to print parking tickets and go out and cite parkers. And we all know the root cause is homelessness. You're opening it up for liability. Parking's not going to be the answer, right? So these people that are in this situation and have no money, they're going to get a citation. It's going to go into a round file. It's not going to get paid. It's going to turn into a warrant. That warrant is then they're going to get arrested for it, and they're going to get released because we can't hold somebody that can't pay bail. That's the law in California. I feel that it would be a discriminatory practice if we start doing that. I've consulted with the commander of the Highway Patrol Office in Gilroy. They have the same marching orders that we have. Absolutely, they can issue parking tickets in general. They can tow cars in general, but it can't be directed at any one person. And with the Highway Patrol in the state, because of Martin versus Boise, the Highway Patrol is not doing the directed enforcement of homelessness. It's Caltrans that's doing it, which is their version of Public Works. So when the highway patrol comes across an encampment, they don't act on it. They provide security for it, sure, but Caltrans has to come in and eradicate it, not law enforcement. So I talked probably a little bit longer than I expected to. We've been down there, and I ran numbers, and I sent this to the people in the community, but, you know, as far as the sheriff's office, on that one small stretch of road, we've done 52 self-initiated contacts down there. We've responded to 3 disturbances, made 10 arrests, requested 30 different vehicles be taken out of there over the last year. Most of them weren't taken because tow companies weren't coming. There have been 3 reported thefts and 9 reported instances of suspicious persons camping or parking violations in a year. So we have had a presence down there. We'll continue to have a presence down there. I'm happy to answer any questions. I just wanted to make sure that before we start rewrite, and I'm not county counsel, I'm not the attorney. I'm just a guy that has to enforce the law, but I listen to him. But if you want to put a lot of effort into rewriting the camping ordinance that's not enforceable or it's going to get the county sued, I just caution you on that. That's all I have. Thank you.
Just thank you very much for that summarization. I hear you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I appreciate what you shared, Sheriff. I mean, at the end of the day, from what I heard from you is we're in a position that it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse. The legislative branch is ultimately the responsible party because they're not doing anything to address our local issues. It's the very thing that I've argued from the beginning is we don't have local control. So technically the laws that they're creating, which I understand what you're mentioning, is that your job is to respect the law, right? That's assuming that it's not arbitrary, right? Arbitrary means it's contradictory. There's certain elements of the way that it applies. It's actually creating more of a problem than it's solving. And that's the reality of what we're dealing with. And that's why I've always not only argued local control, but that's exactly why the legislature, to me, is inept right now. They're not doing anything to address our local needs. They actually, in my mind, are completely disregarding of any needs locally. Their only job is to be rank and file and vote the way that their interests vote, right? And that at the same time, you know, make sure that they get the respect amongst their peers and not their local authority, not the local legislators. And that's always been my frustration. That's always been my frustration. I thought we were supposed to have a relationship with the state where they respected the needs of our community. This isn't, and Supervisor Gonzalez is accurate, this is not a San Benito County issue only. This is a growing issue across the state. I'm hearing it all, you know, as I'm traveling the district, I'm hearing it all across the state, that this is going to only get worse. Until the legislature actually starts paying attention to its local needs, it's only going to get worse. But I understand what you're saying when it comes down to enforcement. I still think we need to do something. I don't know what that looks like, but there needs to be a stronger signal to the state that we're not going to take this anymore. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I appreciate the explanation from the sheriff. That's his perspective. I'm not going to claim to be a law enforcement expert, but I will just suggest, if I know we have some shortfalls in code enforcement, but I still would like to see us cite the vehicles. I would like to see some sort of firm interpretation of what the sheriff mentioned. He's getting advice from the Sheriff's Association on this issue of, you know, specifically the ability to cite a vehicle that's breaking a law. So to me, if we just allow, and this is that practical side, if we just allow any individuals to break laws, you know, to me, we're essentially throwing our arms up in the air and saying it's just a free-for-all at that point. So I think it would be helpful to have some sort of firm, like I said, firm interpretation of the parking violation part in particular. We talked about already, you know, moving forward on looking at whether we can lease that property. And so maybe the leasing of the property ends up being the most, you know, practical solution in the short term. But I do think for me, it's unacceptable for us as a community to just and I'm not saying you're giving up, but just to sort of, you know, like I said, throw our arms up in the air and say there's no solution, because I know we can find a solution to this, that isn't necessarily just going out there and doing the outreach, which is nice, but in the end, I just don't have faith that the outreach is necessarily going to change anything, because these are the folks that are, you know, really at that lower depths of, you know, personal problems and substance abuse and all that. So thank you very much, and thank you, Sheriff.
And just to kind of jump in real quick. So one thing I failed to mention is that it's my understanding that Martin versus Boise is going up to the Supreme Court. We expect a different outcome from the Supreme Court than what the Ninth Circuit gave. I don't know how long that's going to take, but I would be optimistic that a lot of what has happened in Martin versus Boise is maybe not going to be the case after the Supreme Court decision. Again, that's just speculation. But as far as the parking enforcement and the 72-hour tags, we can do that, and we can partner with code enforcement to do that. I just want to make sure that we have the teeth with the towing contract to make them come and move these vehicles. We were down there with the team yesterday. Myself and my entire administrative staff went down there and walked that with everybody. And then we left one deputy sheriff, a sergeant behind to make sure that the team was safe. We checked all the license plates, and shockingly, they're all current. And so that's another difficulty for us, that we don't even have the teeth for that, expired over 6 months to be able to remove a vehicle from a roadway. Every single one of them was current. So anyway, sorry, I get long-winded, but we're trying.
Quick question, Sheriff Taylor. In Martin versus Boise, are you allowed legally to move people out of private property? Is there a distinction between private and
Yes.
and public?
Yes.
Two completely different things, private and public
So
property.
if it's private, and there are parts of the riverbed that are private.
Yes.
And there are parts, obviously there's issues, so if that might be part of the solution. I mean, not to say obviously they're not going to move to a public area, but do you
Sure.
see that as possibly a way forward in some cases?
Yeah, so my understanding is that Martin wouldn't apply if this was in the Kmart parking lot. If it was in Mr. Willis's parking lot on his property and his construction, that's totally different. It's these public ways, these public turnouts, the getting off the road, and it's these things that make it difficult. So yes, you're right. There's a patchwork of the San Benito River bottom is a very interesting place. It's actually would be a great place for a regional park, to be honest with you, especially for OHV stuff. It's incredible down there. But there's a patchwork of mostly privately owned parcels that extend out to the river bottom, and a couple public parcels. So the Martin, and Barbara, correct me if I'm wrong, but Martin would not apply on the private parcels.
Okay, and the last comment I would say, I just think just reinforces that we certainly, obviously, we need to work closely with the sheriff as far as the direction as we go forward. We have to work collaboratively, but also the point you made, Sheriff Taylor, really is absolutely true. I mean, we've been talking about this for a year. We've got to find more beds is what we've got to do. So ultimately we can deal with this. And so that, again, we've got to try to, whether it be that piece of property, whatever, we just have got to find more beds. So legally we can deal with this. Anyway, thank you.
I just want to say thank you for coming up and offering your point of view and everything that you guys have been doing through your office as well. I think all of these are pieces to the puzzle, and Supervisor Tiffany is exactly right. We need to be working all in collaboration together because we all hold keys to the solution. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask you for future, as we have conversations, if your name or your department comes up, don't wait for us to invite you up. Just let us know. It'll be breaking protocol in terms of being able to speak, but you're a department that we respect and we need to rely on. So please don't let us bash you, for lack of a better word, and then you don't come up and say your piece. And so I very much appreciate as honestly and forcefully that you stated your case, and thank you for that.
Yes, and I've told you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Kosmicki, and Peter and I mean, all of you, we've all talked. We all have positions in this community where sometimes we're going to not agree with each other and maybe not be super nice to each other. We'll always be respectful. We may not always like to hear what each other has to say, but I have full faith in all 5 of you. I hope you do in me as well, and I know that we can knock this out of the park if we do it correctly.
Thank you.
I'm glad what you shared, Sheriff. Thank you.
Okay. And I know we had a hard stop at 11:30, but we're well beyond that. So, thank you, and you have direction?
I have direction.
You do. Okay,
I
so
got
then
direction.
you want to go ahead and report out for closed session?
Yes. 31, closed session employee appointment. Titles the Agricultural Commissioner, Sealer of Weights and Measures, California Government Code 54957. 32, closed session conference with conference with real property negotiator, Government Code Section 54954.29 and 54954.5, 1135 San Felipe Road, Hollister, California. Under negotiation would be price in terms of acquisition, and I'll pull up, I thought the name of the person that we're working with was Leslie, and I'll find her last name. It's not on the agenda. Closed session 33, conference with legal counsel, closed session regarding litigation, 54956.9A, Western Resources Legal Center versus County of San Benito Superior Court, case number CU 21-00204. And 34 is closed session, public employee performance evaluation, county counsel and county administrative officer, California Government Code 54957.
Okay, now I know that this promises to be a lengthy closed session, and what we do not accomplish during the working lunchtime hour, we will then resume at the end of item number 34, correct? Is that still the
Yes.
way that we're gonna handle it? Okay, so how much time will be taking for this lunchtime block, and then whatever doesn't get finished, we will do after item number 34? Because I know that
Yeah.
you said at least an hour and a half and then
Yeah.
some, so what was the?
I would say an hour and 40 minutes at
Okay,
least.
so
Yeah,
1
an
hour.
hour and 45 minutes is, well, an hour and 40 minutes would probably work.
I like the hour and 45 because you know how we always go over. Okay, so an hour and 45 minutes for a working lunch, closed session, and then we'll resume at 5, so that makes it 12:30, 1:30, 1:20 there, more or less? Is that about right?
No, I would do one, if you're going to do 145, it's going to be 135. But let's do 145. I would do 145.
Good, that's what I had in my paper. 145.
With is Leslie Cohn, Kohn.
That's item number 32, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and adjourn for our closed session working lunch.
Public comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Members of the public who wish to speak on items closed session, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon on Zoom. In chambers, please provide a speaker card. First, we have Elia Salinas.
No.
Thank you. So you have here item 34 in closed session, and you're saying you don't know whether you're going to discuss it today, or if you run out of time, you're going to come back this afternoon?
This afternoon. It'll be talked about today, whether it's during the lunchtime hour until 1:45 or after item number,
Well,
sorry.
I'd like to make a comment. Do I wait now? Do I do it now, or do I wait?
Please do it now.
Okay. All right. So
Hold on. Can we start the clock over for her because she hasn't even had a chance to speak? Okay.
I won't take that long anyway. With regards to the public evaluation performance, it's my understanding that it's for county council and for the county administrative officer. The public is curious as to why you're doing a performance evaluation when it's been less than 6 months for one and less than 3 months for the other, that they have received new contracts. So it doesn't make sense why you're doing the evaluation now, which should not that have occurred during the time you were doing the contracts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. This is Jackie Morris Lopez from District 2. I am tagging on Ms. Elias Salinas' comment of the timing of this evaluation and the nature of it, and does this involve an potential increase in salary for either one of these positions? And I just want to tag briefly, since I have time left, on the last item. I was waiting, my hand was up, but I got called away on an emergency. And I just want to say thank you to District Supervisor Kosmicki for his efforts in helping to address the homeless situation in our district. I live in San Juan Bautista, and I have to say that our city manager and assistant city manager, and unfortunately our council members, have failed to deal with our one blighted, obvious homeless person that has a vehicle that is not properly licensed or tagged in our city street. And I don't believe for a minute that this Boise Circuit Court 9 law is being interpreted honestly and fairly. I think you need to look beyond if it stems out of homelessness. I think you need to look at why are people homeless. You know, that should be the root of the cause. And it's no surprise to me, as it is to the sheriff, that these vehicles are properly registered, because in some cases, in most cases, these are what the people are hanging on to. Their last bit of humanity and pride is to keep a vehicle running. They may have jobs. So assuming that these individuals do not have jobs, cannot register a vehicle, is just nonsense and ignorance and naivety. I think property owned by the county, set up an RV site. Why are you going to take away their homes, which are their RVs, which keeps them off sleeping on streets or sidewalks? You have to look at this from a more humane perspective. And I do believe if codes and laws are broken, then you need to address those appropriately. Thank you.
We have no more public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, we'll need to clear the chambers for the commissioner item.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors, County County here. My name is Charlie Nolan. I am your fire marshal. Microphone, I think. I don't think the microphone. On the bottom. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me here today. My name is Charlie Bedolla, and I am your fire marshal for San Benito County. What brings me here today is this item that I'm going to show you today. It'll allow the Board of Supervisors to approve, well, it's not really approve, it's going to be adding to the ordinance is what we're actually doing. But I'm here to give a present on some weed abatement program for the unincorporated areas of the county. So staff will recommend the Board of Supervisors of the County of San Benito authorize an exterior hazard control weed abatement program. So it's just initially just enhancing what we have in place already. And I'll explain to you exactly what it is once we get into it. So I'll start off with my first slide. So like I said, the Hollister Fire Department All Hazards Organization provides emergency firefighting and rescue services to the LRA and the SRA, which is the local response area and state responsibility area. That's what we take care of, which is approximately about 1,400 square miles. This is just a map of the area, and you could disregard the one in the middle because that's the Cal Fire Station that was supposed to be ISO recognized, but it's not ISO recognized. So the top ones that shows are Hollister Fire Station, or Fire Station 1, 2, 3, and 4. That was a Cal Fire Station that's down over there too. They have a couple other ones too, but this was just for ISO recognitions. Our main goal is protection of life and property. Our essential duty and #1 priority is just to make sure we deliver the best possible service ever. How do we do this? Which is, it's a new word. It's actually not a new word, but it's something that we've understood, and we have to develop it, and we have to make sure we're taking care of this through community risk reduction. So like I said, community risk reductions, it's the goal of community risk reduction that all of our citizens learn the proper actions in order to take in case of a sudden fire or emergency life-threatening situation. So the fire department intentionally focuses knowledge and activities to lower the hazards to the community. Why the fire department? The fire department, we're kind of unique because we're positioned in different areas of the community. So a lot of times we see them more often than everybody else. So we know our districts and our areas a lot better than everybody else. We see firsthand through fire, medical, life safety inspections, or just driving through the community, how people live, and what their needs are. With that, through the Community Risk Reduction Program, there's 5 E's, and I'm going to talk about the 4 E's, the first 4. Through education, we're going to teach the residents about the risk with their homes, the engineering controls, setting up these codes, the enforcement part of it, and the economic incentives. Doing this can help save you in the long run. Help save insurance, help save losing your homes in addition to everything else. And then the 5th one is the emergency response, making sure that your fire and EMS department response is efficient and effective, ready to reduce the impact of the incidents in your community. And it's a collaborative effort that we use all together, from community members to the fire department to law enforcement to us, working together to accomplish those goals. Why are we here? And I'll just read it right off of there. Every year, fire threatens homes and properties as a result of unnecessary combustible debris and vegetation. Every property owner's responsibility to eliminate these fire hazards on their property. For the most part, everybody does. Sometimes you need a little bit of education and working with people to understand that there is a hazard there. So every property owner, regardless, including residential, commercial, and parcels of land, is ultimately responsible for managing the vegetation to meet the department's requirements. Part of the solution, educating the public. So that's my main goal right now, and our priority right now of the Fire Prevention Division is educating the public through enforcement. We'll work together with code enforcement, online staff, law enforcement. I mean, it's a whole group collaborative effort. Even catching them prior, even help out with planning department and the building officials. I'll help in this main goal to keep that. And how are we going to do this? Through an ordinance. But in addition, is through an ordinance. Our due diligence is making sure. And just with that, what I'm presenting today is this, we do have an ordinance that's already in place, and the ordinance identifies it's chapter 19.37, the weed abatement policy, which addresses the administration, the definitions, requirements, the articles, the enforcement and costs, and other remedies. So what this standard is, it's actually in conjunction with the Public Resource Code, it's actually set in the standards. And it's set in the standards, so a lot of times when we say we're setting the standards, it actually doesn't address it in the weed abatement policy, but we're going to talk about parcels greater than 5 acres, fuel breaks, pasture lands, active crop lands, orchards. Orchards is a big one that we get. For the most part, we're usually trying to call people, but a lot of times they're like, well, where does it say in the ordinance that we have to do that? Where does it say that we have to mow our orchard? Where does it say that we have to do this? So in here, I think it addresses everything. And this isn't something that I thought of. This is something that's being happened in other local jurisdictions too, to help strengthen up their weed abatement policy to prevent those nuisances and the fire hazards of happening. So it talks about the tree litter, the orchards, the fuel breaks, and the disking and the quality, everything like that. So I'll take any questions if we have any questions now. Oh, and then our main goal is if we do move forward with adding this to the weed abatement policy, what our goal is to send out, because we have over 11,000 parcels throughout the county, and what our goal is to mail out a mailer that'll include the Public Resource Code that teaches you about your defensible space throughout your home, because that's law already, so we'll re-educate with that. And then we'll send out the two-page standard, the two-page standard, which basically lets everybody know that, hey, this standard's coming out. Here it is. It's from the fire department, so at least we know that everyone will get a hard copy, and then we'll push it on social media and everything else. But we'll do it the good old snail mail way also. That way we guarantee that everybody gets it in the county, at least in their mailbox, to get for outreach. Once we do that, then it'll be an educational process, and it'll be we're a reactive. We try to be proactive, but a lot of times our departments, or we go out there, or customer complaints will let us know, hey, this one's a nuisance. We'll identify it, and then we'll usually send them out letters and follow up through with that. So if you have any questions, I'll take any questions.
Any questions from the board? If not, we'll go to the public.
Madam Chair, I did have one question, and I'm not sure if Assistant Chief Bedolla can answer, but I did speak with, Marshal Bedolla, earlier in the week, and he answered all my questions that I had, and I appreciated that. The one thing I was wondering, and this might be a staff, admin staff thing, I just want to check on how this works in conjunction with the mowing that happens along the roadways, and in particular, I'm very concerned about San Juan Canyon Road, and considering how bad it was last year, and a lot of the residents up there were very concerned, and we were just very late to the game, because of the staffing reasons last year. But that's more of my concern. I think the ordinance is great.
Like I said, we're doing our due diligence for the county, and like I said, we're addressing different grants to try to address that. So I was just talking outside with Steve about it, because he was talking about getting some equipment to take care of it. Just in San Juan Canyon Road and Cienega Road, that's like about 70 miles of roadway that has to get taken care of. So it's a collaborative effort of us trying to work with them, get the grants and work with them, and we're also trying to get them equipment in addition to be able to address that. So hopefully if we get the grant, we'll address those two, and we're going to continue to apply for the grant every year because it's a CAL FIRE grant. If we're successful this year, great, then we could hit other roadways to be able to hit. So if we do get this grant, we're gonna have a contractor where those two roads are already identified, and we'll do our due diligence to hit that to help supplement with the county, because there's, like I said, just those two roadways alone are over 70 miles of 10-foot of roadway. But as a county, we can't get to every roadway. So I'm sure we're trying to do our best to get to the worst areas to be able to mitigate that. But this will help address that. If we can't get to that, at least we have the proper lines, so we'll have them. And it's good because a lot of people will I wouldn't say freak out, but when they say they get a letter from us, they're like, I have like 200 acres. Do you want me to disc the whole thing? Well, no, it addresses it. We'll do plow breaks in between. We'll do the property lines. We'll do the roadway lines, fence lines, that, and then do some breaks in between, at least to give it a chance for us to get to there. So it's not so strict, and we can go stricter, and it does identify it in there depending on the topography. If we think it's more of a fire hazard, we do have that option that's in there too. So it's something we need to work all together with. You know, we understand that we need personnel to do it, and we'll do our due diligence to help the county and Public Works to be able to get the equipment they need, if that means anything.
Yeah, and as Charlie mentioned, we just discussed this exact exercise. If the grant does not go through, then obviously our staff will go to San Juan Canyon, Cienega, all the big fire hazards. We're actually starting in the next couple weeks to have at least 3 crew working on that task, and we've also ordered 2 more variable level weed abatements pieces of equipment. But like Charlie said, if the grant comes through, that's great. That helps a lot. If not, then our staff just goes to those areas and then other areas as well. So.
And CAL FIRE's been doing some certain areas too, so I'm sure we could get them if they're off duty, like the gathering crews and the hand crews. We've worked with them to see if they're able to come hit some target areas, and they've helped us with that too. So, and Caltrans, there's a lot of roadway that's Caltrans' responsibility. That they have a big initiative to hurry up and hit it hard, not wait as long anymore. And I've seen them moving a lot faster and doing a lot more work in the last few years. So I'm sure if we just identify that too, they'll come out too. So there's a lot to it. There's a lot of moving parts, but we're all working toward the same goal.
I just have one quick question. When will that grant, can you remind us? When will we know, do we think?
They asked, I'm thinking within a few months, because the work that we stated was going to start in June. So we're hoping to hear word pretty soon. But if, like I said, if it doesn't go through, at least we'll move towards this weed abatement, adding to the weed abatement policy to help start issuing out the letters. Because the city has a weed abatement policy, and then San Juan has a weed abatement policy that starts in where we declare a nuisance. They have so much time to do this. Ours is going to be all year round. And in addition, we're going to be hitting the city ones all year round too. So a lot of people will say, hey, well, what about this one? It's in the county. They don't really have to do anything. I mean, we could declare it a nuisance, but how do we cut it? We don't know how to cut it because there's not a standard that's there. So it took me a few years to get to it, to realize it, but we're doing our due diligence.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go to the public, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there, it's Rob Bernowski. And, anytime I see an additional ordinance, or I guess this is an amendment to an ordinance, my ears prick up, because the more time I spend in the agricultural industry here, the more I appreciate it. And I just want to find out if, first of all, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Because most of the growers that I see around the county, the ones that are doing things commercially, they take excellent care of their land. And I just don't see large fires in orchards and things like that due to the farmer, the ranchers, not maintaining their land. And I just want to make sure that the supervisors have talked to the farmers and ranchers and the Farm Bureau about, putting on an additional ordinance and what they think about it. Because, look, you guys have taken issues to support Ukraine. Well, I want to support the local folks here and just make sure that we're making it easy for them to be part of the nation's food supply, again, without overburdening. I'm not saying that this does not need to be done, but having lived here for 30 years, I don't see this huge problem on commercial properties. And I just, again, want to make sure that you are encouraging commerce in this county and not suppressing it. And if the supervisors have not talked to any of the Farm Bureau members, I would just urge you to put this on pause until you can talk to them and say, does this change their operations at all? Thanks a lot. That concludes my comment.
And I could address that real quick. That's an easy one. So we do get a lot of complaints from the local farmers about this issue right here, because it's usually the orchard that's next to them that they've let die, and it's infested with bugs and disease, and it affects the current working farmers. So this is where we'll be able to go in and say, hey, it's in the ordinance. You need to plow this field. It's a nuisance. You need to take care of it. It's diseased. We can't have this out there. So that's mainly what it's addressing. We're not hurting, or we're not coming after the regular farmers, because everyone keeps that tight. Where it's at is when you have the dead orchards that are posing the big fire hazard, especially with a wind coming up. You're just adding fuel to the fire is what it is. So it's a big hazard that's going to happen. So we're just addressing that part of it right there. It's not going to be addressing the regular businesses on that at all. They take care of their stuff, and they usually burn all year round anyways, because they're permitted to. It's more the dead stuff.
Are there any other public comments?
No other comments.
Okay. All right, so we'll bring it back to the board then. Did you have a question?
No, I was just for clarity purposes. I know there was a request, about the ordinance. This is just if desired, so we're not actually implementing an ordinance today. So if, you want us to move forward with doing more work on that, we can. So.
Go back and look at the recommendation. Okay, to receive the informational presentation, which we have, and if desired, provide staff direction in creating an ordinance for weed abatement. So what is the will of the board regarding possible weed abatement and addressing other types of hazards?
I think with the current conditions that we have with a lack of water and a drought coming up I think that we have to do this. I think it's a moral responsibility to make sure that our county is as safe as possible.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I echo Supervisor Dirk's comments about just the state that we're in. I think it's better to be preventative than to react after the fact. That said, though, I do think that Mr. Bernowski's comments were wise in that I think we should certainly do an aggressive outreach with the farm community and involve the Farm Bureau and just make sure that we're getting their thoughts on it as we go. Thank you.
All right.
I agree with both comments. Makes sense.
Right. So do I. So do you need any further direction? You're good?
We're good.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for that presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the 4th of July is coming up too, so.
Yeah, it all.
Yes, it is, but it's fire, fire, fire. Item number 5.
So we have this item. I don't have the person's name.
It will be Heidi.
Heidi, yes. There's a
Heidi Jumper.
She's filling in, I believe. Yeah.
Hi, I'll introduce myself.
Yeah.
My name is Heidi Jumper. I am the Marketing and Community Engagement Manager for the San Benito County Arts Council. I'm here today filling in for our Executive Director, Jennifer Lane, who had a family emergency. First of all, I want to thank our Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Kosmicki, Supervisor Hernandez.
Gonzalez.
I know it's Gonzalez. It's Madam Chair Gonzalez. Sorry. Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Dirks for your support always of our arts and cultural organization as well as arts and cultural organizations countywide. Okay. So first thing, a little bit about our Arts Council. Our mission is to activate and engage people, communities, and spaces in San Benito County through arts, culture, and creativity. This includes increasing access to art for all residents, uplifting artists and arts organizations, and creating vibrant, healthy, and equitable communities. Our organization, which is every year designated as a state and local partner of the California Arts Council by the County Board of Supervisors, is a 501c3 nonprofit organization that's independent. We were founded in 2006. We have one space that we've just relocated to in downtown Hollister in the old train depot that serves as our executive offices as well as our community exhibition and classroom space. As a state and local partner to the California Arts Council, we are one of 45 organizations that are independent nonprofits. 9 organizations that are state and local partners are divisions of their county governments. The California Arts Council is the state's arts agency that connects arts and cultural organizations with state grant funding and state resources, which means that this enables us to bring state dollars directly into San Benito County. What do state and local partners do? They fund traditional and community-based arts, cultural practitioners, and creative communities that reflect California's diversity. They connect artists, community leaders, and change makers to share ideas, provide peer support, and advance equity, innovation, and cultural and economic growth. They advocate for diverse, equitable, and inclusive access to the arts for all residents. They support arts education, community engagement in the arts, public art in all forms of individual and collective creative expression, and they advance racial equity and justice by committing to and implementing policies and priorities in the California Arts Council's racial equity framework. What do we do as your local Arts Council? We provide a variety of services and programs. Some of our services include professional development and technical assistance to local community members as well as independent, nonprofit, and for-profit arts and cultural businesses. We also connect artists and arts organizations local to us with other community partners, and we advocate, do outreach and promotion. Some of our programs include grant making and re-granting of funds, exhibiting and presenting both visual and performing arts, and facilitating arts and education and community engagement programs. More than 90% of our services and programs are offered free of charge. Just to highlight some of the most recent programs that we've done in partnership with some of our community organizations is our Art in Transit program. We launched this in summer of 2021. It was focused on COVID vaccine outreach and water conservation awareness. This was in partnership with the Council of San Benito County Governments, Water Resources Association of San Benito County, and Health and Human Services. As part of this program, we did a call for artists, and we hired 6 local artists to create 6 different campaign posters, 3 focused on the vaccine awareness and 3 on the water conservation. These were displayed in bus shelters throughout the county and also in local businesses, city and county offices. We also partnered with the county Health and Human Services during the San Benito County Fair, and we had postcards created advocating for, the campaign was called Immunity for Community, for vaccine awareness that was given to everybody who entered the fair. And that was these campaigns were both presented in English and in Spanish. Another recent program that we just completed last summer was our summer school mural program that was a partnership between our organization and the Hollister School District. This program was facilitated during the summer school program. We created 10 school murals at 10 school sites in the Hollister School District. We employed 9 local artists as teaching artists for the programs and engaged over 1,300 students in their participation. We also have on the horizon a mural for the Rurals program that's going to facilitate the creation of murals at our county's rural schools, and that's a partnership with the County Office of Education. We also, in the past few years, have expanded our visual arts program in the schools to a 3rd through 7th grade visual arts program where students receive art classes weekly with professional teaching artists, all of whom are local. This program serves over 2,000 students per week with 111 art classes. We have 111 art classes hourly each week. This is facilitated in partnership with the Hollister School District, the Aroma San Juan Unified School District, and Tres Pinos School. And in addition to that, we also have artist residencies that we provide. We have a 3rd grade music program that's ukulele this year. We also have cultural assemblies that we provide to all of the schools in the county. High schools included. We have a Poetry Out Loud program actually that we facilitate exclusively to the high schools. That's part of a national program. Okay, one of our other programs, this is my favorite because not only do I work as an executive member, staff member at the Arts Council, but I'm also a teaching artist myself. This is the program that is my favorite to teach. I'm a teacher in the Dreams Project, which is a project that we have that serves students in alternative education, including at Promise Youth and incarcerated youth local. And we have Pinnacles Community School that we serve at Santa Ana School, San Andreas, and the school at Juvenile Hall. That also this year we provide the students with weekly art classes. And not only just focused on art making, but we like to focus all of our arts and education programs on social and emotional learning, language development, and also critical and creative thinking. This is another new development. This winter we were awarded a grant from the National Endowment for the Arts for re-granting through our Arts Express grant program. So these funds that we receive, this is the National Endowment for the Arts is the National Arts Agency. With these funds, we're going to use them to distribute grants within our community to local artists and art and cultural organizations to save jobs, fund and support operations and facilities, health and safety, supplies, marketing and promotion efforts so that we can encourage our community to participate and attend and have greater community outreach and connection. We were one of 66 national organizations that were awarded this grant. And this is who are the artists of San Benito County. So these are just a few of some of the different arts organizations, cultural groups, and art-based businesses that we've provided funding and support to. We have El Teatro Campesino in San Juan Bautista, Aromas Hills Artisans, which is a collective group of artists, countywide, but also quite a few of them are based in Aromas. Terra Cultura, which is another arts education organization that's in Aromas. San Benito Stage Company, Canta, which is a new for-profit business that's downtown. Folklorico Juvenil, Mariachi Alma de Mexico, Flying Colors Dance Academy, San Benito Dance Academy, Credo Studios, Capuli Danza Azteca, and M Dance Company. Some of our other grantees have been San Benito High School's Arts Club, the San Benito High School's Life Skills Program, Hollister Downtown Association, Growing Hearts Garden Center, and Chamberlain's. I'm not going to read you the name of individual artists that's on here, but I can tell you that we have a very diverse group of artists, all the way from young and emerging to professional artists that is their career. We have artists that are very diverse in their cultural practices, as well as visual 2D artists, 3D artists, and performing artists. And then I will just highlight some new programs that we have on the horizon. We just published a call for artists. We are partnering with Caltrans in the city of San Juan to do this artist call for a public art project that's going to be at the Washington Street underpass in San Juan Bautista. The funding from this program is coming from Caltrans Clean California program. That's part of their highway beautification. The budget for this project is $160,000. And this is us looking for facilitating the call for a California-based artist with priority going to San Benito, Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, Monterey counties to come and paint a mural and do another artistic element. I'm part of this underpass. So we have the call open now, and it will close at the end of this month. This one is going to be launched later this week. It's another project with Caltrans as a partnership with the city of Hollister. This is also funded by Caltrans Clean California program. It's a beautification project for Highway 25. This is going to be a sculptural element along with some other beautification that Caltrans and landscaping that they're going to put there. The budget for this is actually, we got an update, it's $130,000. Lastly, I just wanted to acknowledge that April we celebrate as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. We are a member of Californians for the Arts, which is a state arts advocacy group. This year's month is focused on arts work and workers to heal, advance social justice, build community, create jobs, and empower youth. So I'd just like to also acknowledge that last year for Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, in years past we've gone to Sacramento and we have a Central Coast delegation that we go and we have visited our regional and local legislators to advocate for arts. And last year we met virtually, the past 2 years actually via Zoom. And I wanted to thank last year we had Supervisor Kosmicki. We met with Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Gonzalez. So we thank you for your time, and we'll be reaching out soon again to see if you'd like to join us or if we can meet with you one-on-one for Arts Advocacy Week, which will be April 25th through 29th. So with that, this was a meeting with us last year on Zoom. This year we're still going to be on Zoom. Okay, so I'd like to just say thank you again for your constant support of the local arts here in San Benito County, as well as all arts and cultural nonprofits and businesses. And then I would invite anybody, if you have any questions that I can answer for you.
Okay. Let's go to the public for any kind of public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
To make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay, so we have a proclamation and a resolution. So Supervisor Tiffany.
Since deemed I'm the most creative, I get the honor. Although I honestly cannot draw a straight line, much less do any art, but I was in the local schools of music for many years, so I appreciate it. So Heidi, this says, in the matter of a proclamation designating the month of April 2022 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and I won't read all the whereases, but I'll read a few of them. Whereas the arts work to heal, build community, engage youth, advance racial justice, and create jobs. And I might add that particularly during the time of COVID, I think arts are particularly important. Whereas it is imperative for all children and youth in California to have access to arts education in their schools. And whereas arts and culture are vital to the community and economic development of San Benito County, and residents in San Benito County shall have access to a full spectrum of art experiences and creative opportunities that advance racial and cultural equity and enrich quality of life. And whereas it is resolved by the San Benito County Board of Supervisors that April 2022 is a significant time to recognize and celebrate the arts, culture, and creativity of all Californians, and be it further resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors designates April 2022 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month, and Finally, whereas the Samuel Arts Council has taken a leadership role by partnering with Californians for the Arts and collaborating with several local artists, arts organizations, and arts and cultural groups participating in regional and statewide partnerships with the California Arts Council, California for the Arts, and American for the Arts. That therefore, on this 12th day of April 2022, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors recognizes and celebrates the arts, culture, and creativity of all Californians and designates April 2022 as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Madam Chair.
We also have we need to approve the proclamation. So what is the will of the board on item number 3, subpart 3 of this, item 5? The resolution, to adopt the resolution and approve the proclamation, yes, items 2 and 3.
Also move.
Okay.
Second.
Have a first and a second, all in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Got a 5-0 on that, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So we have Tracy on the line to introduce the next couple items. Tracy?
Yes, good afternoon. So today we're going to be giving 2 different presentations. Our first presentation will be on our opioid task force, and pharmacist Mary White is there in the board chambers, and she'll give an update on our opioid task force. And we just want to recognize and appreciate Mary White for leading this charge for us and leading the coalition for us. So Mary, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Thanks so much for this opportunity today to update you on the work of the coalition over the last year and so since the last time we were here to update you. The San Benito County Opioid Task Force was established in 2017 in response to concerning information at the time surrounding opioid use and misuse in our county. The most concerning information at the time was data we received from the California Department of Public Health that showed us to have one of the highest rates of opioid-related overdose deaths, as well as a very high rate of prescription opioids in county. Within that same time frame that year, we also had reports of pharmacy robberies that had to do with opioid-seeking culprits, and then also our local emergency department was reporting an increase in opioid-seeking patients presenting to the emergency department. So with that, at the time, our health officer, Dr. Newell, came to the board to present that information and data and asked for the board's support to convene a San Benito County opioid coalition, if you will. The task force or coalition was created as and remains a cross-collaborative group with representatives from a variety of organizations and agencies, each of whom holds a piece of this terrible puzzle. The task force was quickly convened and together developed some initial strategies and has been working diligently ever since. The Opioid Task Force is really a local community opioid coalition committed to preventing overdoses and deaths in San Benito County through partnership response and prevention efforts. It is cross-collaborative, meaning it's made up of multi-agencies and organizations because the problem is multifaceted and it really requires everyone working together to address it. No one person holds the answer. The coalition is action-oriented, always striving, anything from providing a naloxone training to giving a presentation to sending out a fentanyl advisory, just to name a few. The coalition has grown to more than 50 members, representing many different organizations and agencies here locally. And just to name a few, it includes public health, behavioral health, EMS, the hospital, pharmacists, probation, law enforcement, homeless shelter, food bank, Valley Health Associates, South Street Center, library, even Integrated Waste Management, Youth Alliance, and many, many more. As a coalition, the Opioid Task Force's role is not to provide direct services for treatment, but to engage coalition members and partners. The role of the coalition is to come together as a group of stakeholders, and this is ongoing. The coalition meets every other month, continues to do so via Zoom, to share information and data, to bring awareness to the issues through coalition members and to the community, and to take action through the appropriate coalition members and partners. The coalition has focused on several areas. And oftentimes there's a particular member agency or group who serves as sort of the lead for a focus area depending on the most appropriate fit. So for example, focus areas have included naloxone training and distribution, where EMS and public health have been the leads. Education and outreach, which is shared across the coalition by all members, including our school representatives, the library, etc. Safe disposal, with the pharmacies and integrated waste management leading the charge. Safe prescribing efforts facilitated by both our providers and our pharmacies. Expanding treatment resources through coalition member treatment partners such as the hospital, behavioral health, and places like Valley Health Associates and Sun Street Centers. And of course, addressing fentanyl, the efforts shared by all members across the coalition, and particularly law enforcement, behavioral health, and public health. So what has happened since the coalition came together? This is just to name a few things and represents strategies that have been put into place in our community that did not necessarily exist previously to the coalition forming. So the first strategy implemented and remains ongoing, very much so, is naloxone Narcan training and distribution. So training and dispersing naloxone into the community is a really important harm reduction strategy. Naloxone is the medication that is used to reverse an opioid overdose. It's available as a nasal spray. It's easy and safe to administer, even by a lay person. You don't have to be a medical personnel to do so. And used on someone who is suspected of overdosing on opioids. It is recommended by the Surgeon General and the Centers for Disease Control to make available broadly within communities. Local EMS and public health early on collaborated on obtaining a grant from the California Department of Public Health that has allowed us to procure Narcan for free, and have been training and dispersing the naloxone through our community ever since. To date, we have trained hundreds of people representing many different agencies, organizations, and individuals here locally, and have dispersed over 1,000 doses within our community. And that includes, we started with our first responder groups because we really felt that was important for them to have that early on and to feel comfortable to be able to use that. Our pharmacies, our schools, homeless shelter, food bank, and many, many others. Education and outreach remains a key ongoing strategy. It's a cornerstone, bringing awareness to the community constantly and ongoing through whatever platform we can, whether it's live presentations or virtually, using all of our multimedia efforts, a really strong social media presence. Safe prescribing and dispensing of prescription opioid medications. So historically, for many people who suffer from opioid addiction, it started with the use of a prescription opioid, prescribed perhaps after surgery or an injury. We know that opioids are highly addictive, and studies show that the likelihood of addiction to opioids starts to sharply increase after only 3 to 5 days of continued use. Over the last several years, there's been a big change in how prescription opioids are used in pain management, and prescribing and dispensing guidelines have changed as well. Our local providers and pharmacies have worked hard on putting into practice these prescribing and dispensing guidelines and recommendations. Our emergency department, for example, took an early lead in instituting really good prescribing protocols around opioid prescriptions. We held a prescriber pharmacist opioid summit early on to discuss the issue and learn and allow the providers to share best practices amongst themselves. And with all of these efforts, we're pleased to report we've had a more than 50% decrease in the rate of opioid prescriptions in our county since 2017. Safely disposing of unused and expired medications is another critical strategy. We know that leftover, unused, or expired medications at home can be accessed and used inappropriately sometimes. The message to the community is that leftover medication should not be kept around. They should be disposed of appropriately and in a timely manner. So our coalition member partners, namely Integrated Waste Management and the pharmacies, have worked hard to expand our safe disposal options. So we now have more medication disposal sites than we've ever had. We have the landfill, of course, but we also now have Hollister Police Department, the Sheriff's Office, and Eye Care Pharmacy, with more locations to come in the near future. We also have medication takeaway envelopes, which have been made available through the pharmacies and integrated waste management and public health. And there's been a really great response during the Hollister Police Department hosted biannual DEA Take Back Days, which, by the way, the next one is April 30th, so that's coming up. The Opioid Task Force developed and implemented a website 2 or 3 years ago, and the website continues to be rich in information and resources for the community. It is very user-friendly, and it's a true repository for all of this great information. So we encourage everyone to access and use it, and you can find it at sbcopioidtaskforce.org. The next couple of slides represent just a little bit of some current data. So this slide represents overdose-related death data, and it's local data obtained from our coroner sheriff's office. The state data lags very much behind, so we try to get our hands on as much timely data as we possibly can. So for this, our coroner sheriff's office has been really great about providing this information. So the trend across the state as well as nationally has been an increase in overdose-related deaths over the last couple of years, and it's reflected here locally as well, unfortunately. I'll just note that final numbers for 2021 are still pending. However, since the making of this slide, we did learn that there were 10 overdoses in 2021. The slide depicts 6, but some of those cases were pending toxicology reports, so we now know there were 10, 5 of which fentanyl was a contributing factor. Additionally, according to the coroner's office, there are actually still 5 coroner cases pending final autopsy report. So 2022 data is not yet available. This slide represents the number of individuals administered naloxone by first responders in the field. So for 2021, you can see it was approximately 40 individuals. Each case represents a potential life saved when you can reverse that opioid overdose in the field that way and get the person the help that they need in that moment. And so this is truly attributed to our first responders being trained and having access to naloxone since the start of the naloxone program. And this slide shows the opioid prescription rate, and as I previously mentioned, you can see approximately a 50% decrease in the opioid prescription rate since 2017 here. The spike in drug overdoses that's being seen across the state and the U.S. is likely linked to increased use of fentanyl, especially to counterfeit pills that contain fentanyl. San Benito County is not alone in seeing this. Similar patterns being seen across California as well as our neighboring counties of Monterey, Santa Cruz, and even Santa Clara. On September 27th, 2021, the DEA issued a public safety alert, and it was the agency's first alert in 6 years, and it was to warn the American public of the alarming increase in fake prescription pills that contained fentanyl. These counterfeit pills are easily accessed, they're widely available, and contain deadly amounts of fentanyl. Pills purchased outside of a licensed pharmacy are illegal, dangerous, and can be deadly. Fentanyl, as most of us already know, is a very powerful opioid like codeine, oxycodone, or heroin, but has 50 to 100 times the potency of morphine. Exposure to even very small amounts can cause overdose and death. It can be made illegally in street labs. It can be added to other drugs and hidden in there. It's used in counterfeit pills that are made to look like real prescription pills, such as an OxyContin or a Percocet or a Xanax. I've seen them. I'm a pharmacist, and I can't even tell the difference. People take these pills thinking that they're taking a prescription pill like a real OxyContin, unaware that it may contain a lethal dose of fentanyl. Over the last year and recent months, many actions have taken place and are being taken currently, in addition to all the existing strategies that I already mentioned. And just to name a few of these are particularly have been focused on the fentanyl issue. We released a fentanyl advisory to the community. It was a press release and went out heavily through social media as well. We had a fentanyl billboard posted a few months ago along San Felipe Road, and I think it's actually still there, actually. And here's the image of it on the slide so that you can see it. We placed a fentanyl information tab on the Opioid Task Force website that is dedicated to all things fentanyl. We implemented a pilot project of fentanyl test strips at the hospital and with probation, and the test strips are used to help more rapidly detect the presence of fentanyl in the person's urine. We are in the process of procuring or purchasing a TrueNarc device through the Community Corrections Partnership, or CCP. The TrueNarc is a handheld device that can quickly identify any unknown, or many, many unknown substances. I think it's 400 or 500 of them. And it's ideal for use by law enforcement and the emergency department. And it's going to be housed at Hazel Hawkins Memorial Hospital Emergency Department and shared across our law enforcement agencies. And we're following a similar protocol and model that is used by Monterey County and CHOMP. And so they've been actually advising us on that and have shared a lot of information about their experience with it. So that's going to be a really great tool for us to have here locally. Also, we are in the process of obtaining a software called First Watch that assists with real-time flagging of overdoses, and it's based on real-time data from first responder agency calls and law enforcement. Hazel Hawkins Emergency Department actively ongoing medication-assisted treatment program where they are able to actually start patients on treatment, namely Suboxone in the ER when they present in need. So that's been a huge help, thanks to Dr. Bogie and his team. We are expanding naloxone trainings, implemented a Narcan Leave Behind kit with our first responders and probation, where after responding to a call, they actually leave behind a kit that contains Narcan as well as information on it. And probation is also using that upon discharge and re-entry. And also more tri-county collaboration for idea and resource sharing with our neighbors in Monterey and Santa Cruz. They've been great to work with. So speaking of naloxone, just wanted to share with you where someone can obtain naloxone. So a couple of things. You can visit any of our local pharmacies, and anyone can obtain naloxone without a prescription from the doctor. By California Board of Pharmacy law, the pharmacists are able to furnish the naloxone without a prescription. They'll do the counseling and training right there. And when you go through the pharmacy, most insurances cover the cost of the naloxone, including Medi-Cal. Another option is to visit an online mail-based harm reduction service called Next Distro. Really easy. Go in onto their website, and it has you watch a 4-minute training video, answer 4 quick quiz questions, put in some information, and they will actually mail the naloxone to you to your home. The training is also available in Spanish on their website. And then lastly, also by calling for the San Benito County Opioid Task Force, calling the public health number or emailing the task force to schedule a training and obtain some Narcan. So lastly, just wanted to point out some upcoming things. We asked you to save the date. There's going to be a town hall event being organized and hosted by our behavioral health department and partners. And this is going to be a town hall to help increase awareness about fentanyl and overdoses, prevention strategies, treatment options. It's going to be held in front of Veterans Memorial Hospital, Veterans Hall downtown. The time has changed. It's now 11 a.m. to 2 p.m., not the 10 a.m. that's on the slide. It's open to the public and all of the community. Also, the task force is piloting a virtual Narcan training program within our San Benito County agencies. And lastly, not on the slide, but again, wanted to mention Hollister Police Department again will be hosting their biannual DEA Take Back Day on April 30th, and it will be held in the parking lot in front of Target. Anyone may go and drop off any unused or expired medications that they have sitting around at home. So with that, I just want to thank you on behalf of the coalition for your ongoing support and all of your help to increase awareness of this issue in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and go to the public and bring it back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Alia Salinas.
I was hoping you can clarify whether or not you recommend a public member to carry the, is it called, how do you pronounce it?
Naloxone or Narcan is the brand name.
Is it recommended for a public, like I could carry one in my car for whatever reason?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, we think of it as sort of part of your first aid kit, really. And when we do training for organizations and agencies, that's where we tell them to place it. If it's an office setting, you know, put it with your first aid kit, and the same for individuals.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No other comments.
All right. So, does the board have any questions? Thank you. Go ahead. Did
I
you?
just wanted to thank Mary for presenting, because yeah, this is something that's really, really serious, and I know that I've gone to the opioid task force meetings and very informative, and to realize the dangers of fentanyl is you know, it's a growing epidemic in our country. So, you know, I know that I feel like we need to do something a little bit more to promote the preventative measures of Narcan. And you know, I was surprised when I found out that you could carry it on you, right? Because I mean, ultimately, it becomes that responsive. Could save someone's life, right? You never know. And I believe with that training, they give you kind of what to look for with overdoses, so that you know it's related to something like fentanyl or opioids. So, so I don't know if there's anything that the board would recommend to promote, or even just attending that June 11th. You know, it'd be county-wide, right? So we're going to have public safety out there, I would imagine, and maybe first responders. Okay.
I can speak a little bit to that, Peter. So I've been working with behavioral health to set this event up. And so it was my request of them to have all of our first responders, any nonprofit youth organizations that we have in our community, also along with behavioral health. The opioid task force is supporting as well, so that parents can come. I pushed hard to try to have the event before summer really hits full swing, so parents are aware too of what kind of to look for as kids are unsupervised more so during the summer. And so the prevention things, but I'm also of the mindset and hope that they're including some youth organizations too. So like the Arts Council and, you know, maybe some of our sports programs that we have in the community, so parents know, hey, what can I do to make sure my kid doesn't get on the wrong track too. So really youth focused is what I think this event will be.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have one more item under this topic. It's the Family Resource Program. We have Tracy and staff available. Tracy, you want to do the introduction?
Yeah, so Deputy Director Joshua Mercier, who is our Deputy Director over Children and Adult Services, is in chambers to do a brief presentation on Resource Family Approval Program, which is formerly known as Foster Parent Recruitment. And also just wanted to bring to your attention that April is Child Abuse Prevention Month. And so we do have some videos that are going around that was sponsored by our Child Abuse Prevention Council. So I would just encourage you all to take a look at those as well. So Joshua, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the Board of Supervisors, and members of the public here in chambers, along with those that are participating from home or elsewhere. As Tracy stated, my name is Joshua Mercier. I'm a Deputy Director with the San Benito County Health and Human Services Agency, and I oversee our Children and Adult Services Division. I'm here to talk to you all about the Resource Family Approval Program. This isn't a presentation on Child Protective Services. It's a presentation on Resource Family Approval, but I did want to briefly touch on the biggest takeaway that I would like the viewers to consider with respect to CPS social workers' role at removal. So very briefly, it is a primary responsibility of CPS when a child is removed from their parents or legal guardians due to abuse or neglect to do everything possible to support placement of that child with a relative or non-relative extended family member immediately after they're removed from the parent's custody if possible and appropriate. And with respect to non-relative extended family member, this is a person that has a pre-established familial relationship with either the parent of that child or that child directly. An emergency placement assessment can be completed immediately, right then and there, before the children are even back at our office. And there is an understanding that an RFA referral would be submitted as soon as reasonably possible. Placing children in a foster home with a family that is unknown to them only occurs as a last resort. And at the end of this presentation, I'll have some statistics that can kind of showcase that. So what is the Resource Family Approval Program? Where did it come from? In 2015, Governor Brown signed legislation, Assembly Bill 403, that comprehensively reformed placement and treatment options for youth in foster care. This effort was known as the Continuum of Care Reform, and it drew together a series of existing and new reforms to this system designed with the understanding that kids who must live apart from their parents, they do best when they're cared for in a committed, nurturing family home. The intent of the legislature was to develop a unified, family-friendly, and child-centered approval process that eliminated duplication of efforts, it increased approval standards, and included approval for not only foster care, but also guardianship and adoption. The key message of Resource Family Approval emphasizes lifelong relationships and quality parenting. It's a streamlined process. No additional assessments of the family for adoption or guardianship are required. It considers the family's ability to meet the needs of our community's most vulnerable children. And it achieves results for children and families. These families, as they go through the process and receive kids into their home, are better prepared and supportive. It's a less intrusive process. Comprehensive training and support are provided to all families, which creates stability in the household, which reduces the risk of kids being moved during their stay. As I mentioned, Resource Family Approval works for both related and non-related families, including those that can provide foster care placement not only for children in the dependency system, but also for children that are going through the delinquency system through juvenile probation. The training is for all families, and the families that apply choose the role that they play in the system. They can provide temporary support, but they also have the potential for capacity to provide permanency to kids in the event that reunification efforts might be unsuccessful. And again, it's to prepare those for permanency. That's ultimately what we want for our kiddos, with no additional approvals required. So people might ask, how do I do this? How do I qualify? It's relatively straightforward. You need to be 18 years or older. You need to be able to pass a background check, be caring, flexible, and attentive, protective, and be willing to work as part of the child's team. It's comprised of not only CPS social workers, but therapists, other counselors, advocates, anyone that has a stakehold in that child's life. It is possible, as I stated earlier, to place children in a home on an emergency basis or for a compelling reason immediately at the time of removal. There's just a general understanding with the family member or non-relative that they do need to go through an assessment outlined through the Welfare and Institution Codes, which dictates our practice. The caregiver must agree to submit an application within a specific period of time and be willing to complete an interview and comprehensive assessment, not only of the individual or family, but the environment that that child might be in, also including background checks. Again, a placement can be made on an emergency basis at any time. So it might be when the child is removed. It could be any time throughout the life of the case where the need arises. And with respect to compelling reasons, we can place on an emergency basis specifically involving the needs of the child. what does this assessment look like? It's one application, one criminal background check, a combined home environment inspection, and psychosocial assessment. Pre- and post-approval training is provided to all families, and we're required to recertify them every 2 years. So you might ask, well, what does the background check look like? We do background checks with the Child Abuse Central Index. So this is to check to make sure that the applicant has never received a substantiated allegation for physical abuse of a child, sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or severe neglect, which is reportable. We do a DMV background check. We also do a Megan's Law registered sex offender check. We do CLETs and criminal records checks, and we also do a background check with respect to community care licensing, daycare facilities, that's LARS and LIS. The home environment assessment consists of a home and grounds walkthrough, fire clearance, capacity determination in terms of how many youth may be placed in that home, storage requirements, anything that might pose a risk to the child, and outdoor activities. The permanency assessment includes a psychosocial assessment, again, comprehensive training, a family study or written report, and any additional activities. Our community's children that come into care, I think we can all agree, need loving, caring homes. They need to remain in their own community. They need to remain in their school of origin. And they need to remain as close to their family and friends and community as possible to reduce the risk of any secondary trauma. So from start to finish, an applicant would go through an orientation, the application, live scanning and backgrounds. We have them become CPR and first aid certified. They currently participate in an online training and educational curriculum through, I think it's Foster Parent College. Home assessment and interview of household members, and then a final report and recommendation is completed within 90 days or less for full certification. So in terms of local statistics, San Benito County currently has 41 dependents of the court. This includes both children and non-minor dependents. A non-minor dependent is someone between the ages of 18 and 21 that has either remained in the system or has chosen to come back for the resources that may be made available to them. 12 of our kids are currently in a family maintenance with their parents. This means that they've been able to go home, which is great. They're still dependents, but the parents have made the necessary behavioral changes to warrant the return. 9 of these dependents are currently placed in out-of-home care, but with relatives, and they're local. 8 of which are currently placed with relatives out of county. So almost 2/3, if not more, of the kids that are currently in our system, they're either now at home with their parents or they're with their relatives, half of which are in county and half of which are not. 4 are currently placed in out-of-home care with non-relatives. And 6 are currently placed in out-of-home care with non-relatives out of county. 2 are non-minor dependents that have actually gotten to the point where they're able to live independently, which is great. I think that our team's doing a great job. I think that there's room for improvement, and that's one of the reasons why I really appreciate the platform to come and talk about resource family approval for our community members in attendance. We really are seeking support in getting the word out for families that are interested in supporting our local youth, and to help educate that it is a relatively straightforward process. We currently have 35 certified homes in San Benito County. 7 of those homes are willing to accept children ages 0 to 5. 5 are willing to accept school-age children 6 to 12, and 3 are able to accept children ages 13 to 18 or older only. I will say that many of these homes are child-specific. These are relatives that came forward and went through the approval process for their family members. But we also have a fantastic group of individuals and families here in San Benito County that have opened their doors to our kids. And I just want to publicly say thank you for the work that you're doing. It doesn't go unnoticed, and we very much appreciate it, and we value each and every one of you. We do have 5 active applications being screened at this time. And that is my presentation. I earlier today had our social work supervisor that oversees our RFA program here. She wasn't able to attend this afternoon. But if anybody in the community would like to learn more, they can email us at rfa@cosb.us or contact us at 636-4382. I've included in this presentation a link to our website that talks more about RFA, and also information through the California Department of Social Services, the BENTI application portal, which is a web-based platform for community members who would like to participate in an orientation and apply, and also the curriculum available to community members for training by way of foster parent college. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anyone has. Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and go to the public for questions. We'll bring it back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can raise your hand by pressing star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Bring it back to the supervisors. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you for the presentation. I know this is really important in our community. And with this transition to the continuing care program, I'm just curious. I know the priority number 1 is to place children with a relative, ideally locally, and then if that's not possible, with a relative out of town. But then I guess third choice would be locally, even though it's not a relative. And you said 6 that are in that boat. What can we do as a community to get? I know you said there's 5 applicants, to get even more people to step forward. And I'm curious about that. Is there anything we can do? I'm also curious whether you work closely with community-based organizations that help in this area as well. But anyway, thank you very much for the presentation.
Absolutely. I think getting the word out is essential. I think it goes back to the rule of 10. If I could ask everyone in attendance to talk with 7 to 10 people that they know and help educate them on what resource family approval is, anyone that you're in contact with that says that they'd like to give back and that they'd like to work with kids, this is an excellent opportunity for them to do so. And I would encourage anybody interested to reach out, and you're more than welcome to reach out to me directly as well. I do really value the partnerships that we have with our community-based organizations here in Hollister and around the county. I spend a lot of time trying to further develop and foster those relationships, and I think that every bit helps. And again, I would just say, if we can get the word out, we can increase our numbers. The resource families that we have are fantastic. We just need more.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. I'm new, obviously, so I'm learning kind of the ins and outs of all of these different programs that we have. But I do have a couple of questions. I'm wondering, how many people are in your department?
In my division or in HHSA as a whole?
Yeah, with social services. Mm-hmm.
So within my division, I have about 30 staff.
Okay.
Agency-wide, I think fully staffed we're around 180 to 190 staff members.
Okay. And so you have about 30 social workers on staff?
I wish that I had 30 social workers on my staff. I have a lot of support staff. I would say we have, when fully staffed, we have between 13 and 17 social workers, 3 to 4 supervisors. We have non-case carrying support personnel and administrative staff.
Okay. And how many do we have currently then? Because you said when we're fully staffed. So I just-
We're actually down-staffed by between 4 and 5 right now.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So it's not March anymore, but March was Social Worker Appreciation Month, and I'd like to kind of belatedly plug that today.
Okay.
We have an excellent team of social workers committed and dedicated to serving the community and ensuring that children's overall physical health and emotional and physical well-being are taken care of.
And thank you. And then also too, just I have a background in education, and with the pandemic, my husband's a high school principal, and we were, of course, immediately it hit us, like how many children are being left in homes where they're maybe not that safe. Did you see a downturn in reports, CPS reports, or children who needed placement? And have you seen a turnaround in that since we're back in school? And what are the current trends you're seeing? How many CPS reports do we have this year?
I don't have exact numbers. I will say, though, that over the last 2 to 4 years, maybe even longer, we've been moving in the direction of less children coming into care. We're not quite sure why that is. We're hoping it's for good reason. Going into the pandemic, we had very few children come into care. And I think early on it had a lot to do with the fact that schools had shut down. We were all trying to figure out how we were going to work in a pandemic-like environment. I'm married to a teacher. She teaches kindergarten and first grade, and she had to learn to navigate teaching from afar like that. And so as mandated reporters, I think it was just a different environment to work in. And I will say that we did receive a lot of calls during the pandemic, and we were able to get out there and work with families that were really struggling. I don't have exact numbers, but I will say that our educators in San Benito County do a really good job of reaching out to us when they believe children are at risk of abuse and neglect. And we do our darndest to get out there and eliminate the threat and risk as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Okay, great. And then I just have one more question about with this program and the way that you have it, if someone's interested in being a foster care parent, but they're a little hesitant, what kind of resources do you have to support them? It's my understanding in the past you guys have had like a foster parent mentor program. Is that still in place, and is that something you do?
We do not have a foster parent peer program currently. It is something that's in the works. We're really trying to evaluate how to do it and how to do it right. If there are people that are really interested, I think it starts with a conversation. It's just, going online, taking a look, and calling us and asking us to spend some time answering any questions that you or they may have. And then it just starts from there. To initiate the application process is really straightforward and simple. Utilizing our web-based Benti platform, you can go on there, you can learn a lot, you can enter your information. It's a real streamlined process that we're very much proud of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we'll see what we can do to spread the word for you, because we do need more foster families in, or family resource families. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question.
Oh, yes.
How do you where do you overlap with the Behavioral Health Department? Because you're from Health and Human Services, and I know behavioral health gets involved in foster care as well, or at least I thought they did. So how do you guys work together in that area?
Absolutely. So anytime we come into contact with a family who requires mental health services, we do our best to help link them to services regardless of whether or not a child comes into care or not. That's typically the first place that we'll point them to, especially if they're a Medi-Cal recipient. When a child comes into care, it's our responsibility to initiate mental health services, at least an intake assessment, within a very short period of time. So we have a streamlined process in place with behavioral health. We submit a referral and release of information over there, and then they've agreed to initiate that intake and have that assessment done within several days of the child coming into care. They can then evaluate and give their recommendation on what the treatment plan should look like, and then we work in partnership with them throughout the life of the case to ensure that children that are in care have access to ongoing counseling and mental health services. And in the event that there's an issue that would prevent that from happening, we also have contracts with independent providers to ensure that all of our kids have access to mental health services if the need arises. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So let's go ahead and go on to item number 8.
Tracy, you want to introduce that item?
And if the clerk of the board can move Stephanie Sonnenschein, the CEO of Central California Alliance, she's in the attendees, if they could move her over as well, please. Okay, so I believe the majority of the board remembers back on September 14th, the Board of Supervisors adopted an ordinance titled Santa Cruz, Monterey, Merced, San Benito, Mariposa Multi-County Managed Medical Care Commission. This process and step prepared us to implement a county organized health system model effective January 1st, 2024. And the goal was to be contracting with the Central California Alliance for Health. As you recall, the COES model is a publicly governed Medi-Cal managed care plan specifically established under the state statute to oversee the delivery of public assisted medical care in the county, which is also known as Medi-Cal. Recently, the governor released a proposed trailer bill to the fiscal year 22-23 California state budget, which would significantly undermine the ability for the COES to become effective in San Benito County, as well as several other COES counties. If it's enacted, the legislation authorizes the California Department of Healthcare Services to enter into a direct no-bid contract with Kaiser Permanente, which I believe you're all aware we do not have Kaiser in our county, for a statewide medical managed care contract in counties currently served by COES. So we're not currently served, but we're planning to be. The counties that are served by local initiative health also affects the counties that are served by local initiative healthcare plans. The contract does not require Kaiser to be open to enrollment for any member in the area in which it serves. Thus, Kaiser is not required to accept all enrollees who wish to have access to Kaiser, so they can pick and choose who they want to let enroll into their plan. The trailer bill legislation proposes to materially alter significant state policy regarding public programs without the kind of public process historically relied upon to protect the public interest. This would set a concerning precedent that threatens the stability of our safety network, exacerbates strains to our provider network, and would present new obstacles to advancing the transformation of the Medi-Cal delivery system. Since we prepared this item for the board packet in draft format, unfortunately, the time frame for the letter that we initially attached to the item had to be submitted today. And so what we've done is we've created a letter just from our county for your review and consideration that outlines our concerns. The joint letter was signed by Santa Cruz, Monterey, Merced, Mariposa, Sonoma, Yolo, San Mateo County, and Ventura County, and has been submitted to the Health Commission. And in addition, some other counties as well have signed their own letters, Monterey and Santa Cruz specifically. And so we have a letter that is prepared. I submitted it to the clerk of the board this morning to be reviewed and considered to be signed on our behalf as a county. So we're recommending that the Board of Supervisors take position to oppose on the Assembly Bill 2724 and submit the letter to the Assembly Health Committee to be recorded in opposition. And if anybody has questions for the California Alliance for Health, Stephanie is on the call, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. If you're in the chambers, please turn in a speaker card. If you're on Zoom, press *9 or the raise your hand icon. I see none.
Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. I'm sorry that we missed the deadline for this collective letter. It was going to be coming from Ventura County, Monterey County, San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, Santa Barbara County, Sonoma County, Yolo County, Mariposa, San Luis Obispo, and San Benito County. And I had already signed my draft because I'm very much in support of this opposition letter. We fought really hard as a county to get the relation and to establish the Central Coast Alliance for Health. And it just seems like this legislation is going to defeat the purpose of what we are trying to do. For anyone who's familiar with what the Medi-Cal program is, and anyone who is a recipient of Medi-Cal, they're very limited on their ability to secure medical services. Appointments are very limited because of the type of reimbursement to the providers. It's very difficult for those holders of Medi-Cal cards to seek medical attention, so they have to be forced to go to the emergency room to seek medical services if they have an issue where they can't get into the allotted slot appointments for the day. And so this relationship with the Central Coast, we're referring it to as the Alliance, it was going to solve a lot of the problems. But with this opposition letter that we missed the deadline, I would support and I would encourage my fellow board members to get on board and to agree to sign this letter of opposition of the legislation, because if this new legislation passes, it will basically stall the efforts that we're trying to do with the relationship with the Alliance. We all know about Kaiser. Kaiser's just 25 miles down the road. However, Kaiser has its own requirements in terms of servicing, and they will not have to take new enrollees. And so the governor is suggesting that we use them as a provider, but if that provider doesn't have to take new enrollees, it defeats the purpose of what we're trying to do to broaden the ability of our residents to seek medical services. And so it's just, I'm frustrated with this process. Thank you for the letter.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I did have a few questions. I'm trying to get a handle on, just what healthcare looks like under these two different scenarios. And so, if a family on Medi-Cal, if we move forward with the county organized model, what does it look like versus the state's proposal to have the contract with Kaiser? I'm trying to get more of a practical view on what we're talking about here.
Mrs. Sonnenschein, she's on the line, and I'm sure she can address that question.
Sure. Good afternoon. This is Stephanie Sonnenschein, CEO of Central California Alliance for Health. Thank you for the opportunity to address questions and concerns that are coming forward for your board. To the question that's been raised, the issue presented by the proposed bill and by this proposed direct contract is one that would represent the end of the county organized health system model. And so the present implications for people who receive their Medi-Cal coverage in San Benito County would be somewhat limited, because in this iteration of this bill, Kaiser's not currently providing commercial coverage to people in San Benito County. However, the vehicle by which the state is putting forward this proposal is through a policy bill. It was initially a trailer bill proposal that they would have passed through the budget trailer bill. The same language that was proposed in the trailer bill is now put forward in the healthcare policy bill. And so these kinds of changes could theoretically be made in the future. The reason that the Alliance and the current counties that it serves and many counties across the state are opposed to this is because the county organized health system is one where the county, as your board has, makes the decision in partnership with the local provider community and with the public health department to form a commission that will provide for local governance of the health plan that provides services to people with Medi-Cal in the community. And that is achieved through an exclusive contracting right that the county commission that you will appoint closer to go live of the health plan in 2024, exclusive contracting rights that commission enjoys with the state. So that we're the sole plan providing services to people in the community. This proposal would insert a commercial plan in addition to that county organized health system model. So it negates the exclusivity that the counties worked towards by implementing the commission and by putting forward the model. So that's the implication in terms of the downstream impacts. At the present time, the way that the state has put forward the proposal, they wouldn't be making Kaiser available to people in San Benito County. They're doing this in counties where Kaiser has had a commercial presence and has emphasized commercial growth. And yet there's, this future time through a similar amendment. So our position is that, the county organized health system has been in place in California to support Medi-Cal managed care since the 80s. The Alliance has been in operation in this area since 1996. And our model has been really effective and successful at increasing access to care for people with Medi-Cal, to increasing quality, to increasing both provider and member satisfaction. So it's a 40-year policy that's worked really well to address challenges presented by the Medi-Cal delivery system. And so this significant policy change would just end that model. How that plays out, we'd have to see over time. And so from our perspective as a county organized health system, we think that this just is an outright stop. It needs to be opposed. The integrity of the model, the integrity of the decisions of boards like yours needs to be upheld. And so that's, what we're pursuing as a health plan. And as Tracy's communicated, many counties across the state, particularly counties as well that have sought to bring the county organized health system into the community in the most recent opportunity of model change, have supported the opposition position to preserve the integrity of the proposed model.
On the surface, it's without getting into the weeds, it seemed, my initial thought was, well, there'd be choice. You'd have a choice between county organized health and Kaiser, but you're telling me that's not the way it would necessarily play out.
Well, I think, the matter of choice is one that I think the board considered in moving forward towards model change as a whole, because theoretically right now, people in San Benito County have the opportunity to be served by fee-for-service Medi-Cal or by a commercial plan. And over the course of the past many years, staff have had many discussions with San Benito County about the county's desire to bring the county organized health system model in. And while the county organized health system model doesn't offer people choice between plans, because there's one plan for the community, what it does offer is locally publicly governed healthcare in which our provider partners are true partners in developing policy and at looking at opportunities to expand network capacity and service delivery capacity so that we can better serve the people in our communities. And so I think that issue it's a separate policy issue at the point that the county's made the decision to pursue a county organized health system. It would in fact negate that entire policy construct. What we've seen in counties where there is that competition or the introduction of competing interests based on commercial needs as opposed to the public interest is, people tend to entrench back into their corners and they start talking about things like fair share. What's the fair share of people with Medi-Cal that a given provider should serve? And so those are the kinds of issues that county organized health systems typically can avoid, because all of the provider partners, all of the community-based organization providers have to come together to provide one cohesive, sustainable delivery system. It's one of the advantages of the COES models. I think it's one of the reasons that your board previously considered the county organized health system and in fact pursued this model change for 2024. So I'll pause and see if there's further clarifying questions you want to pose.
We approved it on September 14th of 2021. However, it will not go into effect until January 1 of 2024.
Yeah.
Yes, and so there was the lag. So this new trailer bill would defeat the efforts that we were trying to achieve on the September 14th, 2021 decision that we made.
I guess I just have one additional question. I guess I'm wondering what the potential, benefits are of Kaiser versus. I understand that this board and myself, we've gone down this road of the county organized system, but that was before the state went down the road of looking at this other model. So I'm just wondering, just to be fair, what the potential benefits of, the pros and cons. I'm not seeing pros and cons. I'm just seeing basically, we need to be against this because it's going to kill the county organized model. But the other side of me says, well, the state's doing it for a reason. going to this other Kaiser approach. I just want to make sure that I have all the sides to this before making a decision on whether to.
That's a good way to look at it. If Kaiser would accept all the new enrollees, and there's no,
You can't.
we can't force
Right.
them.
So what happens if they don't accept
We
a
have,
Kaiser enrollee?
we have residents that don't have access to medical.
Where would they get, I guess that was one of my other questions. What would
Yeah.
happen if you had a resident on Medi-Cal, Kaiser said no, which seems absurd because I don't know why the state would go into this model without some sort of other alternative for Medi-Cal patients. And I don't, the state of California is not just throwing these guys to the wayside here. They're obviously going to have some alternative. So what happens if somebody is turned away from Kaiser? Because we can't have Kaiser.
Right.
Some of us may want to have Kaiser, but we
Right.
can't. So what happens then if they're turned away?
Yeah. So let me be clear that the state's intention at this point is to proceed with the alliance's implementation in San Benito County. Because Kaiser has chosen not to bring up operations in San Benito County, so there's no commercial product offered in San Benito County, this wouldn't have immediate impacts in San Benito. What it would do would be to undo the COEs in Santa Cruz and in Mariposa counties where Kaiser has a commercial footprint. And so it's an issue, there's two separate issues. One is what is the direct impact to the delivery system in those counties where the state would implement this change in 2024, which would be to end the COES model and to turn it into some other model that's not defined because it wasn't proposed as a model change. It was proposed after the state had put forward model change opportunities to counties and after the RFP for the commercial procurement was launched. My understanding is that there's two counties across in the state of California that currently have Kaiser as one of the offerings for people with Medi-Cal managed care as a direct contract. There are limitations to Kaiser's model that prevent them from engaging in the RFP that was launched for commercial plan procurement in those counties that are served by commercial plans. And so a solution had to be put forward. The value of Kaiser is probably those kinds of things that you think about when you think about Kaiser as a vertically integrated physician staff model health plan, which is very unique. And that's that they typically have high quality and a closed network. Those are valuable things. But Kaiser doesn't have that available across every geographic area in the state. And so Kaiser cannot be a statewide health plan at this point. So that there's immediate issues, and then there's the lifted up sort of policy issue, which is the state of California and counties like San Benito have made the decision to have locally governed healthcare through a county organized health system. So we're a public plan subject to the Brown Act. We make all of our policy decisions in a public forum, like your board of supervisors. Our providers and our members participate in our governance. And we form collaborative partnerships across the delivery system to have everybody in the community pulling in the same direction. So we're not looking to compete, we're looking to collaborate. And so that policy that the state has been testing for 40 years and has proven successful will be undermined by this policy bill. The state has not indicated that they're certainly going to proceed with future iterations of this kind of change. However, there's nothing in the bill to prevent them from doing this in San Benito should Kaiser have an interest in, or any commercial entity have an interest in coming into San Benito. And I think that's the policy issue that San Benito's support, or the policy issue that San Benito's opposition would be valuable to, that as a local government in a public setting, stakeholders brought forward a proposal to implement a county organized health system for your Medi-Cal managed care, and that the community is committed to that model, and that model should be protected because it's of value to the community. I think that's the policy issue that's presented. So I'll pause again and see if there's further clarifying questions.
I'm good. Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chair, so just to follow up, I think you answered this just a second ago. In San Benito County, however, because Kaiser's not here, we would be going forward still with the, I realize it's not till 2024, but with the Central California Alliance, and at least for the moment, that that approach would go forward? And do you see, as long as Kaiser is not in our community, that, being undermined as well? I understand your policy point as well, but I'm just curious, just logistics, just to be clear.
I mean, it's such a fair question. I think the issue that I see is that, we engaged in a year of developmental efforts with Tracy and her team and with your board, as well as with the Alliance's existing counties, the Alliance's board and Mariposa County stakeholders to support this model change that was part of the state's broader procurement process. The request for proposal for commercial plan procurement was released in February of this year. And it was after that point, or right at the time that the commercial procurement was launched, that this direct contracting proposal was surfaced. And so, it's difficult to say. We would not have anticipated that this would have been presented as a component of the commercial plan procurement or as a new element in this model change that we've all been engaged in over the past year, because at no point over the past year was it discussed or raised with health plans or with counties who are engaged in the model change. And so I think it is fair to assume that there could be future instances where whatever interest the state is trying to advance, a similar arrangement could meet those interests. That is possible. And so, as the CEO of a county organized health system, which is a specific model developed in a specific manner in partnership with the community, it's incumbent upon me to clearly oppose this kind of a policy. I think that there are certainly challenges that are presented in the Medi-Cal delivery system and in the space, and those are things that the Alliance and local plans like the Alliance across the state are well suited to meet. So I don't know if that's a direct enough response, and I'm happy to field any follow-up.
Thank you. And then just, this may be a question for Tracy as well. In addition to this letter, or the letters, are we reaching out to, our representatives in Sacramento, some of them member Rivas, Senator Caballero? I'm just curious whether we're looking for their support as well in opposition to this trailer bill.
We haven't personally reached out to them, but I did see them CC'd on the letters that were sent, the joint letter. And I just wanted to also remind the board that we had also worked diligently with our service providers, with our FQHC, with Hazel Hawkins Hospital and some of the other providers. And they were also in support of this transition. And so we didn't really have a lot of time to reach back out to them to talk with them about this letter because of the timing. But my guess would be that they are in full support of this opposition as well, as our local providers to the majority of our Medi-Cal recipients in the county.
Thank you.
And if nothing else, I just ask you supervisors to look at the last paragraph. It says, for the reasons stated above, San Benito County must oppose the alternative health care service plan proposal and uphold the integrity of the COHS model. We request the state's consideration for the proposal based on our considerations of the harm it would cause to the safety net health system in our county and the medical beneficiaries that it receives. It further goes on to the last sentence, the paragraph before it. We anticipate that our county system could lose millions of dollars in supplemental funding if this proposal was to be implemented. So it's more than just the impact on the Medi-Cal recipients, but it's also a financial impact to the county. And again, it may not particularly affect us in San Benito County at the moment, but it's going to affect other counties that have Kaiser as an option. And then if Kaiser isn't forced to take on new enrollees, what's the predicament of those individuals that have Medi-Cal that, they don't have a choice? And so I just think we as a county should support the other counties that are in that predicament, though we aren't personally. So what is the will of the board on this? We did go to public, correct? Okay.
Can I ask one last question?
Yes.
What is there an urgency to this as far as, the bill, where the bill's out in the process? Because these bills tend to develop over time. There's more clarity over time. And I still feel like we don't necessarily have all that much clarity on the bill itself, and, you know, perhaps there could be amendments that would require Kaiser to service our residents under the bill. And if that were the case, I'm not so sure we would have as strong of a case here. I'm just trying to, do we know where it's at in the process, the bill itself, and just how these things normally play out, how much time might go by?
I'll opt to defer to Tracy and her team.
My understanding that it goes before the Health Commission on the 19th. Stephanie, is that your recollection?
That's correct. And so there's an opportunity for the board to submit its letter of opposition in advance of the Assembly Health Committee hearing, which occurs on Tuesday, the 19th at 1:30.
That there's an opportunity to perhaps fill some of those gaps on the concerns that we have. And I think that's a valid concern, being concerned obviously that Kaiser doesn't service San Benito County. Well, what if it was required that they do service San Benito County, and then maybe there could be a potential benefit? And I'm speaking completely as a layperson here. I understand that. I'm trying to understand this, you know.
I just personally have family, and I know people who currently have Medi-Cal, and the frustrations that they have had to not be able to seek proper medical treatment simply because they possess Medi-Cal as their insurance coverage. They don't make enough to be able to afford Obamacare, so then they're relegated to the position of Medi-Cal, but yet they're sick and they can't even get into the system that we as a county have established. And with the alliance, that was going to address a lot of the concerns. And so I hear what you're saying about waiting until there's a final, but I think we should at least put the letter in as an opposition to the draft, and maybe that might trigger them to be able to change it and write it so the final is more inclusive, where it forces Kaiser to accept people. But right now there's no arm to twist to force Kaiser to take on new members, and then we're going to relegate other county residents to be in a position where they're going to have to go to the emergency room just for regular medical, and the millions of dollars that are going to be expended that way as opposed to having a regular doctor. I just see it. I feel like we as a county have a responsibility to sign this opposition letter to support those counties that need the help. That's where I'm coming from.
If I could comment too with Supervisor Kosmicki, I think he was saying that essentially if we say the bill is as written, I feel like I would like to know too where it's an assembly bill, where Assemblyman Rivas, you know, what his understanding is of this and where he stands on it as well. I know the 19th is coming. Is that next week?
Next Tuesday.
Yes, next Tuesday.
Okay, and we have a board meeting next Tuesday. That's why that date's familiar to me. So I feel like healthcare is so layered. And I'm okay with a letter as long as we say it's as written, I suppose. But I really want the other side to it. It
does say AB 2724 there, so I mean, you do have a assembly bill number attached to it.
Yeah, I know. I looked it up. There's not much information.
Madam Chair, just to go off that, maybe if we suggest that we have concerns about, in the letter, about the impact to the county organized health system, and we would like to see, if possible, amendments to the legislation that would address those concerns and ensure our community that, you know, that the Medi-Cal recipients would get the utmost care. I'm just trying to think of language here off the bat because we just got this letter right now. So
yeah, nobody saw this letter prior to this meeting.
If your board would entertain it, just a point of clarification from the Alliance's perspective, and it certainly does not need to be your board's perspective. I hear the interest in offering amendments to the bill, and I think the point that I would put forward to your board, and the point that the Alliances board has felt fairly strongly about, is that given that if this bill were to pass, even if amended, it would negate the COES model. It ends the COES model. It represents a de facto end to the exclusive contracting right that your county has sought by pursuing model change with the state. And so there isn't an amendment to the bill that could correct that, because it does away with the model that you've elected to serve people within your community. So certainly I hear the interest in the desire to have more information, and that makes a lot of sense. But absence, an exemption for the COES or an exclusion for the COES, there isn't an amendment that makes this bill acceptable from a county organized health system perspective, because you don't enjoy that exclusive contracting right any longer. The state will impose this commercial entity into the community, whether it's desired by the community or not. And again, that's in the communities where commercial entities have had commercial business, which they haven't done in San Benito yet.
Let me just add, I mean, we just as a board, like was just stated earlier in September, I believe, we approved going forward after a lot of consideration. And I know this is something that the county looked at going forward with this model, and hearing that this would essentially undermine that whole approach. I'm in support of this letter. I realize we just saw it, but I'm also, I guess when you look at the list of the other counties that are also supporting opposition, including our other local counties, I realize San Benito County is a separate county, but nevertheless, the whole point of an opposition letter is to try to get them to either make changes, dramatic ones that would remove this undermining of it, or just pull this entirely. And I also have to say, maybe I'm just a little cynical, but I'm a little suspect about the state, getting in bed with Kaiser. It's obviously a for-profit. It's the motivations there, I'd like to think they're all worthy motivations, but they certainly, I don't think they help San Benito County at all. So I'm supportive of this letter as written.
Madam Chair, I had a question. So these counties, it seems to be, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of them are rural counties, right?
Yes, for the most part, I would say yes.
Yolo, Slow, yeah, Mariposa. So my point is the interest of these counties is ultimately local, a local agency. They mentioned very strongly accountability. I agree that when you're dealing with local organizations, right, they can respond to emerging needs at the neighborhood level. So there's an element of not only a plan that works, but something that could be adaptable to the needs of the communities. And when it's, to me, top down from the state, I have a hard time believing that they're going to be focused on individual needs, because every county is so unique and different. And who better than our locals? And ultimately, these funds and the resources need to be, engaging to our resources that we already have. And from the model that I'm reading, that's why I've been the quietest. To me, it seems just a no-brainer. If they already are going to build something out that's successful, it'd be way better for it to be from the folks that we can be accountable, right? That they can be accountable to us, versus the state, which is usually a layered issue, right, to try to address. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer. We should be signing this letter. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and then question, I don't have any notes here that we went to the public. Did we go to the public on this?
Oh,
Did we?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, do you know who that person?
I don't know. Should that matter?
yeah, I don't want to break the rules, and that hand wasn't raised previously? Okay, and we did go to the public. Okay, then I don't want to revert, sorry. Okay, so we have, can I get a motion then?
Madam Chair, I make a motion, we approve this letter in opposition of the proposed trailer bill legislation.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Anyone opposed? 5-0 then to sign the opposition letter. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. And just for the record, we have to submit the letter in the online portal tomorrow by 10 a.m. So
It'll be signed today before we leave for the day, okay?
perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Okay, so let's go ahead to item number 9.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and take this item on. So with the increase in retirement, as well as the organizational changes we've done with the elected department heads or department head roles, we really have found that we needed to address a longstanding issue of this multi-tiered pay rate that we have with our county, and going to a single-tiered system, similar to what the Board of Supervisors has for their pay rate. The county supervisors have a flat rate, i.e. it's like a G-step, and the elected department heads have had for years now steps. And the reason why typically the step approach it was established for when an individual or an employee really would go through a review process, and if it was found that they've done a good job for the year during, for the entire year working, that they would typically get an increase, a step increase. Well, with the department heads that are elected, they don't really have somebody that they report to, or even a board in my case, so they report to the people. So with that, there has been an interest to move this and address this. In the staff report, it does highlight about 78%, almost 80% of the counties follow a single-tiered model. And we have been, wanting to do this for some time. It's just now is pretty much the time to do this and address this prior to the election. So with that, what you have before you is moving from a multi-tiered pay rate for elected department heads to a single-tiered approach, removing step A through F and just having a G step for the elected officials. So with that, I just wanted to present that, have open dialogue with the board, allow the public to comment. We do have, I think, a few elected officials here, department heads, if need be, to discuss this.
Okay. So that's the extent of your presentation then?
That's it.
Okay, so let's go to the public, and then we'll bring it back for discussion.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, board. My name's Danny Camacho, and I live here on the west side of Hollister by Calaveras Elementary School. I just wanted to quickly say, why are we treating the Board of Supervisors and people like the sheriff and the district attorney differently? Aren't they all elected officials? We voted for these people to represent our community. We get to decide whether they get voted in or out the next 4 years. The current pay system makes me believe they work for the administration. Did they get an evaluation for a pay increase like regular government employees? The answer is no. So why are we treating this way? Besides, it looks like all the surrounding counties have a flat rate model too. What's next? You're gonna tell them who they can hire or how to run their department? Let's just treat our supervisors like all the others around here. Thank you.
Alia Salinas.
Good afternoon, supervisors, and Madam Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I think it's a great idea. We have the largest land size county, yet we're the poorest county. We have a hard time recruiting employees to stay here instead of using this county as a stepping stone. This has nothing to do with employees, although the salaries are still subpar to their surrounding communities. I don't see a problem with this. I think there shouldn't be any kind of a debate up there. I think it's fair, it's equitable, and more than anything, if you're an elected official, you don't get a performance until the next election, and then that's when it's decided by the public. It's not decided by anybody among yourselves, and other than the department heads that are not elected. Therefore, it takes you completely out of any type of evaluation other than when it's election time. You're speaking about elected positions, and like I said, you're only the salaries are subpar to that surrounding areas. Although this has nothing to do with that, it just has to do with the stages of the pay increase, and it should just all be one level. So I would hope that you all just unanimously pass this. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, just for a point of clarity.
Yes.
The speaker mentioned supervisors. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to align the department head, the elected department heads with the supervisors, with that single flat rate model. So just wanted to be clear with that. And to add, and
it's not a raise to the supervisors, right?
The supervisors are out of this. It was just using it as an illustration.
Right. I just
no
want
raise
to
to
make sure.
the supervisors.
Yeah. I had put that too in a question mark of the comment. I'm like, okay, I know we're not supposed to address the public comment, but I'm glad you did, so that way I didn't have to. But that was a misspeak. The way it was delivered. Okay.
Right, and just to add a little bit more, so these steps, really, if taken with an employee, it's usually done with an evaluation. But with elected officials, there's no evaluations, as mentioned earlier. It's 4 years, and then you're evaluated. So it's really kind of a moot point of having these yearly step increases. Because, go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Ray, a couple questions. So, when someone is elected, an elected official, other than the supervisors, I'm not talking about supervisors here, at what level, now, in the past, there's an, A through G step, where do they come in?
Yeah, and that's really another reason why we're wanting to address this. As an example, there are employees that usually take on an elected role. So let's say captain, maybe in the sheriff's organization, or someone else in maybe the recording office or the auditor's office. At times, the assistant directors normally, or captains or whatever it may be, they may be making more than the A step. And that's a big issue.
So do they come in at the A step?
Well, they would have to come back.
If you get elected.
They would, if you become an elected official, you actually lose pay, which is not right.
Right,
need to address that.
But just to be clear, they come in, when someone gets elected for the first time,
right,
they start at A.
That's correct.
And then every time they get elected again, they go up to, is that the only way they get?
Every year automatically.
Every year
B
automatically,
step,
then
C
they move
step,
up.
D step. And then if they're in their 5th year and they move forward with another term, then they continue on.
If they get reelected.
If they get reelected, it'll continue on with the steps until they reach G step.
Okay, and I guess just kind of a follow with that is I get the argument to have it just flat, makes sense. Is there why just immediately go right to the G step? Is it to address what Elliot was just saying, is that we're already underpaying,
Absolutely.
and so that's kind of for two purposes here to also make us more competitive across the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
As an example, and I'll just highlight Sheriff Darren Thompson. He was making a lot more, and he lost pay basically coming in as step A. It took him years to eventually get to what he was making before. So it's we need to address that.
Yeah, no, I think it's a total equity issue. When you look at where it starts at A, I mean, It's just ridiculous. And so I'm assuming half the people on this list, they don't have anyone running against them. They're already at the G step probably. So it's really the few people who are coming in, and they shouldn't be making less than what they're making currently.
Right.
So that doesn't make any sense at all.
And I see it as a fair and equitable and a transparent process. And so I would agree with this. Supervisor Hernandez?
I say yes, and just points to the reality, we're not employees. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Kazimicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just real quick, the only thing I had asked for a cost estimate attached for the item, just for transparency for the public. And so, yeah, it's costly, but it's only fair. And as the staff report lays out, there's really no rationale for the step system with elected department heads. Thank you.
Okay. So then, what we've spoken, so let's go ahead and look at the recommendation. So to adopt the resolution 2022-45 and direct the removal of steps A through F. And let's see, direct the county administrative officer to place the elected department heads at a G step, effective January 1 of 2023. And then item number 4 under there is further direct that all County of San Benito service providers or their regular employee status and optional electric services be defined as Government Code 20322 and Public Employees Retirement Code 21231 and combined with the loss of interruption of salary and special compensation and benefits. So what is the will of the board with regards to those recommendations?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Just correction, I think it's January 2nd. I don't know if that's
Oh, I'm
critical.
sorry, January 2nd.
That one day could make a huge difference.
Thank you for the clarification. All right.
Second.
Second, okay, we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay. Those opposed? 5-0 on that. Okay. Item number 10. Now, who's going to be presenting? Is that you, Jennifer? Okay, as you present, this morning we had a public comment, and when we talk about that, can we address that, if that can be deemed an official public records request? Because that's where the clarification, where there's some confusion for me.
Just at a point of clarity, we already provided that person all the information already.
Wonderful, thank you.
So
Thank you.
if there's any need for additional information, I'm not sure yet, but Gabriel, our budget officer, handed her that information.
I'm
So
glad that you did, but I just want to make sure in case, yes.
Yeah, on Supervisor Betsy Dirk's request, yeah.
Thank you.
We'll allow you to do that.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, and members of the public. At our board retreat in March, County Council had presented a in-depth presentation on public records requests, what isn't a public records request. Today will just be a brief discussion, the county's procedures for public records requests, and also our next request system that we use to track our public records. And at the end of this presentation, I will show you on the county website and our next request online, just to show you what it looks like. So the California Public Records Act, the purpose of it is to offer transparency, and it gives the public an opportunity to monitor the functioning of their government. The act requires the county to provide access or copies of records that are responsive and that the county is in possession of. So what is a public record? A public record is any writing containing information relating to the conduct of the public's business, prepared, owned, or used. For examples, papers, books, maps, charts, photographs, audio tapes, videotapes, and any information stored on a computer. And also the discussion has been brought up about notes that can be used in a public records request. The Public Records Act provides access to existing documents. So if there is a public records request, requesting a document and the county does not possess it, it does not obligate us to create a document that does not exist. Lastly, it does not obligate the county to answer questions. So for example, if one were to put in a public records request asking to see the procedure versus why do you have the procedures this way? So it's just kind of an example of a PR we may receive. So it is for records and documents and not for questions. But I would like to point out we do get a lot of public records requests asking questions, and when we can, we will answer the questions. So for example, if they were to ask questions maybe about the budget, we would offer them information where they can find it on the county website to look for that information, or offer the contact person's information if they had more questions. So when we can, we will answer questions, but if we can't, we would not answer them. So next request. The county implemented next request in October of 2020. It is to accept, coordinate, and fulfill records requests all in one place. So the main purpose is to have all communication in one place, not just with the requester, but with staff as well. The software works with all departments and to streamline requests so no request goes unanswered. That way it's all in one place and no request gets forgot about. Members of the public may access our next request system through our county website and directly at this link. And at the end of this presentation, I will go over both of those with you. So our procedures. Next request is all requests that are clearly stated as a public records request. And when I say clearly stated, a lot of the time some people will, from the public, will send us a request that says, I would like all permits, and that's all the information they'll provide us. So it's just to clearly state what you're wanting, if there's an address involved, if you're asking for a timeline, offer those dates, and as much information as you can. They're to be submitted to the clerk of the board via next request, and we highly recommend members of the public to submit the request via next request. It just it offers them it's a good system for them to utilize and to see it, and they can also look up other requests, which I will show you. So it's just highly recommended that you go onto next request and submit your PRA. It can be found on our county website and directly at this link. If the request is sent if the request is not sent directly to the clerk of the board, we will then upload it on next request. And I don't know if County Council, if you would like to add anything about or maybe any policies moving forward if it is not uploaded on next request.
Yes. So I believe, as the presentation indicates, that those are what is clearly within the public records request, but I don't believe that that's the whole scope of every document or every request that could be issued to the county. There is no requirement that a public records request actually be in writing, and I don't believe that there's any magic words that they have to write or any specific format that they need to have to make it a mandatory response or mandatory requirement for the county to respond. One of the first actions that we're going to have our new employee when we actually get them is to do some investigation about the other policies in other counties and how they treat requests that come in from outside the system. But it's our recommendation in the interim that we treat all requests that come outside the system to put them into the system so we can track them and make sure that they're responded to. If you don't do that, you're keeping two lists of tracking systems. You have the next request, which you're tracking, then you have this informal list of also documents that you're trying to respond to, which increases the risk that something will be not responded to in a timely fashion. We're requesting that everything be entered into the system so that if an email goes out to the sheriff's office, for example, they can enter it into the system and have it tracked as a public records request. But we can do additional research just to make sure that that's consistent with other counties and bring it back at a future date. But that's our recommendation so we don't lose any records that we should be, or requests that we should be responding to.
And the reason I asked that question, about the public comment this morning, I know in the past that has led to litigation.
Yes.
A speaker verbally requested something, and that kind of got us into trouble. So we have instituted changes. And so how would that public speaker this morning, how would that one be treated? Or say, for example, an email from the public, how would we treat that on a regular, ongoing basis? What would you do with that?
It's our recommendation that they all be entered into the system by staff. If we request somebody to enter it into the system, and we try to train people to use the system as much as possible, but if we do get the stray request that doesn't come in through the system, we're requesting staff to enter it into the system so it can be tracked, including the comment that came in this morning.
So that way, so just so we can be consistent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So once we receive a PRA, if it's directly on next request, are sent to the board, to the clerk of the board's office, each department is assigned. So for example, if they're asking in for permits, we would assign RMA. At that point, RMA would then see if they have any documents that they have that is associated with that request. And if they do have any, they would go ahead and upload it on next request. At that point, the clerk's office will go through those documents, do any redacting of any personal information, and coordinate with county counsel's office. Well, they will let us know if the documents are okay to release or if anything else needs to be redacted. And at that point, the clerk of the board's office will then respond to the requester and release records, and this is all done on next request. So the requester will see all the information that's been released on next request. So important deadlines. The county has 10 days from the day that they receive the request to respond, and that is also including weekends. After the initial 10 days, the deadline can be extended for additional 14 days, and that is also including weekends, to allow more time for departments to search for records. After a department looks for those records, county council still needs time to review those. So this is the direct link to next request. And this is what it looks like. It's a pretty straightforward. You have make a request, search. And I would just like to point this out for the public that maybe has not came on to next request. If you know that you are looking maybe possibly for a map, and you know maybe it's coming out of RMA. Sorry, I'm picking on RMA. Okay. So out of the 625, there's 57 requests asking for a permit. So if you go into click, you can look at other requests. You could be like, oh, that was exactly what I was looking for. And all the documents that we load on the request are public, because there are public records, so public can view. And they're able to view all the documents that we have already uploaded on certain requests. So if there are things that the public would like to come on here and look what they're wanting, this is maybe, it might be an easier way for they don't have to put in a public records request, and they can already see some that have, and maybe it would answer their question. Another. So to make a request, you would just go to make a request, and it's pretty simple and straightforward. You would just include the description of what you are asking. Just try to be as clear as possible. If anyone ever needs any help in asking for anything, you could always reach out to our office and we will help you. Just please provide an email, a name, and the rest of the personal information. And staff does not give out any personal information, and is also not on next request. And also, I would just like to point out to you, we do have keywords. So if someone is looking maybe for budget information, as you see, the yellow box will pop up, and we have certain keywords associated with that word, and we'll offer information. They can go to the county website. It will take you to the county website. I also put on OpenGov for the budget, so maybe some people are not aware of OpenGov, and they can see budget information. Same thing, we get a lot of PRAs for birth, deaths, and marriage certificates, so it's just information of where you can go for that. We have the same thing for minutes. So we just tried to offer as much information on here of where you can find these items without putting in a public records request. And then lastly, it is on our county website. So right here at the top, you can go straight to next request and it'll take you to next request. And it's also under our government tab, under clerk of the board, and you go, and we have a whole page dedicated to public records requests that offers just information of what it is, just some information if anybody wants to take a look. And we also have 2 tabs, so right here it'll take you straight to next request, and over here, make a request, it'll take you straight there. So we tried to offer it just to be available as much as possible for the public to be able to see and work with. And I think that is the end of my presentation, so if you have any questions.
I would just thank you for the information. It clarified a lot. Thank you.
Just a
Anyone
quick question. Can we clarify how narrow the scope of the question? I think this is maybe a county council question, how narrow the scope of the question needs to be, because I think the issue that we're running into, and I'm all for more information, accessibility. I don't think there's probably a bigger advocate for that in this county than myself, considering the industry I came from, and I was probably putting in half the public records requests before a couple of years ago. But how narrow does it have to be? I just want to ask that so the public understands that. And then secondly, before you answer, I just, for the public, please try to be as narrow as possible, as opposed to going on a wild goose chase and just, asking for everything.
Yeah, so
anyhow, thank you.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say it off the top of my head. I'm not going to quote the legal language right now. I think that there's 2 aspects of that. The first one is that it has to be narrow enough so the county can reasonably understand what is being requested, so that we can focus the request. Sometimes they'll ask for a whole bunch of and a wide range of documents, and it's unclear what they're asking for. And then the second request is really a fact-dependent situation, but if it can be limited and the parties agree to limit, sometimes it's possible to limit it so that it's not unduly burdensome and that it's focused on what the requester desires, whether it's we attempt to work in an interactive process in many cases with the requester to make sure that the request is tailored to what they would like to receive within the date ranges or the email addresses or by specific subject words. Because otherwise, if you have a too broad of request, you could receive tens of thousands of documents in a public records request, and then it's not responsive to what the individual is seeking. So there's no set, I mean, we take it on a case-by-case basis to try to make sure that it's responsive to what the individual wants, and also that we can limit it to the degree possible so that we can send out a response that meets the requester's needs.
Yeah, and I'll just wrap up. So the public is aware, if anyone's still listening at 5:09, that these aren't cheap. These services aren't cheap. There's a cost to these services. Employees are costly, and they do good work, but this is not, simple stuff. And I just encourage the public, please, to be as specific as possible, because a lot of the same people that complain about tax dollars are the ones that are putting in a lot of these requests. So there's an interesting dynamic there. But just please be as specific as possible, and don't just ask for everything. Thank you.
One point. Okay, I just need one point of clarification. So if someone asks, like I had someone ask for minutes for a particular meeting a couple of years ago, the meeting this particular individual was looking for, I'm sending him to the next request himself. But if I were to pass it on to you, do I need to let that individual know what I'm doing? That it's going to come through as a PRA?
Yeah, I don't know that, I don't believe that it's legally required, but, that's certainly an extra step that you could do to let the individual know, so that, that they know that that's how it's being handled. But the emails from the members of the public to the board as well as to county employees is a public document, those emails, so that there's no expectation of privacy from those emails when they get entered into the system, as far as part of the PRA system.
Yeah, if I could address that also. We also have a document archive for the regular documents that are produced as a result of the board's meeting, and that's that document is being digitized, so it's available online. And minutes are one example. Agenda item transmittal documents for the agendas themselves, ordinances, resolutions, and contracts are all included in that database. It's referred to as Laserfiche, is the trade name for how it's supposed to work, but we've called it our document archive. That's accessible through the county website as well. It has a few kinks that we're working out and some quality control, but that's something we can demonstrate for the board and the public on another occasion. But what we're trying to do is to create accessible databases through various software programs that are publicly available so that people can do their own search and recover the documents that they're interested in without having to make a Public Records Act request that then we have to respond to and go through all the rigmarole of tracking it and responding to it. So we're working on that. An example would be a very common request is for permits. In planning and building, we're implementing the Acela program, and it has a public-facing aspect so that you can request or monitor building permit requests and their progress through that program without having to separately submit a Public Records Act request for that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks staff. They've been working hard on this. I would say one other thing is just if we could encourage the public to put in the request, because if they do, if they comment, hey, can you do this for me, or can we do that? And what happens is it just eats up a lot of staff time. So even in this case, we'd have to go back and enter it in. It's just a lot more, it's a lot easier. It just helps with staff time if the public can just do that.
But, Madam Chair, but I assume if just a single, if one of us as a supervisor, we get a real simple request, we can answer the question ourselves, or we can say, hey, this is where you find it on the website. Will that suffice? I mean, we can make a judgment call. We don't have to go,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, there are times.
There's some really basic things.
Yeah,
that
right. Thank you.
You just got to make sure you tell them I've officially closed your Public Records Act request.
I'll do that. I'll probably direct them directly to you.
Have we gone to the public? I don't think that we have. Okay, so we need to make sure we do that.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas?
Thank you. I hope that the request this morning is an anomaly and it won't happen again. You set precedents that I can come up here, and you guys know that I'm here all the time, and I can request records, every single line item here if I wish to do so, and it can get really hectic. The email that came to Supervisor Dirks, I would respond it because, trust me, I go back years looking for minutes and looking for resolutions, and it's easy to find. They really are. Now it's going to take staff time to do something that person can do themselves. I'm all about trying to save money and trying to save staff time, and I have done 2 of my own records requests, and they've done a fantastic job. I've gotten everything that I've wanted, and I know that it's working, and I am very specific on what I want. I state the who, what, when, where, and why, and I know that it's going to take staff time, but I'm not doing it because I think I'm not doing it for being frivolous with it. And what has happened since COVID hit, The staff has been bombarded with these constitutionalists that they know better with the public health department, and it's taken a lot of staff time and it's cost a lot of money. Now, what I encourage all of you, because I know you get phone calls, there's grass growing crazy and it's going to start a fire, and they contact you because they're the supervisor and they expect you to call the fire marshal or call the fire department or call public works, and you have to be good. You've got to reply to your constituents, but at the same time say, look, here's the phone number for so-and-so, because then they're going to come back and follow up with you. Well, you didn't call them and you didn't do this, and if you can turn it back on them, you're being helpful. That way it doesn't take your time and you don't get tied up into something that if there's a trail of emails that you didn't do something. If you answer in the email, CYA purposes, that's what I'm talking about. Don't place yourselves in liability. I know that Supervisor Kosminski knows what I'm talking about because he's done enough of these PRAs that you have to be careful on what it's doing. And again, coming up here and verbally requesting it, I know you're going to research it. There's got to be a way. There has to be legally a way so that the county doesn't get in trouble again, that it must be done in writing and not have somebody come up to the dais 4 or 5 times or even once a month or whatever, because what happened this morning, people are going to be paying attention, and you might have people coming up again that have already submitted in writing, and now they're just going to be coming up to the dais. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. Okay. So let's go ahead and move on then to item number 11. Does anyone have anything to report out in terms of ad hocs or any other committee assignments?
It was a few weeks since we last met, and I'm on a lot of committees. I'm going to try to keep it really short and to the point. So since we're at 5:18. Okay, so I attended a housing webinar on the RENA allocations, and so some of the changes with the consequences for the 6th cycle that we have coming up. They're saying that they're going to be enforcing the things that they haven't been enforcing in the past. So I went to a webinar on that by MBEB, I believe. Behavioral health had an open house. I attended that along with Supervisor Gonzalez. I met with behavioral health, Grizel and Elizabeth Lopez about the fentanyl event. I already talked about it. I won't talk about it again. Vets Park Commission, I attended this along with Supervisor Hernandez. Some of the key things that came out of that, there are some vendor concerns at the park, and we're going to be talking about that at the next agenda for Vets Park Commission. We also encourage them to, or Supervisor Hernandez specifically, encourage all the entities that use Vets Park to submit a wish list of what they would like to see fixed and changed at the park so we can prioritize items. The Ad Commissioner, we had an ad hoc meeting to discuss a potential candidate, which we had an interview with during closed session. Affordable Ad Hoc Committee for Santana Ranch, we met to discuss the apartments there. I went to the EMS committee. It was the first one that I went to, the first one they've had since I was put on to the committee. And then all the first responder agencies gave updates. We had our first housing advisory committee with Supervisor Gonzalez. It was the first one we ever had. We decided we were going to meet monthly. So if people want to come, please know that it will be once a month. We talked about revisions to the ordinance for affordable housing. That will eventually come to the board. There's an increase to 15% required for developers over a certain amount, and it's also made the ordinance will be making it harder for developers just to pay in lieu fees. They're going to have to get special permission to be able to do that from the board if they don't want to pay them, and then or if they don't want to build them and they want to pay instead. There's also going to be some changes to the ADU code going. There'll be now units going up to 1,500 square feet, and also to an ADU junior building can be attached to an existing main home up to 500 square feet, but it has to be attached to that main home. I went, as part of CSAC, I joined the Latino Caucus of California Counties. I attended my first meeting last week, and they discussed some potential legislation to support in Sacramento at that meeting. And that's all I have.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Betsy said, there was a lot that happened since our last meeting, but I'll try to be quick here. First of all, I think CAO Ray and our interim RMA Director, Steve Loop, and myself had a very productive meeting with Bob Burris, who's the Deputy Chief Economic Development Officer from RCRC. And we met, he came and visited our county, and we met and spoke about infrastructure and opportunities. RCRC, I think, as everyone knows, rural county state association that works very closely to try to help counties, rural counties, move forward in a number of areas. But we discussed grant opportunities, how to help counties like ourselves build our capacity to apply for grants so we don't miss them, cost-benefit analysis, assistance, discuss the Community Economic Resilience Fund, or SURF. Anyway, a number of things. So we had a very productive meeting with Bob Burris. Then also some of the other, also RCRC, Golden State Connect Authority, it's associated JPA, attended that board meeting by Zoom, discussed broadband funding, and then some of the other things Supervisor Dirk's already mentioned, new Ag Commissioner ad hoc meeting, also Santana Ranch ad hoc meeting on affordable housing, a very important meeting there. And then some of the other things, intergovernmental, I'm sure Supervisor Kosmicki is going to touch on that, something that he's working on, flavored tobacco, something we discussed as one item. And then I'm just going to mention two important meetings coming up this Thursday, one of which is with Supervisor Hernandez. Economic Development Committee meeting is, which is a public meeting, which is this coming Thursday. And I think we're going to be touching on that a bit later today. And then also, I wanted to mention that we have a LAFCO meeting this coming Thursday at 4 o'clock. Supervisor Gonzalez and I are on LAFCO. There's going to be it's just a discussion item, but since this is such a hot issue within the community, there's going to be discussion about potentially LAFCO's role in regards to annexation and potential sewer hookups, et cetera, with Gavilan College and the other potential residential developments on the east side of Fairview, and just an overview from a LAFCO point of view. And I think that for those of the public that are interested, they may want to listen in on that. So anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll keep it quick. I'm going to limit it to the consequential items that had something come out. So intergovernmental, as Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, there's a discussion, and our Public Health Department is working on a proposal for a flavored tobacco ban throughout the county with exemption for cigar bars. And then as part of COG, the vice chair of COG, I was asked to take part in what's called Legislative Advocacy Day, where I had the opportunity to meet with other elected leaders in the region to advocate for transportation needs, in particular 25, 152, and 156, and making sure those stay at the top of the priority list. I had direct interaction with the Secretary of Transportation and also the Governor's Cabinet. So thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Just the Vets Commission meeting, like Betsy said, so without repeating, that's all I have, Madam Chair.
I ditto your comments that, thank you all for reporting out what we did collectively. I appreciate that. So then I'll go ahead and, do we public comment for that? Yes, we do, sorry. So item number 11, public comment.
Madam Chair, we have one more item to discuss. It's on Under staff recommendations, item 2, discuss Economic Development Committee member composition. So Dulce has just a quick recap
Yes.
of that, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. So attached to this item, there's a memo that has 3 potential options for your consideration. I'll go through the options, and if you guys don't like any of them, we can do a new one.
Option 1.
But it's just a recommendation of the composition for the membership of the Economic Development. So option 1 would be 5 members, 2 Board of Supervisors, and 3 members at large representing businesses in the county. So 3 representatives, the county, the city of Hollister, and the city of San Juan Bautista, with 5 ex-official committee members that include San Benito Business Council, San Benito Chamber of Commerce / Foundation, San Benito Economic Development Corporation, Hollister Downtown Association, and San Juan Bautista Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee. So they would not be voting members, but they would be part of they would be invited to listen in and be part of the committee. Option 2 includes 7 members, 2 Board of Supervisors, and then the 5 business groups that I just announced out, with no ex-official members. And then option 3 would be 7 members, 2 supervisors, 2 planning commissions, 3 members at large representing business owners in the county, city of Hollister, and city of San Juan. Again, with the 5 organizations as ex-official committee members. In the memo, I provided some insight as what other municipalities have done as far as composition. But that's all I have. I'm looking for some direction on where you guys want to go with.
Madam Chair, can I jump in?
Kind of yes, but I wanted to hear from the public first before we start swaying our opinions.
I was just going to give a little bit more input to
Go ahead,
the options.
because
That's
since
all.
you and Supervisor
Yeah,
Hernandez are on this.
Yeah, I'm just
Yes.
going to give a little more input. So the reason the 5, San Benito County Business Council, Chamber, EDC, Downtown Association, the San Juan Committee, or however you want to call them, those 5, and I brought this up before, they are, it's not a formal group, but they meet semi-regularly as the Economic Development Partnership, and those kind of 5 represent, the business community. And so whether they be voting members, as in one of the options, or they be ex officio members, I think it's important, at least from my point of view, that all 5 of them are involved. The first option is really, I think, the 2 board members, which are Supervisor Hernandez and myself in this case, and then the other 3 voting members would be, I think the intent here would be appointed by the other 3 supervisors, so each supervisor would have potentially, at least that's the way I saw it, have an opportunity to appoint someone that would be a voting member. And then, there's the various combinations of those approaches. But I just wanted to give a little bit more information in addition to what Dulce just presented. Thank you.
And you answered my question about the voting, so I'm clear there. Did you want to add anything since you're on the?
Yes, Madam Chair. So the thought that, I had when we had the conversations was voting. Well, so just 2 voting members, right? The board themselves ultimately, because we're bringing back that, whatever the conversations about economic development, that it's the board bringing back, or the 2 board members bringing back that sentiment from the majority, right, with the input of the rest to the majority of the board, and at that point it becomes a voting decision. Otherwise, I think it's a little bit redundant. But outside of that, I was actually more focused on this is where I can get clarification, because I haven't been on the business council, is just basically membership organizations, right? Because I don't think EDC is a membership organization. So, and San Juan is, and the chamber is, and the downtown association. To me, they could bring in a lot of reference points to their membership as far as concerns. Otherwise we just have, I would want it to be very focused on making sure we're getting input from the public, from the businesses themselves.
Yeah, the Business Council does have members. It's a little different than, let's say, the Chamber, probably not as many retailers, but they also have businesses. EDC does have some business members, I believe, but you're right, they're not really as a member organization. I think of those, EDC may be the only one that doesn't really, certainly HDA does. I'm not sure about San Juan Committee. I'm assuming they do.
I believe they do.
Certainly the Chamber, HDA does.
One, I think it becomes an incentive because at that point you have one of each. So I was thinking that the three, the Chamber, the EDC, Chamber, the Downtown Association, and the San Juan Council. Then you have basically the whole county business represented, bringing that input to the board, and I think it keeps it a little bit more focused on like I said, the issues of the businesses themselves.
Well, the argument I would make, and maybe we should be talking about this after the public, but
that's where we're at.
But the argument I would make is that the EDC Business Council are probably, of the five, are the most focused on economic development as opposed to other things like tourism and other important issues, but not as much as far as attracting businesses, et cetera. So that's why I say all five. Again, all five have worked together over the last several years because they all kind of have their own role, and I think I would recommend that none of them be excluded, whether or not they're voting members or not. We can talk about that after the public comment.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go to the public then first, then we'll bring it back to the board because it seems like we have different opinions, but it'll be a good conversation.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. This is Renee Wells from the EDC of San Benito County. I wanted to reach out and I thank Supervisor Tiffany for bringing up the Economic Development Partnership. In the fall of 2018, San Benito County business leaders recognized an opportunity to better communicate and collaborate to ascertain the goals and the needs of each organization, needs of the business and greater community, identify and lessen any duplication of effort, collaborate to support and grow each organization, and collaborate to fulfill their goals. This was in 2018, and in 2020, the Economic Development Corporation, the EDC, agreed to assume the role of facilitator for the Economic Development Partnership. With that partnership, we have all the representatives that you're mentioning. We have the San Benito County Business Council, San Benito County Chamber of Commerce, the EDC, representatives from the county RMA, San Juan Committee, San Juan Bautista Citizens Economic Development Committee, City of Hollister Planning, and Hollister Downtown Association. So we would offer a seat on the EDP for 2 of the supervisors or 1 supervisor, and thought it would save time not to have the duplication of all these meetings. We hold monthly meetings. We open it up to everyone. We have topics of conversation about things that are going on for the county, looking for new developments, new partnerships, and how we can all work together and collaborate, including workforce development. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
This is Brian Fouch. I'm the Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director for the City of San Juan Bautista. I'm also the facilitator for our Economic Development Citizens Advisory Committee, which is a standing committee formed by the City Council, San Juan Bautista City Council, in late December 2021. And since then, our 11-member group and our affiliated associated advisors, we have 7 advisors, 2 of which from the governor's office, business development. Renee Wells, of course, is an advisor to our group. We have several San Benito County Business Council representatives also advising us on economic development concerns. We are the real deal. We are interested in economic development. We are constituted by the City Council to engage with the regional economic development interests and to foster economic development for the local community in partnership with other economic development interests here in the county and in the region. We understand that there will be a comprehensive economic development strategy, and we also understand that there will be a super regional economic development exercise through the SURF program that our new organization will be actively participating in. So I would encourage the board to establish, as part of the standing committee, a representative voting member of the Economic Development Committee that's under consideration. Thank you very much.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. No other comments.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the board then. As we're looking at these presentations and our options, option 1, 2, and 3, looking through the packet, I saw that a 5-member board was too limited, and then the example of the other counties were 9-member and 18-member, way too large. So I think 7 is the perfect fit, and that's just my opinion, but just for discussion's sake, we have to kind of narrow down the options 1, 2, and 3. So as we're talking about it, let's look at narrowing down. Okay, so would you like to start?
Madam Chair, I support option 1. And I would just, the part about the economic development partnership and just sort of shipping supervisors over there, I think for me that what I'm hoping to gain out of our committee is more policy based, ways that we can implement policies that are pro-economic development as opposed to talking about broader economic development issues where I think the policy part might get lost if we just meld into the partnership. So I still support the direction we're going, but I support option 1. Thank you.
Okay. Since you two are on the committee, we'll go to last. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you. I also like option 1 as well. I like the idea of the 3 members at large from the business community, but also having people from the different membership communities and the EDC there as well. So I think option 1 is the best way to go, in my opinion.
Since I'm not on the committee, I'll go ahead and go next, and then you two can decide. I was looking at option 2 or 3, and I like the fact that option 2 gives the various organizations the right to vote and have an input, because again, these are the organizations that have formed and have been in existence for quite some time, and they know the pulse of the community, they know the pulse of the business, they know what we as a community need. Option 3 doesn't give them the voting rights. It makes them ex officio members where they're in an advisory capacity, but not necessarily in a voting capacity. So I like option 2 myself. So Supervisor Hernandez and Tiffany, I know you started your conversation before we interrupted you.
Well, let me, if I can just ask a question. I think this all started, Supervisor Dirks was interested. It's your fault. Supervisor Dirks, you were
100%.
interested in having, and I understand what you said, Supervisor Hernandez, that it's duplicating potentially, but you were interested in having each supervisor that was not on the Economic Development Committee have an opportunity to appoint an at-large member. And so I guess if you still feel strongly, or if the majority of the board still feels strongly about that, I would suggest one option could be, which is not one of these, which would be Supervisor Hernandez and myself, who are the members, and then 3 at large, and then the 5 business. That's 8. Or if we don't go down that road, then just sticking with the 5 plus the 2, which is 7. So I guess the, it depends on how you feel about the 7 plus, let's see, I got it wrong, don't I? 5 plus
Madam
2
Chair,
plus
yeah.
3. 5 plus 2 plus 3, that wouldn't be,
That'd be 10.
that would be 10. That would be 10.
Yeah, I think
It's a lot.
it'd be better to walk it backwards, to discuss a mode and form of what the goals are, what defines economic development. I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki that it could get complicated very easy, and we find ourselves talking about, statewide, I could see a whole plethora of things coming up that we spend a bunch of time. I mean, for me, I'd rather have a 5-member board that's very focused and specific on goals and achieving those goals, and obviously with the input of the other 3, but the other 3 would serve as advisory. I feel really strongly about that. Otherwise, you're going to basically have an opportunity for the 2 board members to be outvoted, and then it creates an issue at the board level, and I could see that getting complicated really quick.
Who are the 3? Are the 3 appointed at large by the other 3 supervisors?
I recommend, my honest recommendation, and this is why input's so important, I do believe in it, is the organizations basically that are part of it would actually go through their own process of picking someone to represent, right? Because you would want to make sure that representative body has someone that's going to be very engaged and passionate about being part of this EDC. And I think it will create an encouraging environment for them to vet a process to make sure they give a solid feedback, right? So I think they would have their own vetting process to pick that one person and then bring it forward to the rest of the board.
But then I would argue again, which I've made the argument before, that it wouldn't be 3, it would be 5. I feel strongly that it's got to be all 5 that are part of this economic development partnership, which is, if you wanted, I mean, I know we're throwing a lot of numbers around here. We could do the 2 plus a representative from each of those business organizations, if you wanted to. I feel strongly that you shouldn't exclude Business Council and the EDC. Those are the 2 key business organizations in terms of economic development.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to exclude anybody. I mean, I just think that if we don't know a mode and form, then again, it can get complicated really quick. If we have 5, then maybe we can set goals and then from there bring in 2 more. But it's just, if we don't even know what the conversations are going to be like, we're going to have different items come forward or requests for items, and especially, it's going to get complicated really quick. So I really recommend that we keep it to 5 and then figure out a process for those 3 to be. Maybe there's a rotating element where you have one coming in 1 year and then another year. I don't know. Or maybe within 6 months we figure out a better process and then we include 2. I just feel like if we start at 7, if we don't have a process in place, we're going to be, I mean, who's going to design the agenda, right? We haven't even talked about that. So.
It would be the county.
And what does that look like? What agenda items are we going to be restricted to? Are we going to be talking about state policies as it applies to local issues? Are we going to be spending hours on things that aren't relative to actual goals because it's going to maybe be more informational? I'd like economic development to have, I wanted to see it actually create solutions right away. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I just want to add that the option, I'm not trying to push too hard here, but option one does include all 5 as ex officio members. So it does cover that respect.
So who are the 3, how are those people selected? Your microphone.
So then again, and I'm fine with that, but then who are the 3? There's
yeah. So
how do we identify
so
those
the
3 is my question.
So I'd be fine taking San Juan, if that's okay, because there's 2 members. We talked about And then, so the other, Chair Gonzalez and Supervisor Dirks, one could take the county and one could take the city.
And I hear what we're all saying here, but we appointed, or the two supervisors here were appointed, so for each of us to have an appointed member on it, I have to agree that it kind of defeats the purpose.
We
of
talked
putting-
about that.
I know, but it kind of defeats the purpose, of putting Supervisor Hernandez and Tiffany, in charge of this. And then I don't want to look like a Debbie Downer, but then in 2023, neither Hernandez nor Tiffany will be here, so maybe we can revamp in 2023. But let's get this started. Let's not wait for too
Okay.
much more time to.
I'm willing to make a friendly amendment, and I do believe that there's going to be value from, because they do have policy level understanding, right, that the local businesses might not from the state. So we make it a 7-member, 5 are advisory. Each one has a seat at the table for input purposes, but again, they're advisory. And then, you have the 2 voting members, which is the board members, right? And so that makes it 7, right? So one from every, so there's 5 business organizations, so there's one from every business organization, and then there's two voting members, you and I, or whoever,
So then, are you looking at option 3 then?
But I
That's
just,
kind of looks like
I just don't want it to be I just want it to be advisory, because it gets complicated really
Where
quick.
those 5 would be advisory, because that's what you're saying.
Correct.
And that would be option 3.
No, because that includes planning commissioners, and I'm not in favor of that personally at all.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I just, 5, one from
And
every,
you want to change option 2 into advisories?
into advisory, yeah, and I think that simplifies it.
We have so many options here.
If you want, I can give direction, and then
Yeah.
we'll see if we vote on it, right?
You're on the committee with Supervisor Tiffany. I don't have the benefit of the conversations that you all had.
Where's my
Yes.
item? So, sorry, I'm looking for the recommendations, because it's basically going to have to be an amended recommendation.
Here's the printout if that's what you're looking for. It's all written all over, but.
So it would be amending option 3. So I make a recommendation, Madam Chair, option 3 with 2 board of supervisors, but amending, instead of having 2 planning commissioners, having 5 advisory, 1 representing definitely each city and obviously the county, and including the Business Council, Economic Development, the Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Association, and the San Juan Committee. So it's excluding the planning commissioners, making it 5.
Yeah, it's option.
It's option 2, but
Okay, I
the
just
the
complicated it.
5.
So yeah, option
the 5
2.
are not voting members.
But instead of voting members, because ex officios technically could become voting members if there's one not present. Correct, County Council?
Yeah, I don't think that's the intention. I think the intention is.
Well, I just want to be clear, because you have so bottom line is it would be 5 advisory.
I imagine this conversation has been going on for quite some time.
I'll second that.
Okay, so can you restate it, Peter? So if we have a second already.
So I would like a friendly amendment of option 2 with 2 board of supervisors, 5 business organizations, all advisory positions, 1 from each agency, the Business Council, Economic Development Corporation, Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Association, and the San Juan Committee.
Okay, and I'll second that motion.
Okay, so for clarification, where the B is, the 5 business organizations become the advisory, the ex officios, and then who are the other 3? Is that the city of Hollister?
There is
City-
none of that.
No,
There's
there
none?
isn't.
Yeah,
It's
no.
just the 5. I don't know what.
2 and
Just the
5.
5.
2 and 5.
That's it, 2 and
Okay.
5.
Okay. That's the one I liked.
Simple.
Okay.
All right.
There's a motion. so-
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of option 2 with the proposed amendments from Supervisor Hernandez?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. Those opposed? So we have a 5-0 on option 2. I'm just trying in my head to still clarify. He had my paper, so I didn't write the notes on it. But, okay. With that said, item number 11, we kind of already, went through
We're on consent.
11 and all that, so now we're on consent. So let's go ahead and go to public comment for consent. So items number 12 through 30. Do we have any comments for the consent?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Thank you. 13, 20, 21, 23, 25, 27, 29.
Okay.
And I'll speak real quickly on those.
Before you start.
One more time.
13, 20,
20,
21.
21, 23,
Oh, 23, sorry.
25,
25.
27, 29.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, start.
Do we get overtime?
21 and 29. Again, I just, if the county is going to be appointing committee members, I would recommend that they show up when they're being appointed so that the public can know who they are. 13, 20, 23, 27. It just has to do with the amount of monies that are being spent. An example would be, I don't know, I can't recall where the CAO is given permission to go ahead and approve a certain amount of money. But I think when the department heads are asking for over $100,000 or almost $100,000, I think that they should be, they should come forward and on an agendized item and not on a consent agenda, excluding number 20 through 20. I should not have pulled 20. In regards to 27, they are asking for an additional 92, almost $100,000, and the county has already allocated 723,000 plus. The 10 years has already gone by, and in 2015 to 2018, it was stalled because they couldn't do the environmental. It's not environmental impact, but they had to do something with the environment. I left my phone, so now I'm going to have to go by memory. Anyway, and then in 2018, they're like, we haven't been able to do this because we haven't finished it, whatever they were requested. But they have been able to come, and when I say they, it's Quincy Engineering with regards to the engineering, project engineering design. They've been able to come forward to the County Board of Supervisors 6 times and ask for an extension of the monies every single time, and they've been granted. And now in January of 2020, they requested another 10 years to give them another 10 years to be able to complete this project. Now we're going on 20 years. So nothing really has been done on this Pinoch project. And I don't think it should be on a consent. I think we should have this maybe put aside and have a report brought forward to the Board of Supervisors, because now we're allowing, and it's already been allowed to go forward, and the 10 years are over. They should have done something about it. It was supposed to be complete, wasn't completed, and now we're giving them an additional 10 years. And we're always complaining. People are complaining about the roads aren't getting fixed, and now we're headed to, I'm just going to round it off, we're talking about $800,000 to this company, and nothing has been done other than plans, maybe some excavation, and that's where they found themselves in 2015 This project has stalled and nothing has been done. From then to now, nothing has been done other than asking for more money. So I really, really would like for the supervisors, I know that you do, but when, and I do take the word, and I do trust the department heads. This is not about that, but this is all about transparency. And if the public doesn't know how to go look further into these things, and that's why, as supervisors, I feel that you guys should pull this and explain to the public why we're spending so much money of this going to that. And then with regards to number 25, the chief probation officer, it's under consent agenda item to go ahead and approve a little over $200,000 for some additional employees, which is fine. But again, the department head should be coming forward to the Board of Supervisors on an agenda item and saying what's going to be done so that the public knows what's happening with the monies. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, so what is the will of the board in terms of pulling agenda items 12 through 30?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Item 21, please.
Okay, so 21. Supervisor Hernandez, do you want to pull any?
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Dirks?
Item 13.
Item 13. Supervisor Tiffany?
I'd like to have number 19 and I lost it here. What's the one with the number 23? Sorry.
23.
Not the one with Trespinas Road Bridge. No, that's the wrong one.
No, that's KNS.
I'm getting
27 is the
Trespinas Roads mixed
is that the
up.
Pinoche Bridge?
27.
27?
Yeah, 27.
Okay, so-
Thank you. Excuse me.
Okay. So then, so we have pulled in item number 13, number 19, number 21, and number 27. Okay. So can I get a motion for all of the remaining that have not been pulled?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay, we have a first, have a second?
Second.
We have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? 5-0 on the other items. So let's go ahead and look at item number 13 first. That was pulled by, that's Betsy,
Supervisor
right?
Dirks.
Yeah, I put B8 for some reason instead of BB, so I'm so sorry.
That's
I was
fine.
like, who was that?
That was me. And look, you've been here all day. I'm so glad I pulled it so you got to say something.
I'm ready. Okay.
Okay. I just have a simple question regarding this, because it was about facilities and where we have some children or, youth located. Were they pulled because it said it came down to 2 different facilities there? Were the residents themselves pulled to see, or were they given like a patient satisfactory survey? Are they able to do that? And do they want to still be in that same location, I guess is my question there.
Yeah, I can answer that. So all of these conserved clients are adults. And they were at the previous location, and then the facility closed. And so they are conserved by the county, so we are responsible for their care. And it was actually very important for the treatment team to make sure that the clients, if at all possible, were to be placed together. All 5 of them that were described in this item were living together for a while, and they got used to each other and became a little group. And so for their continuity of care, it was very important for us to place them together. So I don't believe they were pulled, but I can check back with the treatment team and see if they had any type of conversation with them, but they are conserved clients, and we're responsible for them.
Okay, and I do appreciate that you guys took into consideration to keep them together as well. I had seen that in there, but I just wanted to make sure as well that they were checked in with too. But thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, so was that your, okay. All right. I do know that the reason this has happened is because the closure of the facility. So it's not anything that, that the director is orchestrating. It's just the needs. It's mandatory. And I do like the fact that you are keeping, that group together. And so,
too, yeah.
thank you. I questioned the figure, the dollar figure too, when, I was talking to the CAO regarding the amount, but it's not anything that can be prevented.
Right, and this is for, and also an extension of the contract term, so it's for a year and a half, or it's to amend to cover this half of the year that is passing by, and then the next fiscal year to make sure that they're taken care of.
18 months in. Okay, at least. So Supervisor Dirk, since you pulled this one, what is your will on item number 13 then?
I motion that we approve it.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Those opposed? So you have a 5-0. Thank you. All right, item number 19.
I pulled that, and I really don't have a question, and I'm going to vote to support this because I'm sure that we have a contract and obligation to pay this. I was just going to make a comment. This is it's an increase from $59,500 to $69,250 for National Demographics Corporation. And I saw this on, and I guess I couldn't let it pass. And this is not being critical of our local office here, but it's very frustrating because for those of us who went through this redistricting process, this company, and I realized that there was an emergency in one of the cases, so someone else stepped in. But we were presented with some maps that frankly made no sense. We were not presented with any good alternatives until we requested them. And so we're paying this extra money because it got dragged past mid-November, frankly, because I think they did such a poor job. And it's just very frustrating to me. I realize this only comes up every 10 years, so, but I would suggest, and maybe in 10 years you'll still be involved in this. I know Joe Paul won't be, but that we maybe look at a different company. Like I said, I just want to make some comments. I'm not going to vote against it because, again, I'm sure that we have an obligation to pay this, but I was just very frustrated with the process. Thank you. That's all I had to say.
You just needed to go on the record, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Ditto.
Any others? Okay, so then what is the will of the board regarding item number 19?
I'll make a motion that we approve this authorization for the increase.
Okay.
I'll second.
You have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed? We got a 5-0 on item number 19. Let's move on to item number 21.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, so I pulled this item. We have an appointment to the CAB, Amy Bravo, and I observed the recent Hollister City Council meeting where Miss Bravo and her co-founder, Michael Salinas, I believe his name, are founding this nonprofit related to fentanyl, and the city council went forward and funded their startup costs. And during that meeting, it was mentioned that they would be, at least it was my understanding, that they would be coming to the county. I believe the city gave them $90,000 out of their general fund, that they would be coming to the county and requesting a similar dollar amount, maybe. And so my concern is potential conflict of interest. I don't know if we have any rules on the books in particular about people who are perhaps part of a business or a nonprofit that are then inserted into a decision-making role within the county. So that's something. And I also noticed that Michael Salinas also is applying for the CAB position, I believe, in B's district, or
yes,
Madam Chair. And so it would be the same concern that I'll have if that comes to us as well. So I'm just, first of all, are there any official rules on if you receive money from the county and be on a commissioner board?
I'm gonna, I don't know exactly all the actions that the Community Action Board takes and its duties and responsibilities, if anyone can enlighten me on that. But if they are in an advisory role as to have influence on whether or not work goes to the firm that they've formed, it could be a potential conflict of interest. So if there are two distinct duties, set of duties, so for example, the Community Action Board reviews X, Y, and Z, and it has no influence about whether work is given to that firm, then it might not be it wouldn't be a conflict of interest. But if there's an opportunity for them to influence work going to the new firm, then that would be could be a potential conflict of interest. If you want us to look into it more and put this over to the next meeting, we're happy to do that and to find out exactly what their duties and roles are and whether or not this would be a conflict of interest if they were put on that board, or she was put on that board.
Does the placement of the Community Action Board, does that require a Form 700?
I don't know. If they, pardon?
We have Enrique on the line. Enrique, can you answer that?
I don't think it.
Yes, that's correct. Board members are required to complete that form.
Then if a vote came that was subject to an interest that individual had, not just her, but any other individual, they would have to disclose. Yeah, and recuse themselves if there was any.
Yeah,
yes.
Madam Chair, and I get that. I'm concerned from a legal perspective, but I'm also concerned just from a basic, they're both applying for the cab at the same time they're going to the local governments asking for a significant amount of money. And I just, even just from a logical perspective, I have a concern myself about it as just on the surface as a conflict potential. And so there's the legal part, and then there's beyond that. And so I just wanted to express that, and because they're both applying at the same time, they're both starting this nonprofit at the same time, they're both coming to the city and presumably the county, at least it was expressed as such, requesting funding to start up their nonprofit. And so for me, I just have an issue with that, and I'll be opposing this. Thank you.
I guess when they come and ask for funds from the county, that would be a good conversation to have, but it's kind of premature because I haven't heard that they're coming to the county yet, but they may be. Any other questions? Yes.
I just want to comment. I did talk to Amy Bravo myself, and I reviewed the application with Andy Anderson and Workforce Development too. She kind of oversees, I think, maybe the logistical and procedural part of the CAB board. So we had some conversation, and I do think that Amy is new to the community. If my recollection is correct, she's been here for a couple of years. So from that standpoint, I do appreciate that she's trying to get involved in the community. The position has been open. Enrique, if you're still on the line, how long has this position been open?
I think it's been open about 3 to 4 months. I could look at records, but that's my recollection.
That for sure, it's been open since I've been appointed to the board, so at least 5.5 months-ish. So in any case, I know that she's also been on the opioid task force as well, in an advisory committee there. So I'd like to encourage community involvement. I'd like to give the benefit of the doubt, and I agree with you, Supervisor Kosmicki, that would, in my mind, potentially be a conflict of interest on some level. And then if we were to come to that bridge and cross it, then we can start to have those conversations. That's just my viewpoint. And, I feel like if a community member wants to try to help out and make a difference, maybe they should be given that opportunity, and we'll go from there.
As do I. So then what is the will of the board on item number 21?
I motion to approve her appointment. How do I know? Is that good enough?
You move to approve? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I will second that. So we have a first and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 3-2. Supervisor Kozmicki and Supervisor Hernandez is the no. All right, so item number 27.
Okay, so that was me. This is in my district, and I've been involved in this somewhat recently. I was wavering whether to pull this item or not, talk to Steve about that this morning, but since it came up in the public comment, I think it would be good for Steve to kind of walk us through this. I had some of the same concerns that it's taken this long, but I think there needs to be some clarification. So anyway, that's the reason why I pulled it.
Okay, let's see. First point of clarification. Previous comment was that we were extending the contract for another 10 years. It's clearly stated in the item that it's only for 2 more years. So I just wanted to make that clarification. And essentially, the work that's been done, there's essentially been 3 big scope of works that have been accomplished for the project. One was in 2015, another was in 2020, and there was a bit of a stall between that time period. And from 2020 to about 6 months ago, there was more work done on the environmental document and the design. In the last 6 months, the county, were getting indications that there might have been resistance from the property owner. And when that occurs during the environmental process, a significant impact would be that the project would need to acquire property from the property owner using eminent domain. And that would bump up the environmental document from ISMND, which means there's no significant impacts that cannot be overcome, to an EIR. And so during the past 6 months, we worked with the property owner and their team and Supervisor Tiffany, and we changed the design yet again, made a minor modification. And so instead of having to go through the whole EIR process, we're now back down to ISMND, which is a lot simpler, cleaner, and more straightforward. So the latest iteration Oh, yeah, okay. Well, still a point of clarification to the resident. What she's referring to is the 10-year limit that Caltrans has, because she's correctly stating the project has been going on for 10 years. But again, we're not requesting another 10 years. The discussion with Caltrans is, once your project reaches 10 years, and there are multiple projects throughout the state and throughout the country that have, for different reasons, been ongoing for 10 years, you have to go through a special process with Caltrans. So we're not asking for another 10 years. We just have to go through the special 10-year process to Caltrans to show them that we really do want to build this project. So, but thank you for the question from the resident. And so, back to what I was saying a minute ago. So during the past 6 months, we've changed the project scope a bit, because instead of having to go down the path of the EIR, we changed the design once more. And because of that design change, we're now going to proceed with another ISMND document. There will be updates to that document and 3 other documents, and that's kind of spelled out in the scope of the project, and that is the reason for the additional request. I'm open for questions.
So any questions from the board?
No, and just to also emphasize that, I don't know, it was probably four months ago this was going to come before us, and it was going to be a full-blown EIR, and the property owner reached out to me and his attorney, and we were all able to get together, get on the same page, and agree on this new approach. And it's ultimately going to save the county some money, which is good, and we're going to finally get this moving forward. So I think this is a positive thing, but just want to get clarification. Thank you, Steve.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what is the will of the board then for item number 27?
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion
that we approve the contract amendment with Quincy Engineering.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
First and a second, all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
And I'm sorry, there's also a budget, I believe there's a budget augmentation as well.
Okay.
The fourth, it
Well, that's the
requires.
four-fifth.
The 4/5 vote. You
Okay.
got a 5-0, do we
Yeah.
have to
Do I have to
articulate
change my
that
motion?
specifically?
Was the motion just, I thought, was it as recommended? Okay, I thought I heard the.
I'll make a motion as recommended.
Okay, then can I have a re-second on that, just for clarification?
Second.
Let's go ahead and vote again then. All in favor, say aye.
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 So you still have a 5-0 vote. Okay. All right.
So, Madam Chair, we have a couple of options.
We're looking at the clock.
Yeah, we can.
Just
we
might have to
can-
call in for dinner.
We can listen to the remaining items of closed session, about 45 minutes, or we can hear that, continue this meeting till 11:45, April the 19th, next Tuesday. So we're going to hear the budget items, then we'll continue this meeting, and then we'll have assessment appeals after. So it's up to your board if you want to do that.
Time-wise, in terms of timeliness and this being heard today, does it have to be heard
No.
today?
No.
And we
No.
have item number 32 and 33.
Yep. Nope.
Okay.
Yep. There's nothing
So what is
time
the will
sensitive.
of the
It's
board
up to the
then?
board.
Do you want to postpone it till next Tuesday at 11:45?
Yeah.
After the meeting.
Do we get lunch?
Yeah, it's closed session, so yeah, we actually will.
Bob, are you buying?
There's no closed session. Yeah, there's no closed session.
Okay.
So it's a special, normally special budget meetings, we just go through them and then half a day usually. But since we have assessment appeals in the afternoon, we could put this in the middle.
Makes sense. Madam Chair, makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah, for me.
Okay, so
I'm good with it.
3, 4, 5, all 5.
Okay, so you have to go through the process, continue the meeting.
If I could report out for the closed session earlier today, the ones
Yes.
that were heard were specifically items 31 and 34, and there was no reportable action.
Correct. Okay. So then
But,
what officially?
Madam Chair, do we have to clarify that part of item, the performance evaluation is still continued?
Oh. Okay, then,
Just so that the agendizing is correct? I don't know, I'm just pointing.
Is
No,
that-
we didn't take any action. There was discussion, but we didn't take any action.
We could just re-agenda.
do you want
Does-
that, I'm sorry, I had thought it was concluded, but if you want that to continue to the next meeting, that's fine too.
There was 2 parts to it.
I'm not going to say anything. I don't know. I thought we.
There was
had-
performance I'll just be frank, there were performance evaluation of the CAO and the county council. We did one of the 2, we did not do the second one.
It's continued.
Okay, let's continue that so that we don't divulge closed session and open session. We'll put it on the agenda and we can discuss that,
Okay,
and then we can agendize it properly.
okay, so it'll just be continued with the other,
Yes.
pardon?
Okay, so then I'll go ahead and take
I'm
future
sorry,
items.
So I'm sorry, we're adjourning this meeting to a date and time certain, which is 11:45 next Tuesday.
Yes.
Yep.
We are. Yes, but we're still trying to get the clarification of adjourning this meeting, and we will look at item number 32, 33, and 34 on April the 19th. at
19th.
11:45. Okay. Now, future agenda items.
I can go. I want to. Supervisor Tiffany earlier mentioned Clear Creek, and it struck me that perhaps maybe we should put a letter in as well on that effort. So I was just kind of have to try to steal your thunder. That's your deal, but.
No, you be a second, so perfect. Mm-hmm. All right, any others?
Madam Chair, I had, just to be sure, SNPs is next week.
Yes.
I want to make sure.
Snips, snipper,
Okay. And then, it occurred to me, or maybe someone asked me about this, but I know
and I don't recall when, but we made a decision as a board, or we voted it. It may have been before Supervisor Dirks came on the board, that we wanted to put term limits on the ballot, I believe. And so, I don't know if that is.
Did we not go forward with that? I thought
Well,
we did.
we approved it, but I'm not sure if we have, do we need to do anything further, or is that already a
Yes.
done deal?
You need to bring back, there needs to be a resolution that comes back
Well,
before
then.
June or August.
You know, I'm
July,
suggesting,
before
we need
August.
to get that done.
Most certainly second that.
Okay.
The next general election, then. That would be at the next general election, November.
Anything else, supervisors? You guys are already packed, ready to go. Yes, go ahead. I'll accept that. Go
I
ahead.
make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, have a good evening, people.
Thank you.